No one expected Lin Yun to take the initiative to attack, exceeding everyone's surprise. Lin Yun first ran into Gu Jun while being basked in flames, looking like a deity. Primordial Aura. Gu Jun released the primordial aura and activated his golden jade divine physique without restraints. In just one exchange, Lin Yun sent him flying away with the flower burial sword. Before Gu Jun could react, a sword ray landed on his chest and sent him flying even further. The golden jade divine physique was broken with one exchange, and it couldn't withstand Lin Yun's quasi-bright sun sword intent. Gu Jun threw out a mouthful of blood, with his face becoming pale from the pain. But he was soon horrified to discover that the sword didn't just break his golden jade divine physique, but it even broke his ribs and internal organs. How is this possible? How did he cultivate? Gu Jun was shocked because he was also a swordsman, but Lin Yun was stronger than other swordsmen. After sending Gu Jun flying, Lin Yun turned around and charged at the remaining 6. He would leave afterimages and sword rays flying around, destroying all the incoming attacks. Suppress him. Don't let him unleash the power of his quasi-bright sun sword intent. Lu Ayahan was shocked, but he soon calmed down as the 6 brought out their divine physiques with primordial aura gushing out of their golden pills. Shortly after, the might of the heavenly Tao empowered them, and their aura began to explode. After becoming 7th-stage Saint Lords, they could extract the primordial aura from heavenly Tao. Each tribulation was the test of heavenly Tao. After making it through, the primordial aura would contain a hint of heavenly Tao's might. But Lin Yun's sword intent was too powerful, and he released the Azure Dragon Sword domain with a thought. The 6 couldn't hold their ground anymore. In just 10-odd moves, the 6 were sent flying away. It was as though Lin Yun could predict their next move. He then landed on a stone pillar and saw Gu Jun, who was launching a sneak attack. Gu Jun's attack missed, so he raised his head and saw Lin Yun's gaze, frightening him. Come here. Lin Yun reached out, executing the Azure Dragon's grasp, and pulled Gu Jun over before grabbing the latter by his neck, raising him to the sky. What are you trying to do? Gu Jun's legs trembled upon seeing Lin Yun's cold gaze, and he was facing an unprecedented horror. Have some fun with you. Lin Yun jumped down the pillar and started swinging Gu Jun's body around, slam-kicking him into the ground. Even with the golden jade divine physique, Gu Jun couldn't bear the torture, and each impact would cause his bones to crack. Let Gu Jun go, the other 6 exclaimed as they charged over. Great! Lin Yun laughed and threw Gu Jun over, which the 6 quickly dodged. Seeing that they didn't want to catch Gu Jun, Lin Yun pulled him over like a ball. I'll take him since you guys don't want him. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. An influential figure of a divine clan was being tortured in Lin Yun's hands. But something even more terrifying was about to take place. Lin Yun controlled the flower burial sword from afar, which stopped the 6 from approaching. Using sword intent in his right hand, he dragged Gu Jun over. Suddenly, blood splashed out from Gu Jun's body, and a dazzling sphere appeared in Lin Yun's hand after Gu Jun was thrown away. It was radiating with saint energy. Saint origin. That's Gu Jun's saint origin. Holy shit. Lin Yun dug out Gu Jun's saint origin? This is too terrifying. Gu Jun has been saying that he wanted to dig out Lin Yun's saint origin and refine the golden Tao fruits inside. But his saint origin was dug out instead. It looks like Lin Yun has been putting up with him earlier. Is there a possibility that Lin Yun didn't know the rules and only knew that you couldn't kill on the heavenly barren Saint Mountain? But Gu Jun's words reminded him. The bloody scene caused an uproar, with everyone being shocked. Big Brother Jun. The geniuses of the Gu clan came over with shock and anger. The good news was that Gu Jun was alive, but the bad news was Gu Jun was crippled. He no longer had any Saint Tao on him since his saint origin was ripped out, and his cultivation was only at the Samsara Edict realm. But there was even more bad news. Gu Jun most likely wouldn't be able to even retain his cultivation in the Samsara Edict realm. Lin Yun smashed his bones, so he wouldn't be able to regain his cultivation in the Samsara Edict realm with such heavy injuries. Lin Yun. How dare you commit such blasphemy? The Gu clans suddenly became furious, but they were so frightened that they didn't dare to say another word when Lin Yun recalled the flower burial sword. Lin Yun dared to put his words into action even if his opponent was from the Divine Clan. They were still planning to charge forth, but they trembled in fear when they met Lin Yun's gaze. Take revenge for me, Gu Jun said. Gu Xing's face was pale, with his lips trembling. He said, Big brother will put up with it for now. The prince isn't around, and this is the heavenly barren realm. We can't afford to offend him. This made Lin Yun look at Gu Xing with contempt and turn to look at the 6 leaders from the various divine clans. They were noble since birth and influential figures even in the universe. Lin Yun, how dare a mortal blood like you rip out Gu Jun's saint origin? Do you know what you've done? Lu Ayahan roared with his scalp going numb. What happened earlier blew their confidence away because they never imagined it could happen. In their mindset, only they could bully Lin Yun and rip his saint origin, not vice versa. If Lin Yun resisted, they would become furious. I've said not to cross my bottom line. Otherwise, the blame will be on you, the divine clans, Lin Yun said indifferently. You guys will bear the consequences. Cripple him. We have to get rid of him, or the divine clan's reputation will disappear. They knew that if they continued to allow Lin Yun to trample over them, the consequences could be dire if they wanted to bully others in the future. Flower burial? Can you hear it? Lin Yun gently looked at the sword in his hand. The flower burial sword vibrated in response to Lin Yun. In the next second, Lin Yun's temperament changed and was giving off a powerful aura that belonged to flower burial. On the other hand, the faces of the 6 from the divine clans became cold, with a hint of viciousness flashing across Lu Ayahan's eyes. Don't care about the rules and kill him. Lu Ayahan made the first move and performed the martial technique of his clan, an invincible fist technique. Relying on this fist technique, he never once suffered a defeat against those of the same generation. He threw out 999 punches in a single breath, combined with his 3 sovereign daos, and reached a terrifying height. The radiance released from this attack was dazzling. Ayahan roared with his blood boiling. He used a specific secret technique, giving off a terrifying ancient aura. As his hands began to move, it was like a ceremonial dance, making everyone feel a dangerous aura. The others also didn't hesitate to use their most potent attacks. But the world became quiet when Lin Yun swung his sword. The dragon sun and moon seal revolved as 9,000 ribbons flew out. This was a shocking scene that looked as though the entire sky was being supported, and Lin Yun's sword aura became boundless. When his quasi-bright sun sword intent empowered the ribbons, it caused an uproar with Lin Yun's sword intent pushed to the limit. He was like an immortal that made the heavenly barren Saint Mountain become tiny. The faces of the 6 changed, and they were horrified because Lin Yun was only 100 meters away, but they felt that he was thousands of miles away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close to him. As the ribbons rose, Lin Yun felt he didn't exist between this heaven and earth. The 6 despaired to discover that their strongest attacks were futile before Lin Yun's sword. In their eyes, Lin Yun hovered in the air, looking like he was supporting the entire sky. Not only could they not get close, but when the sword aura descended, their primordial aura and Saint Daos shattered. What sword technique is that? Isn't that too unfathomable? I can only tell it's a dragon clan's martial technique. His sword mastery has reached an unprecedented height. I would believe it if you told me that he's the reincarnation of a sword god. Many swordsmen were present, but they couldn't comprehend Lin Yun's sword technique. When Lin Yun was about to swing his sword, everyone felt despair and Lu Ayahan became the first to kneel on the ground. Flower burial, Lu Ayahan admits defeat. The 6 were on their knees without any thought of resisting and only felt despair. Flower burial, let us go. Everything can be negotiated if you don't rip out our saint origins. The 6 began to kowtow on the ground. This overturned everyone's impression of the divine clans, and they never expected that the aloof divine clans would have this side to them. But in reality, they were born noble, but this also meant they had more to lose. What do you guys mean? Who doesn't know that I have a good temper? Lin Yun smiled. This made the six feel relieved. But when they raised their heads, they began to tremble in fear. But I have promised you guys. Lin Yun smiled and he continued. You guys can just become cripple for the rest of your lives. Let them go. Dream on. Lin Yun's smile shocked everyone. No, you can't do this? The six felt despaired as they were forced to a dead end and even begged for mercy. But Lin Yun wouldn't let them off. Let's go. We can just perish with him in the worst-case scenario. Seeing that Lin Yun had no intentions of letting them go, the six kneeling on the ground felt despair, with a ruthless light flashing in their eyes, wanting to explode their golden pills. Wanting to perish with me? Dream on. Lin Yun hovered in the air and swung his sword down along with 9,000 ribbons, shattering their saint energy and armor. They all possessed treasures that could protect their lives, but they were futile before his sword. Regardless of the secret treasures or saint armors, they were all futile before Lin Yun's sword. The quasi-bright sun sword intent was powerful enough. With the addition of the 9,000 ribbons engraved with divine runes, 2 sword cannons, and sword domain, the six were sent flying away before they could even explode their golden pills, smashing their knees apart. When they fell onto their knees, they raised their heads and saw the ribbons fly over, before piercing through them. The ribbons returned with 6 saint origins, which shocked everyone, including the swordsmen that came with Lin Yun. Although they chanted the slogan to kill the divine dogs, they wouldn't be able to make the move if they had to do it. They thought that Lin Yun wouldn't make a move when they begged for mercy. But it was different for Lin Yun. If it weren't for the rules on the heavenly barren Saint Mountain, Lin Yun would have killed them, based on his temper. But it looks like ripping their saint origin was better than killing them. In the future, these people from the divine clans could only become cripples. The area around the deity slaughter monument was a mess with 6 people having their saint origins ripped out and kneeling on the ground. In the history of the heavenly barren Saint Mountain, this had never happened before, so Lin Yun brought a great shock to everyone. He's too strong. Is this the power of the quasi-bright sun sword intent? It's really terrifying. With Lin Yun's strength, I'm afraid he can make it into the top 100th on the Brandish Dragon ranking. He's only a 6th-stage Saint Lord, but if he could grasp primordial aura, he might reach the top 30. The Brandish Dragon ranking covers 3,000 realms. There are many immortal holy lands, and he has just come out of the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun descended from the sky as the 9,000 ribbons returned to his body. When he swept his gaze over, those from the divine clans didn't dare to say a word. He merely smiled and said nothing but pointed with his finger. The flower burial sword flew out and left his name behind on the deity slaughter monument. Quick! Lin Yun is going to leave his name. I'm looking forward to this. I wonder how high he can reach. Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. But it didn't take long before Lin Yun felt an obstruction and Ao Ju, Ji Zishi, Lin Xianxia, and Xiaoying Tiannan approached Lin Yun. How high do you want to reach? Ao Ju asked curiously. What Lin Yun did earlier had won him over, and proved that he was a genuine swordsman. No idea. Lin Yun wasn't bothered about it, and released his quasi-bright sun sword intent to speed up the flower burial sword. He soon left behind his name, Flower Burial Lin Yun, on the deity slaughter monument. If willing, he could write his name even higher, but it didn't matter because he had exhausted most of his saint energy and sword intent. He spoke the truth because he wasn't too bothered about the ranking. But when he wrote his name, the deity slaughter monument began to tremble violently and released a golden radiance that soared to the sky. It didn't take long before 9 golden lights bloomed and 3 golden fruits descended. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because he needed resources. Ever since coming to the heavenly barren realm, his cultivation soared and obtained an unimaginable harvest, practically exhausting all his resources. Primordial aura? Lin Yun looked at the 3 fruits and could sense the dense primordial aura within the fruits. This naturally made him rejoice because he knew that these were treasures. This is what you said about no idea? Ao Ju's lips twitched, and he bitterly looked at Lin Yun. You made golden lights appear by writing casually, so what would others think? After all, You are a genius. Who is the other one? Shangguanju. Lin Yun shook his head and said, But what does it have to do with me? What are these? He looked at Lin Xianxia, a chief disciple of the Azure Cloud Realm. Their flame origin pellets, and the primordial aura inside has been tempered through tribulation. To a 7th stage Saint Lord, the value is unimaginable, Lin Xianxia said. Just one can be sold for a sky-high price in an auction. That's great. Lin Yun smiled. While Lin Yun was chatting, he had no idea of the commotion he caused. Not only did he dig out 7 saint origins, but he even seized 3 flame origin pellets. Holy shit! Isn't that a little too unfathomable? The Heavenly Baron realm has flame origin pellets, and they're all refined by the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity. What would Shangguanju think? Anyone could tell that Lin Yun didn't use his full strength. If he wanted to use his full strength, he would have to rest for 4 hours to recover. But now, Lin Yun casually wrote on the monument after a fight. They had to admit that Lin Yun was charming, and many female cultivators looked at Lin Yun with their eyes shining brightly. More cultivators began to try to leave their names behind. Without the divine clans around, everyone smoothly managed to leave their names on the monument. Xiong joked with a smile. Brother Lin, I didn't notice your temper earlier. Holy shit. I apologize for my arrogance from before. I like you being arrogant more. Lin Yun smiled. Ha ha ha. Let me recover a little. Xiong Tianan laughed after a brief stun. When they first met, Xiong Tianan was arrogant and disregarded everything. But he wasn't a bad person and never crossed Lin Yun's bottom line, so they could be considered friends now. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin, if the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity doesn't accept you, you can come to my sect. Your temper is befitting of the demonic path. Eoju grinned. I have a good temper. Lin Yun smiled. Eoju's lips began to twitch. Good temper? Since when did Lin Yun have a good temper? Anyhow, those from the divine clans definitely didn't dare to say a word about it. Lin Xianxian looked at Lin Yun and thought that he was a real mystery. Even many demonic cultivators couldn't be as decisive as him. But when Changju and Shirua offended him, she didn't see Lin Yun making a move against them. I believe in young Master Lin, Lin Xianxian said. Lin Yun smiled. See? I have a good temper. Eoju turned to look at Lin Xianxian. He could sense that Lin Xianxian's gaze at Lin Yun wasn't right. Very quickly, Lin Xianxian, Eoju, Ji Zishi, and Xiong Tianan left their names on the deity slaughter monument. When they tried, they finally knew how strong Lin Yun was. Even Lin Xianxian and Ji Zishi only obtained 2 flame origin pellets. After leaving their names on the monument, they gathered around Lin Yun, attracting countless respectful gazes. This group had become famous, especially Lin Yun, who won everyone's respect through strength. It's too hard, and I gave it my all to obtain a flame origin pellet. Xiong Tianan looked at Lin Yun, then continued, Your casual attempt is really shocking. It's really hard, and this deity slaughter monument isn't simple, Lin Jiangxian said. Ji Zishi muttered, This monument couldn't have killed a deity, right? I can sense a murderous intent coming from it, and even my phoenix bloodline shows a hint of fear. She could actually leave her name higher, but her phoenix bloodline was suppressed to the point that even her soul felt fear. She suspected that this monument not only killed a deity in the past but also primordial beasts, especially those possessing divine bloodlines. Hearing what they said, Lin Yun couldn't help looking at the monument with curiosity. This monument probably had a considerable origin. It would be great if Lil Red was around because it wasn't afraid of anything, and it might try and steal this deity slaughter monument. With it around and Lil Purple's planning, they might be able to steal this monument. At the very least, it should be on the same level as Sovereign Saint artifacts, right? What are you thinking about? Ji Zishi asked. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled and brushed these thoughts away. He led everyone forth and said, Let's go and participate in the second stage of the test. I'm curious about what the test will entail. The first test was held at the waist of the mountain, and the second test was 2/3 up the mountain. The saint energy here was dense, filled with various Tao rhythms, as though a deity was observing their actions. When everyone arrived at the second stage of the test, many people had gathered. They were the geniuses who had long passed the first stage of the test. Lin Yun is here. He's flower burial? That fellow is pretty dashing. Lin Yun's appearance attracted attention as everyone looked over and saw some commotion. The geniuses who made it through the first stage of the test had witnessed how Lin Yun dug out the saint origin of the 7 divine clans' geniuses, which brought them great shock. Then again, some looked at Lin Yun with hostility. When Lin Yun and his group arrived, they were looking at the cultivators who made it through the first stage of the test. It looks like many divine clans are here, so we better keep a low profile. That's for sure. Geniuses from the various divine clans can easily make it through the first stage. There are also many people from the immortal Holy Lands, and many other experts here. They're all looking at flower burial. Everyone became nervous as they talked. Compared to the first stage, the second stage was quieter, but there were too many experts here. Anyone could sense uneasiness from the surroundings, so they lowered their voices when they talked. Look, Shangguanju is also here. He's the one who obtained 3 flame origin pellets, right? He's examining Lin Yun. Shangguanju is a divine disciple of the Shadow Divine Palace. The Shadow Divine Palace spans over 100 realms, and they have a high position in the Divine Alliance. They're stronger than the divine clans. If he stands out, the situation won't become great. Noticing that Shangguanju was examining Lin Yun, the swordsman who came with Lin Yun became nervous. In reality, Shangguanju was unhappy because Lin Yun stole all the limelight. Everyone had gathered on Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain, wanting to become the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity's disciple. But they also wanted fame, especially when the two weren't conflicting. So, who knew if the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity was observing their performances? I thought a divine son had appeared. There are many geniuses here, even chief disciples from immortal holy lands. So it's impossible to keep a low profile. Zhao Zhanli, a divine disciple of the Shadow Divine Palace, smiled with disdain in his tone. Shangguanju smiled. He's not a pushover, fighting 7 by himself and digging out 7 saint origins. Even in the Shadow Divine Palace, he's worthy of being a divine disciple. Don't be so sure about that. If anyone can withstand his quasi-bright sun sword intent, one's cultivation can suppress him to death. Furthermore, he has a huge weakness. Zhao Zhanli smiled contemptuously. Oh! Shangguanju looked at Zhao Zhanli in puzzlement. Zhao Zhanli smiled. He didn't release his constellation, so it should be his greatest weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to use his trump cards, the 9,000 ribbons. That might really be possible, Shangguanju replied. He had been paying attention to Lin Yun. He wasn't bothered initially, but he was only slightly shocked after seeing how Lin Yun defeated the 7 from the divine clans. But when he saw how Lin Yun obtained 3 flame origin pellets with a wave of his hand, his mindset finally changed. But after hearing what Zhao Zhanli said, Shangguanju inwardly rejoiced because Lin Yun wasn't qualified to compete with him, if that was true. While everyone's gazes were attracted by Lin Yun, a giant cauldron descended from the sky. When everything settled down, everyone's attention shifted to the cauldron. When the cauldron descended, there was a gray-robed elder. That old man's face was covered with wrinkles and an ancient aura swept from him. Just a glance made everyone feel as though their souls were about to be devoured by him. The gray-clothed elder indifferently said, "This is the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, given to us by the Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity." The Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity personally forged this cauldron, and it was forged using the Primal Chaos Eternal Sand. The Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity spent 1,000 years refining it, and the cauldron contains countless Daos. You can benefit from it no matter which Dao you practice. The test of this stage involves comprehension, and the Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity hid 10,000 phenomena in it, each being a painting. Each painting represents a transcendent Grey Dragon Spirit martial technique. You can make it through this test if you can find 9. Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity. I have heard of this cauldron before. It appears during the disciple conferring ceremony in order to test them. This cauldron is weird. Aside from phenomena, I've heard that it contains various Tao flames and even glory saint artifacts. It's so much so that a sovereign saint artifact has appeared before. It's actually here on Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain. It looks like the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity is serious this time. When the old man finished speaking, a considerable commotion was sparked amongst the crowd. Everyone had heard of this cauldron before. Lin Jiangxian's expression became serious, and even Xiong Tianan wore a grave expression. Holy shit! It's the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. I didn't expect that we could also see it. Eoju was shocked. The Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron was a secret, the supreme treasure of Heaven's Gate, that even divine disciples couldn't frequently comprehend. Lin Yun was also surprised because he never expected to see this. It was even related to the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Shangguanju's eyes lit up with excitement. He was confident in his comprehension, and even the chief disciple of an immortal Holy Land wouldn't be able to win against him. This was because he was lucky when he was young, obtaining a secret treasure, the Eye of Destiny. He only needed a few glances to comprehend all martial techniques and could easily reach complete mastery in them. Seeing this, Zhao Zhanli frowned. This seems to be prepared for him. What do you mean? Shangguanju asked. Since he can grasp the quasi-bright sun sword intent, his comprehension isn't weak. Although I don't wish to admit it, his attainment in the sword is heaven-defying. Aside from divine sons from Sword Dao Holy Lands, I've never seen anyone stronger than him. Shangguanju smiled mysteriously before he looked at the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. He said, "This isn't a competition of Sword Dao, but purely on comprehension." Beside the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, the gray-clothed elder said, "This stage will last for some time, so everyone can try and comprehend it. You can bring out any martial techniques you have comprehended, and you're also not restricted from teaching others. That's the same if you can obtain a treasure." A commotion resounded from the surroundings because dragon spirit martial techniques were valuable and could be used till the Emperor realm. It was only inferior to divine martial techniques, and it would be a massive contribution if they could bring it back to their sect. Secondly, this stage tested comprehension, and there was enough time for everyone to comprehend. Treasures can be taken out? Lin Yun was surprised since there must be many treasures in the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, and it wasn't surprising to see divine-grade pellets. He had to admit that this test was really generous. When he raised his head, he noticed that the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron was close to 100 feet, but there didn't seem to be anything on it. However, if he looked at it closely, he could see that something was on it. There were divine runes containing profundity, and he would have a harvest if he continued to observe them. It's similar to the Sovereign Monument, but not entirely the same, Lin Yun said. The Sovereign Monument could drag someone into an illusory world, and anyone could obtain some Tao fruits if they comprehended it. But he could see some pictures on the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. As Lin Yun poured his sword intent into his eyes, a golden light shone from his eyes. But the light was different and looked like an ancient golden seal, just a little blurred. This was the quasi-bright sun sword intent, and the rune would form entirely after he grasped the complete bright sun sword intent. When he poured his sword intent into his eyes, the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron immediately became different, and he saw a massive starry sky with primal chaos at the center. When his gaze came in contact with the primal chaos, it became the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. When his gaze came in contact with the cauldron, he suffered a colossal obstruction and couldn't see anything. Lin Yun frowned and recollected his gaze. Many people shared the same experience as Lin Yun, and some couldn't even get close to the primal chaos. Time is sovereign and space is king. Primal chaos cannot be opened, and it's hard to extinguish karma. Truth is eternal, yin-yang is the sky, and 5 elements is earth. Lin Xianxia recollected her gaze after also running into trouble. When Lin Yun wanted to try with Nirvana Dao, 2 figures came over. This immediately made Aoju and Lin Xianxia nervous. When Lin Yun turned his head over, the one on the left smiled. "My name is Shangguanju." This instantly drew everyone's attention, and Lin Yun nodded as respond. Brother Lin, what do you think? Shangguanju smiled. He had an extraordinary temperament, and his smile was charming. He was expressing goodwill, which left Lin Yun surprised. With no change on his face, Lin Yun said, It's hard. Shangguanju smiled. That's for sure. The blue dragon divine cauldron was forged with eternal sand and primal chaos. So, how can anyone see through it? But... He paused with a smile and said nothing as he looked at Lin Yun. Judging from your tone, you already have a harvest? Lin Xianxia asked. Not exactly. Shangguanju didn't deny or admit it. He smiled. Brother Lin, are you interested in taking a bet and seeing who can observe more phenomena? Lin Yun fell silent, having no idea what Shangguanju was planning. Besides Shangguanju, Zhao Zhanli smiled. Don't you want to reforge the glory of the Kunlun realm? Don't tell me you don't have that much courage before the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, right? The Blue Dragon ancestral deity forged it, which should have a significant meaning to you. His tone was calm, but it was filled with provocation. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, before he asked, What do you want to bet? Shangguanju smiled. Let's go with the golden Dao fruits. If I lose, you can have the 3 flame origin pellets. 3 for 1, it's fair, right? Lin Yun fell into silence upon hearing that. What's the matter? Don't tell me that you don't even have that much courage, Zhao Zhanli pursued. If you accept it, I can bet with my flame origin pellets. Lin Yun smiled and honestly said, I can agree to the bet if it was with something else, but I don't have any more golden Dao fruits on me. Unless you want to be like Gu Jun and have your saint origin dug out. He looked at Shangguanju and Zhao Zhanli with a playful smile and showed no fear, even when facing 2 divine disciples. What he said made Zhao Zhanli and Shangguanju's faces changed because Lin Yun had a strong stance, wanting to intimidate them. Big brother Lin, I have a golden Dao fruit, Ji Zishi said as she stepped forth. Ji Zishi obtained 5 golden Dao fruits, and she still had 3. She stood out when she saw the 2 of them provoking Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled bitterly because Ji Zishi was a little too naive, and he wasn't afraid of these 2. But it didn't matter as he didn't mind playing. Shangguanju and Zhao Zhanli's eyes lit up with joy when they saw this. The flame origin pellets might be previous, but it was inferior compared to the golden Dao fruit. Zhao Zhanli said, Flower burial, what do you have to say now? Lin Yun smiled. I never said that I'm not going to bet, but these 2 aren't enough. Shangguanju smiled. Go on. If I lose, I'll give you guys a golden Dao fruit. But if you lose, you have to give me 10 flame Dao fruits, Lin Yun said with a smile. Zhao Zhanli and Shangguanju were stumped because they only had 5 flame origin pellets. But Shangguanju pondered briefly, and he said, Okay, I'll agree with you. They weren't the only ones from the Shadow Divine Palace, and it was possible to gather 10 flame origin pellets. The courage that he showed even shocked Zhao Zhanli. But I have to set a deadline. Let's go for 3 days. 3 days later, we will comprehend the cauldron together, Shangguanju said, looking at Lin Yun. Brother Shangguan seemed to be confident. Lin Yun smiled. It's nothing. After all, you grasped the quasi-bright sun sword intent, and I still have some pressure, Shangguanju smiled. Lin Yun pondered, and he said, All right, let's go with that then. Seeing that Lin Yun agreed to it, Shangguanju no longer hid it, and he smiled. It's a pity that this isn't only tested on Sword Dao. Otherwise, I would lose. But now... He didn't say anything and only laughed before leaving with Zhao Zhanli. He approached the Shadow Divine Palace's gathering and shared his intentions. But the disciples of the Shadow Divine Palace became nervous. After all, the flame origin pellet was previous, and losing one would make them feel heartache. Don't worry about it. We won't lose, Shangguanju said. Without absolute confidence, I wouldn't dare to bet with him. Back to Lin Yun, everyone was nervous because Shangguanju wouldn't have made that bet if he wasn't confident. It looks like they came prepared, Aoju squinted. Xiong said, That fellow seems pretty polite, but I have a feeling that he's even tougher to deal with than Gu Jun. They're just acting, and they probably won't continue acting if they win Big Brother Lin, Zishi said. Lin Yun merely smiled because what they said was right, especially the opinion from Xiong Tiannan. Shangguanju wasn't that arrogant, but there was no way he could hide the pride in his bones. How confident are you? Lin Xianxian asked. Not sure about it. Lin Yun smiled. Ah? You don't know. Everyone was shocked, especially Ao Ju, who looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. He smiled bitterly. As expected of you. Let's have some fun then, Lin Yun said honestly. He was speaking the truth because even if he didn't use the Nirvana Dao, he didn't know if it would be as heaven-defying as he did with the Sovereign Monument. After all, the cauldron itself represented primal chaos. Lin Yun and Shangguanju might seem calm, but everyone in the surroundings has already discussed them. Shangguanju really made his move. That's normal because Lin Yun stole his limelight. It's time to teach Lin Yun a lesson, who even dared to dig into the saint origins of Divine Clan's disciples. He's lucky that this is the heavenly barren Saint Mountain. If it were the outside world, he would have been dead. Did he really think that no one in the universe could handle him? Even Flower Burial didn't know the odds for him. Shangguanju came prepared. Isn't that obvious? Shangguanju isn't a fool, especially after witnessing Lin Yun's strength. That fellow is here to embarrass Lin Yun, purposely choosing the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. The factions were divided into two as those from Divine Clans and Immortal Holy Lands stood on Shangguanju's side. As for Lin Yun, he had the support of countless swordsmen, but they looked worried. It was mainly because Shangguanju was cunning, and he didn't provoke Lin Yun like Gu Jun and others. Someone like him was harder to deal with. As time passed, the discussion slowly ended, with everyone's attention on the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. After all, everyone paid great attention to this test. 2 days later, more people began to try, but there weren't many who could discover 9 phenomena. Some couldn't even find one. There were occasionally those that found 9, but the gray-clothed elder shook his head and didn't seem satisfied. But as more people tried, everyone also knew that comprehending the phenomena in the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron had nothing to do with time. When Zhao Zhanli tried to comprehend from the cauldron, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhao Zhanli sat above the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, and he saw 36 phenomena when he opened his eyes that looked majestic. Most importantly, those phenomena could even intertwine, and this performance even drew the gray-clothed elder's attention. Zhao Zhanli smiled as he waved his hand to summon those phenomena, which manifested into 36 paintings. When everyone settled down, indigo mist rose from the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, and a fist-sized pellet appeared with a dragon engraved on it. The Divine Dragon Destiny Pellet. Zhao Zhanli's eyes lit up. As expected of the Shadow Divine Palace's divine disciple, your master is the Nine-Wood God, right? The gray-clothed youth asked. That's right. Senior, you must be the profound sky venerable of the 36 divine envoys of the Heaven's Gate. Zhao Zhanli smiled. Heaven's Gate had 36 divine envoys, and they were known as venerable. The profound sky venerable nodded with a smile. Everyone became envious seeing this. At the same time, a commotion sounded from the surroundings as Zhao Zhanli found 36 phenomena. So how terrifying was Shangguanju? The Shadow Divine Palace's divine disciples are pretty impressive. Xiong Tiannan was shocked, and he looked at Ao Ju. How much did you find? He had concern in his tone because he only found 7 to 8, and he wasn't proficient in comprehension. This meant that he might be eliminated in this round. It shouldn't be a problem for me to make it through the test, Ao Ju replied. Xiong Tiannan's heart clenched, and he looked at Lin Xianxian, shutting his mouth just when he wanted to ask. Since Ao Ju could make it through the test, it shouldn't be a problem for Lin Xianxian. He asked, Ji Zishi, what about you? Ji Zishi frowned, and she said, I'm not too sure. Xiong Tiannan naturally wouldn't believe Ji Zishi as he had witnessed how proficient she was in concealing herself. Right then, Lin Yun opened his eyes. This brought joy to Xiong Tiannan's face, and he asked, Big brother, how many phenomena did you find? Help me. Don't panic. It doesn't matter how much you find now. Lin Yun smiled. What do you mean? Xianxia asked. Lin Yun looked at the blue dragon divine cauldron, and he said, looking at it from afar is the same as looking through a glass. It's hard to see through the eternal sand, and you can only find some traces. But you don't have to be worried. You just have to release your comprehension of your physique when you go on it and just charge. To someone like you, you have a higher advantage in a test like this. Xianxia asked, what about you? Are you confident? You'll know at that time, Lin Yun smiled. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. As he had expected, the Nirvana Dao was useless, and there was even a backlash. When he executed Nirvana Dao, the primal chaos became even more firm. But just when Lin Yun wanted to use his sword Dao, he saw many scenes as paintings began to open up. This instantly allowed him to understand all the profundity. This test wasn't on comprehension, as the primal chaos might seem hard to break through, but it was actually a mirror. The primal chaos wasn't from the blue dragon divine cauldron but from his heart. Let's go and give it a try. Lin Xianxia stood up and gave Ji Zishi an invitation, which Ji Zishi followed with a smile. Aoju also wore a smile and followed behind them. As for Xianxia, he was still pondering what Lin Yun said. He wasn't too confident in himself, and he could only follow behind since they had already gone over, and their action drew everyone's attention. Lin Xianxian's group is going to give it a try, but Lin Yun hasn't moved. They're monstrous geniuses, and none of them were in a disadvantageous position fighting the divine clans, not to mention that there was a heavenly phoenix maiden with them. They're really beautiful. Many people's attention was on Lin Xianxia and Ji Zishi. Lin Xianxia was heroic, while Ji Zishi was charming. It has finally begun. Zhao Zhanli smiled as he wanted to see their performance to gauge Lin Yun's strength. When he looked at Lin Xianxia and Ji Zishi, he said enviously, he's really fortunate. Lin Xianxian's group approached the gray-robed elder's side and bowed before Aoju went first. MHM? The gray-robed elder was one of the 36 envoys from the Heaven's Gate. He looked at Aoju, and his face changed. Your lineage is also here? Aoju smiled. I'm not the only one here, and I'm just a pawn. You have the divine demonic palace's mark, so how can you be a pawn? Profound Sky Venerable frowned. Everyone was surprised because the divine demonic palace was one of the core forces amongst the demonic sects, and their position wasn't at all inferior to Heaven's Gate. Aoju smiled but said nothing. But just when Profound Sky Venerable was about to close his eyes, his gaze fell onto Lin Xianxia. He could sense a deity's mark on Lin Xianxia. So he said, You're a divine disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? I'm only the chief disciple of a branch, not a divine disciple. Lin Xianxia smiled. She wasn't publicly known as a divine disciple, but her identity was a little special. Carry on trying to fool me. Profound Sky Venerable was furious because Aoju had tried to fool him earlier, saying that he was a pawn. Profound Sky Venerable looked at Xianxia, who grinned. Don't look at me. I'm just a tomb raider. Profound Sky Venerable coldly said, Your lineage has a lot of tomb raiders, and I advise you to throw away your thoughts. Even if you make it through this test, the ancestral deity won't accept your lineage as his disciple. Haha, I'm just here to join the fun. I didn't expect to walk far, and I probably can't make it through this stage. Xianxia smiled. Go on, the Profound Sky Venerable said. But when he looked at Ji Zishi, his facial expression became serious. He smiled. A heavenly phoenix maiden. How rare. I now realize that none of you has a small background. It's nothing. I'm just a small girl from a barbaric land. Ji Zishi smiled. I know your lineage. Your lineage will come here every time, but all of them failed. Lass, you have to bear a huge burden, the Profound Sky Venerable said. I will do my best. Ji Zishi kept her smile. You're young, not to mention that you're a heavenly phoenix maiden. If you can enter the heavenly Baron banquet, the ancestral deity will like you. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. Xianxia was unhappy with the blatant difference in treatment. Ji Zishi's eyes shone brightly, and she smiled. I'll thank Grandpa here then. Ha ha ha. The profound sky venerable laughed and let them ascend the cauldron with Zishi being the last one. His words caused an uproar, with everyone's gazes directed at the four. They could hear from profound sky venerable that the four of them had huge origins, and no one else received the profound sky venerable aside from Zhao Zhanli. So after hearing what the profound sky venerable said, especially with Zishi, they instantly realized that no one around Lin Yun was simple. Ao Ju participated in comprehending first, in which he smoothly found 9 phenomena. This gave everyone a feeling that Ao Ju seemed to have suppressed himself. When it was Xiong Tiannan's turn, he looked nervous, then looked at Zishi. "You can go first." Zishi smiled. "Why are you so nervous?" "All right, let me go then." Zishi ascended the cauldron and briefly comprehended before opening her eyes with 18 paintings appearing, shocking everyone. So fast. It looks like the heavenly phoenix maiden isn't simple. Her phenomenon might not be as much as Zhao Zhanli, but she's much faster. She probably didn't want to reveal too much of her strength. If she became serious, she might not be inferior to Zhao Zhanli. When it was Lin Jiangxian's turn, her speed was slow as she comprehended for a long time. "Senior brother Zhao, she won't surpass 36, right?" The disciples of the Shadow Divine Palace said nervously. "What are you thinking about? How can a branch's chief disciple be compared to me? It's more understandable if the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's headquarters comes," Zhao Zhanli said unhappily. But as soon as he was done, he was dumbfounded because 56 paintings appeared behind Lin Jiangxian. When all the paintings disappeared, 2 divine dragon destiny pellets appeared from the blue dragon divine cauldron, shocking everyone. Lin Jiangxian can't really be a divine disciple for real, right? As expected, the comprehension of someone who caught profound sky venerables I can't be simple. This is really unbelievable. She even comprehended more than Zhao Zhanli. It's not surprising if she's a divine disciple. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is an immortal holy land, and their foundation isn't inferior to the Shadow Divine Place. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. The last was Xiong Tianan. Sitting on the blue dragon divine cauldron, he closed his eyes and was pulled into primal chaos. He was nervous, but recalled what Lin Yun told him. "Believe Lin Yun." Xiong Tianan calmed himself down and noticed that the vortex of primal chaos turned into a mirror. The mirror was blurred, but it became focused when he got close. This was Xiong Tianan's past experiences, and he couldn't help smiling at how foolish he looked. He might have a straightforward personality, but he had a pure heart. With just a slight force, the mirror shattered, and he captured the various phenomena reflected in the fragments of the mirror. Since Xiong Tianan had a pure heart, it was easier for him to see through the primal chaos, and he only needed some comprehension to capture the phenomena. As swiftly he progressed, Xiong Tianan shattered 9 mirrors. When the 10th mirror appeared, he couldn't comprehend it and could only retreat from this space. When he opened his eyes, 72 paintings appeared behind him, breaking everyone's record. This shocked everyone, including Ao Ju, Lin Jiangxian, and Zishi. They were curious because Xiong Tianan's anxiety earlier didn't seem fake. Xiong Tianan was excited as he turned around and saw Lin Yun. They both smiled and Xiong Tianan wore a smug look on his face. When he left the cauldron, he not only managed to comprehend 72 paintings, but he also obtained 4 divine dragon destiny pellets, leaving Zhao Zhanli dumbfounded. He wasn't surprised by Lin Jiangxian's performance, but he couldn't help feeling terrible that he lost to Xiong Tianan. "That works," Zhao Zhanli cursed. He wasn't too happy about this. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Shangguan Ju opened his eyes with a smile and wasn't surprised about Xiong Tianan's achievement. Standing up, he looked so confident that it was as if he had already won, giving confidence to those from the Shadow Divine Palace. But the silence didn't last long. A commotion soon occurred because Lin Yun finally moved, walking over to the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. Everyone knew about his bet with Shangguan Ju, so he instantly became the center of attention. Wanting to ascend the cauldron before 3 days, it looks like Lin Yun is prepared. Even Xiong Tianan could comprehend 72 paintings, and it looks like Lin Yun won't be inferior. He won't win, right? Those who wanted to see Shangguanju defeat Lin Yun became nervous. Brother Lin, it looks like you're prepared. Shangguanju came over with those from the Shadow Divine Palace. Yeah, Lin Yun nodded. What do you think of bringing forth Tibet? I said 3 days because I didn't want to take advantage of you since I don't need any preparations. Shangguanju smiled. His words made everyone's faces change, and they became excited because they knew that Shangguanju wasn't someone who would boast. Lin Yun smiled. Brother Shangguan, it looks like you're pretty confident. Shangguanju smiled. Well, we can increase the bet if Brother Lin is interested. He seemed confident with a smile on his face. He continued, if you lose, you have to hand over 2 golden Dao fruits. If I lose, I will give you 20 flame origin pellets. Aside from that, we will bet our harvest from the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron on the line. Everyone took a deep breath because the price would be great if they lost. Even Zhao Zhanli could obtain a Divine Dragon Destiny pellet, so Lin Yun and Shangguanju would only obtain more. Lin Yun was briefly stunned since he was surprised by that. He smiled. You're really bold. Shangguanju stepped forward and smiled. Don't tell me that you're afraid? Zhao Zhanli coldly said. What's the matter? Don't you want to reforge the glory of the Kunlun realm? We're giving you a chance now, and you don't want it? Or are you afraid that my senior brother will trample on you before the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron? After all, it was forged by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Lin Yun looked at Ji Zishi, who nodded. He smiled. Since Brother Shangguan wants to play, I can't possibly disappoint you. Lin Yun was calm because he didn't know how he could lose. Back in the Hidden Sword Pavilion, if he was right, the white-clothed figure should have been the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Thinking that the Iris Sword Saint was related to the Blue Dragon ancestral deity, Lin Yun couldn't figure out how he could lose. Maybe the Blue Dragon ancestral deity might let him cheat to win. You won't regret it, right? Shangguanju wore a playful smile. When Lin Yun heard what Shangguanju said, he couldn't help laughing and said nothing. If Shangguanju knew what he was thinking, he probably wouldn't keep smiling. You won't regret it, right? Shangguanju looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. Lin Yun replied, I won't regret it. Let's talk about it if you can still smile later. As expected of you, as arrogant as before. Shangguanju smiled. I'm a humble person, and I don't know how arrogant is spelled. Lin Yun smiled. His words made everyone fall into deep thoughts, with no one believing him. Everyone saw how he dug out 7 saint origins before the deity slaughter monument, frightening the other divine clans so badly that they didn't dare look at him. So how was he not arrogant? Shangguanju's face didn't change, but this made Zhao Zhanli's heart clench when he saw Lin Yun smile. He said, Shangguanju, why don't we decrease the bet? The risk is too high to bet all of the treasures from the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. But Shangguanju ignored Zhao Zhanli and said, Go ahead. Lin Yun smiled and wasn't courteous as he stepped forth. They came before the profound sky venerable with everyone's attention on the 2 of them. They already guessed something would happen between them, but they didn't expect it to be so quick. Not to mention that they even increased the stakes. You can go first, Lin Yun said. Shangguanju replied, You first. Are you sure about that? Lin Yun looked at Shangguanju with a playful smile. That's for sure. Anyhow, you'll be the one to lose, Shangguanju said indifferently. He was confident in his eye of destiny, and couldn't think how he would lose. It doesn't matter to me, but I'm afraid that you might not have a chance to perform later. Lin Yun smiled indifferently. Shangguanju was briefly stunned. Before he smiled, You're still the arrogant one. But honestly speaking, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. I hope that you can still wear a smile later. The 2 looked at each other with a smile. Seeing this, the gray-robed elder unhappily frowned. What's the meaning of competing between yourselves to see who would go first? I have seen many geniuses, and you are nothing before me. It would be heaven-defying if you could obtain 300 paintings. He was unhappy with contempt on his face, and his voice suppressed the surrounding discussions. After all, Profound Sky Venerable definitely met a lot of geniuses in his lifetime with his identity. 300. Lin Yun muttered. The Profound Sky Venerable sneered. In history, the highest record from Heaven's Gate is 900. But it would be impressive if the two of you can obtain 300. The Profound Sky Venerable wasn't targeting anyone, but the two were nothing before him. Lin Yun was thinking about something else, but his trail of thoughts was disrupted before he could ponder more. Brat, you don't seem to be convinced? The Profound Sky Venerable said coldly. Break the record of Heaven's Gate if you can, and I will eat the entire Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron if you do. What are you two waiting for? Go up together and stop wasting my time. His voice was loud and resounding. Lin Yun felt that Profound Sky Venerable really had a violent temper when he didn't say anything. Furthermore, the words made Lin Yun and Shangguanju feel terrible. They soared to the sky and arrived above the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, before sitting down on it. Shangguanju looked at Lin Yun and sneered in his heart before activating the Eye of Destiny. When the seal was released, he closed his eyes. When the seal representing the Eye of Destiny flashed, Lin Yun naturally noticed it. Is this Shangguanju's confidence? It should be a secret treasure that merges with the eye since it's giving off a mysterious aura. It is no wonder why Shangguanju is so confident. But Lin Yun soon recollected himself and closed his eyes. Shangguanju came before the vortex of primal chaos, and the mirror shattered when he used the Eye of Destiny with his right eye. Compared to his gentlemanly temperament in the outside world, his eyes viciously flashed here. Flower Burial, how are you going to compete with me? You can only be trampled by me. When the mirror shattered, phenomena began to flash on the mirror fragments, and Shangguanju would devour them with a glance. He roared as his right eye began to spiral. Break! A dazzling radiance shone out from his eyes, and he shattered 9 mirror fragments in a breath as hundreds of phenomena flew out. Keep! Shangguanju snorted as he stored all the phenomena in his right eye. He could feel his mind swelling after simultaneously accepting so many phenomena. He took a deep breath and carried on to the next mirror, where he roared again, Break! But the mirror didn't shatter this time, only cracks appeared. Shangguanju wasn't surprised, but smiled. This is getting interesting. I have 106 phenomena now, but it should be easy for me to find 300. Profound Sky Venerable said that we can't find 300. I bet he didn't know that I have the Eye of Destiny and I'm destined to win. Shangguanju smiled after sorting out his thoughts. After 300, he would win whenever he found another one. This brought a smile to Shangguanju's lips. But too much wasn't good because his Eye of Destiny might be unable to withstand it. On the other side, Lin Yun also appeared before the vortex of primal chaos and came before a mirror. He took a deep breath and frowned, looking at the mirror. It was just as he had expected. The mirror reflected the primal chaos in his heart. Each layer would allow him to take a clearer look at himself, and the hindrance would also increase. The first mirror was simple, and Lin Yun could easily shatter the mirror just by focusing a little. He saw the young him in the mirror. He was weak back then but only needed one finger to shatter this mirror. The past? Lin Yun sighed as he was about to tap the mirror, but he stopped just when he was about to come into contact with it. He recalled what Profound Sky Venerable said and held onto his chin. The geniuses of Heaven's Gate can only find 900 at best. The legacy of the Heaven's Gate lasted for a few 100,000 years, but 900 was the best? Not to mention that the Blue Dragon ancestral deity placed 100 phenomena inside. So what did that mean? That meant that the usual method wouldn't work. Shangguanju came up with the conclusion that he won, but Lin Yun didn't even think about winning. He suddenly felt his mind buzzing, and he stepped back, leaving the mirror. Those people all stopped at 900 after relying on their comprehension or treasures. He had an uncertain speculation that the mirror was a trap. It was easy to break the first mirror, which most people would break without a second thought. But they would all sink into it, and they could only carry on breaking the mirrors until they reached their limit. Even Lin Yun wouldn't have thought of that if he didn't have the Profound Sky Venerable's reminder. Lin Yun was excited with his eyes flashing, and retreated to 1,000 meters away, where the mirror disappeared. He took a step forth and the mirror reappeared, but it would disappear when he stepped back. As I've expected, Lin Yun smiled. He could only reach 900 at best if he shattered the mirrors, and the geniuses of Heaven's Gate had already proven that. But how could he surpass 900? With Nirvana Dao, why would he fear primal chaos? Taking a deep breath, the light shining in his eyes became even more terrifying. He tried it before, but Nirvana Dao couldn't suppress the primal chaos. So he wanted to give it a try despite knowing that he might fail. If he didn't give it a try, he wouldn't know his limit. While Shangguanzhu was busy shattering mirrors, Lin Yun pushed himself to the limit. He didn't know if his speculation was correct and didn't know if he could break apart the primal chaos with his strongest attack. This should be a space of consciousness, so I can bring out my true strength. But I can't bring my flower burial sword over, so I can only rely on myself this time. Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly as his heart became firm, looking at the primal chaos. Lin Yun swung his sword, empowering his attack with Nirvana Dao. He unleashed a massive sword ray with 2 golden lotuses behind him as he circulated the 2 sword cannons. He also released his quasi-bright sun sword intent and the 9,000 ribbons. But that wasn't all, he also released his sovereign constellation. He didn't hold back and could feel that as he released his sword intent. The vortex of primal chaos became firmer, especially after using Nirvana Dao. This allowed Lin Yun to give off a powerful aura from 1,000 meters away. Break! When he unleashed his sword, the sword ray reached 400 feet and he swung down, causing a massive commotion with a powerful energy fluctuation, which sent Lin Yun flying away. When he landed on the ground and raised his head, his facial expression became grave. A fine crack appeared in the vortex of primal chaos, giving Lin Yun a headache. If his strongest attack failed, he could only leave this place and lose to Shangguanzhu. But in the next moment, the fine crack began to spread out, making Lin Yun heave a sigh in relief as he approached the vortex. At the center of the vortex, there was a transparent painting with a revolving sun and moon, each possessing frightening power that would be unleashed if he came into contact with them. But in the next moment, the balance broke as countless phenomena began to appear, looking like a starry sky. Heaven! Lin Yun stepped on the ground. This painting gave him a feeling that it was heaven, and he seemed to be stepping on the heaven. This was a weird feeling because there was also a painting in the mirror. But this mirror wasn't the same as before. It was a 3-meter bronze mirror that had a blue dragon in its reflection. When Lin Yun looked in the mirror, the coldly blue dragon looked at him, with countless paintings behind the blue dragon. Lin Yun muttered and teased himself. I knew that it wouldn't be that simple. There's no advantage with my identity as the Iris Sword Saint's heir. Lin Yun's gaze became serious, and he said, Let me look at how tough the divine dragon is. While Lin Yun had run into a bottleneck, Shangguanzhu didn't feel great, either. After reaching 300 phenomena, each mirror became increasingly challenging to break, even with the Eye of Destiny. After 311 phenomena, a bizarre scene occurred. The person reflected in the mirror also possessed an Eye of Destiny. This made Shangguanzhu briefly stunned, but he wasn't too bothered about it anymore since he had already won when he achieved 300 phenomena. He smiled. Since I have already won, why bother about the rest? I can just have some fun here. There was a commotion outside, with everyone feeling nervous. I wonder how many phenomena Lin Yun will find. It will probably be over 100. After 100, what rewards will the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron give out? The commotion continued with everyone's attention on Lin Yun and Shangguanzhu. Lin Xianxia, how many phenomena do you think Lin Yun can find? Zhu asked. When he asked that, everyone turned their gazes over. After all, Lin Xianxian's talent as a swordsman was publicly acknowledged. If it was her, she could give an accurate answer. Lin Xianxia said, Lin Yun has grasped the quasi-bright sun sword intent, and he might have other trump cards. I feel that he can find at least 200. Her words instantly caused an uproar. 200? Isn't that too unbelievable? Well, it's not unbelievable if you consider his strength. The key is on Shangguanzhu. Yeah, he knew Lin Yun's potential. So he must be confident since he dared to bet, wanting to trample on Lin Yun using the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. It looks like the situation doesn't look good for Lin Yun. Compared to others, Lin Xianxia wasn't too bothered about Shangguanju. She was more concerned about what Profound Sky Venerable said, that the limit Lin Yun and Shangguanju could reach was 300, and the highest record in Heaven's Gate's history was 900. This information was more important than the bet because she wondered if Lin Yun managed to find the key in Profound Sky Venerable's words. He's just a mortal blood, and he's destined to lose. That's right. If Lin Yun was in the outside world, who knows how many times he would have died. Shangguanju will win. Many people were supportive of Shangguanju. After all, more people from the divine clans and immortal holy lands made it to this stage. Everyone was anxiously waiting, before someone ran out of patience and said, "The incense is almost done burning, so why hasn't it come to an end yet? It only took 4 hours for others at most." Suddenly, a commotion came from the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, and Shangguanju opened his eyes first with paintings appearing behind him. This was a grand scene that even made the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron tremble. Something even more unbelievable occurred as Shangguanju's cultivation began to rise. Sensing the saint energy within his body, Shangguanju laughed, looking arrogant with so much excitement that his face also became distorted. "Ha ha ha! Who can rival me in this world?" Shangguanju's hair fluttered in the wind, and everyone could sense the pressure that he gave off. At the same time, 18 divine dragon destiny pellets flew out of the cauldron, shocking everyone. How is this possible? 350 phenomena. 350 phenomena. 18 divine dragon destiny pellets. Shangguanju is ruthless. Lin Yun is finished now. Many people were shocked while the Shadow Divine Palace's disciples cheered for Shangguanju with excitement on their faces. Seeing this, Zhao Zhanli heaved a sigh in relief and smiled. He's heaven-defying. How is he going to lose now? Ha ha ha! How is he going to lose now? Senior brother Zhao, look at the shock on Profound Sky Venerable's face. He probably never expected this. The disciples of the Shadow Divine Palace were excited while looking at Profound Sky Venerable's face. Didn't he say that 300 was the max? It looks like he made a mistake. Ha ha ha! Profound Sky Venerable was shocked because he felt that 300 was the max for the two of them. But Shangguanju exceeded that number. He swiftly calmed down and said, "It looks like you used an external item, but it doesn't matter." When he looked at those from the Shadow Divine Palace, he inwardly sneered because he had seen countless geniuses. Shangguanju was a talent, but he didn't make a mistake. Then again, it looked like Lin Yun was going to lose now. Stowing the 18 divine dragon destiny pellets, Shangguanju had excitement on his face. He couldn't contain his emotions, and began laughing aloud with no one daring to say a word. Shangguanju looked at Lin Yun and smiled. 3 flame origin pellets with a wave of a hand? 3 flame origin pellets are nothing compared to 18 divine dragon destiny pellets. He didn't conceal his words, and his voice spread far and wide. He felt that he finally took revenge for having the limelight stolen by Lin Yun before. Flower burial, come out. How long are you going to keep pretending to be dead? Kowtow and get lost from the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. Shangguanju raised his brow and no longer pretended to be a gentleman. This made Lin Xianxia and others unhappy, but there was nothing they could do about Shangguanju. "I'm not pretending to be dead." Lin Yun's voice resounded as he opened his eyes. "Admit defeat quickly." Shangguanju roared with excitement on his face. But in the next second, a bell began to echo in the world, and someone exclaimed, "That's the sound of heavenly Tao." In the next second, a primordial aura poured from the sky, but that wasn't all. Countless paintings suddenly flew out from Lin Yun. There were too many paintings, looking like a waterfall pouring out from him. This lasted a few minutes and still showed no signs of stopping, leaving everyone in disbelief. The number of paintings had already exceeded hundreds. It showed no signs of stopping even after it reached 5,000 paintings. When everything stopped, everyone was dumbfounded because there were 10,000 paintings behind Lin Yun. When all the paintings opened up, More primordial aura began pouring down from the sky. How is this possible? 10,000 phenomena. Is he still a human? He found all the phenomena left behind by the blue dragon ancestral deity. This is insane. Everyone went insane and was dumbfounded, looking at this scene with disbelief. Cracks began to appear in the sky, alarming the divine guards within the heavenly barren realm, and they landed beside Profound Sky Venerable with grave expressions. Profound Sky, what's the situation? They looked at Profound Sky Venerable, wanting an answer from him. As Lin Yun roared, all the phenomenon was stowed by him and combined into a painting consisting of a sun and a moon beneath him. Union! A vibrating noise resounded as they formed into a golden jade slip that hovered in the sky. The jade slip was engraved with ancient divine runes, which Lin Yun grabbed a hold of. In the next second, an indigo aura and a blue dragon flew out from the cauldron, along with a dragon roar. The blue dragon coiled up and formed a dazzling pellet with complicated dragon runes, and each rune looked like an actual divine dragon. It's the divine sovereign dragon pellet, Profound Sky Venerable exclaimed. As for Shangguanju, he was already left dumbfounded as he collapsed on the ground, muttering, how is this possible? The bet. Lin Yun snatched the 18 divine dragon destiny pellets from Shangguanju and smiled. They're treasures, but they belong to me now. At this moment, Lin Yun's smile nearly drove Shangguanju insane. But Lin Yun didn't stop there as he laughed. Ha ha ha! But that's not the end. The 20 flame origin pellets and 300 paintings also belong to me. So prepare them quickly. Lin Yun jumped down from the cauldron after he was done speaking and walked over to Profound Sky Venerable, which made the latter's heart throb. Venerable, I wonder if you still mean what you said? I have exceeded 900, and you must eat the blue dragon divine cauldron. Lin Yun smiled. How would you like it? Steamed or roasted? Everyone present was dumbfounded because Lin Yun was too arrogant. The other party was Profound Sky Venerable, an Emperor Realm expert. Profound Sky Venerable looked awkward, with his face becoming ashen. How long had it been since he was being pointed in the face, not to mention by a junior? But he couldn't refute what Lin Yun said, and lowered his voice. Young friend, I'm sorry about before. I admit that I was a little too loud earlier. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he cupped his fists together with a smile. Senior, you're too polite. After giving 3 bows, Lin Yun continued. You don't have to take what I said to heart. He was just joking, and he couldn't possibly receive an apology from an emperor. The fact that Profound Sky Venerable could apologize to a junior alone was enough to prove his breadth of mind. Profound Sky Venerable was briefly stunned. He found Lin Yun more pleasing to the eye now, and he smiled. It looks like I made a mistake in my judgment. Ha ha ha. You made Profound Sky apologize to you. Where are you from, and who's your senior? You're not even 30, right? Impressive. 4 elders appeared beside Profound Sky Venerable as they looked at Lin Yun. They had deep and unfathomable cultivations, and anyone could sense the Tao rhythms around them if they got close. These are the heavenly barren divine guards, and no one has made them come down to look at them before. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. They set up the rules to filter geniuses for the heavenly barren ancestral deity. The heavenly barren realm was divided into 9 regions, and they maintained it. This meant that they all grasped space Tao. Seeing this, Lin Yun honestly replied to their questions. Kunlun realm. The 4 divine guards were shocked before their faces became grave while they examined Lin Yun. So it's an old friend from the Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm would send geniuses to participate in the heavenly barren banquet in the past, but none of them managed to reach the end. They can be considered descendants of the blue dragon ancestral deity, but it's tough on friends from the Kunlun realm with the heavenly path severed. We also participated in that battle back then, but it was a pity that we lost. They looked at Lin Yun for a long time before cupping their fists together. Young friend, we'll wait for you at the heavenly barren banquet. After the 4 left, Profound Sky Venerable looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, I know why you're here and what you're bearing. You are more critical than that heavenly phoenix maiden. You want to reforge the heavenly path. But it won't be easy. Senior. Lin Yun wanted to say something, but Profound Sky Venerable disrupted him. You don't have to say anything. You have to reach the end and reach the Heavenly Baron banquet, or the ancestral deity won't be able to help you. The ancestral deity has never forgotten about the agreement with the Blue Dragon King. Lin Yun's face became serious, and he cupped his fists together. Thank you. Return to Heavenly Baron City. It will take some time before the third stage starts, Profound Sky Venerable said. Lin Yun nodded, and everyone in the surroundings was left dumbfounded. 10,000 phenomena? How did he do that? This is weird. He found all the phenomena left behind by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Furthermore, what's that golden jade slip? It looks like the true treasure left behind by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity was after comprehending 10,000 phenomena. It seemed to be related to eternity. The surrounding cultivators gradually came to their senses and even forgot about the bet between Lin Yun and Shangguanju. It was so much so that they were more curious about the golden jade slip than the divine sovereign dragon pellet. After all, they had determined that it must be a treasure left behind by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity, and everyone knew what that meant. Right then, Shangguanju came over with the Shadow Divine Palace. But Shangguanju had dejection on his face, unlike the arrogance he displayed earlier when he obtained 18 Divine Dragon Destiny pellets. He could sense that he was only one step away from being an 8th stage Saint Lord, and he was confident about making it through the tribulation, but everything went down the drain now. Here, Shangguanju gave away the 20 Flame Origin pellets, marking the end of the bet. The pellets were kept in a purple interspatial pouch. When Lin Yun tried to receive it, Shangguanju was reluctant and struggled a little. But Lin Yun laughed as he snatched the pouch. I've received it. The Flame Origin pellets were refined by the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity, containing primordial aura. Lin Yun could use them after becoming a 7th stage Saint Lord, which were treasures to him. The corner of Shangguanju's lips twitched, feeling heartache. He wasn't the only one because those from the Shadow Divine Palace felt the same. After all, those were 20 Flame Origin pellets, and they belonged to Lin Yun now. Zhao Zhanli was unhappy, but there was nothing he could do about it. Looking at the interspatial pouch, Lin Yun smiled. Thanks for that. But just when he was about to leave, Shangguanju stopped him. Wait up. What's the matter? You can't accept your loss. Xiong Tianan and the others stepped forth, standing beside Lin Yun. Don't worry. I'm not foolish enough to move before Profound Sky Venerable, not to mention that. Shangguanju awkwardly smiled. But after a long time he sighed. I lost to you even though I cheated, so I have no reason to deny my loss. Lin Yun pondered and asked, You're talking about that treasure that merged with your eyeball? That's the Eye of Destiny, Shangguanju said before he calmed down. He then continued, I only want to know how you defeated me and how you found all the phenomena. I can be sure that there's no way you can shatter 1,000 mirrors, and it has nothing to do with comprehension. Shangguanju's words lured everyone's attention. Lin Yun smiled. You're right. The key lies in the words that Profound Sky Venerable said. So comprehend it yourself. After saying that, Lin Yun left with his group without any hesitation. He had a huge harvest, so it was time to increase his strength by making a breakthrough and refine the 18 Divine Dragon Destiny pellets and the 20 Flame Origin pellets. Even the Divine Sovereign Dragon pellet could allow his strength to transform, not to mention the Golden Jade Slip. Not only was everyone else curious about it, but even Lin Yun was curious about the Jade Slip. Profound Sky Venerable's words? What did he say? Shangguanju was baffled. Profound Sky Venerable was also baffled, and muttered, What did I say? When Lin Yun's group reached the foot of the mountain, Xiong Tianan and everyone asked how Lin Yun found all the phenomena. It's simple, and it's all in Profound Sky Venerable's words. Lin Yun smiled. He said that no one has surpassed 900 in history, Lin Xianxia said. That's right. Lin Yun smiled, and he shared his experience with everyone. That seems pretty simple, Ao Ju muttered. But he soon shook his head because wanting to reach that level wasn't easy. and he had to face the ancient mirror at the end. It only looked simple from what Lin Yun said. When they returned to Heavenly Barren City, Lin Yun asked, "Brother Ao, I came to Heavenly Barren City late. Is there a place suitable for undergoing tribulation here?" "Of course," Ao Ju smiled. "The Heavenly Barren Realm is filled with treasures, and there have been those who tried to make a breakthrough or undergo their tribulation here. But I suggest you go to the lesser secret realm. After all, the consequences would become dire if Lin Yun's breakthrough was interrupted." Lin Yun had a lot of treasures on him, and there were bound to be people after him. Lin Yun's eyes lit up after hearing what Ao Ju said. "I'll bring you over," Ao Ju smiled. "You only need to pay a small price to use it, and I guarantee it will be safe." A few minutes later, Lin Yun came to the place Ao Ju said would be safe, the 100 Aqua Cave. It looked simple on the outside, but it was different inside. Experts from Heaven's Gate guarded the cave, and everyone could enter if they handed over a pellet. Everyone would have a secret realm of their own to go into seclusion. After entering the secret realm, Lin Yun took out the golden jade slip and placed it against his forehead. He found himself in a place with a floating painting before him the next second, and the painting was filled with profundity, with yin and yang forming a balance. Just looking at it made Lin Yun feel as though he was about to be sucked into it. It looks similar to yin yang. "Can this be yin yang Dao?" Lin Yun muttered. "This is the flaming yin yang painting. I comprehended a profundity in the past, and this is where the 10,000 phenomena came from, and comprehending this painting means comprehending yin yang Dao." A voice resounded in Lin Yun's ears. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw a white-clothed youth. He was briefly stunned, before he asked, How do I address you?" "I have many names, but you can call me Xiao Chan." The white-clothed bladesman Xiao Chun. "I prefer this name." The white-clothed youth smiled. Wasn't that the name of the blue dragon ancestral deity? Compared to the composure of the white-clothed youth, Lin Yun was shocked as he looked at the other party. He had long heard of this name and his legend. It was so much so that Lin Yun even felt a connection between them. But he never thought that this person would stand before him one day. "What's the matter? You don't believe me?" The white-clothed youth smiled. Lin Yun came to his senses and smiled. "It's not that I don't believe you, but this name is too shocking. You're the white-clothed bladesman, but you're also the blue dragon ancestral deity." "Sit down," Xiao Chen smiled. With a wave of his hand, a towering tree appeared with a table beneath and 2 chairs. After sitting down, he signaled for Lin Yun to sit down and filled up the cup. Lin Yun curiously looked around. "Isn't this place my sea of consciousness? But why does it look like the blue dragon ancestral deity's home instead?" He carefully sat down, raising the cup. He was filled with questions, but he didn't dare to ask them. Xiao Chen noticed this and smiled. "You can ask what you want. There's no need for us to be so restricted." Lin Yun briefly pondered, then asked, "Are you a lingering thought or a clone?" Those two were different concepts. If it was a lingering thought, the other party would only remember everything up to before leaving behind the thought and nothing else. But it was different if it was the clone because it was the same as the blue dragon ancestral deity being here. Xiao Chun lowered his cup and smiled. "I was only a thought, but my actual thought possessed this thought after sensing your aura, so you can treat this as a clone." "You're here specially for me?" Lin Yun looked at the other party. Xiao Chen smiled. "Of course, it's inconvenient for me to meet you when you're in the Kunlun realm. But this was an opportunity to meet, so it would be a pity to miss it." After briefly pausing, Xiao Chan said with a hint of sorrow, "I've missed you." Lin Yun thought about many things at this moment, and his face changed thinking about the broken sword in his body. He asked in a trembling tone, "The sword in my body is related to you?" Xiao Chun said nothing but merely nodded. This made Lin Yun squint, suffering a huge impact. "You want to know the reason? Let me tell you about it." Xiao Chen gulped down a cup of wine and looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun could feel his heart pumping because this day was finally coming. That was his most prominent secret that not even Su Xiao knew about. So far, only Lil Purple knew about it. Seeing the change in Lin Yun's face, Xiao Chun had a hint of doubt, but he soon realized what Lin Yun was worrying about, and sighed. It looks like you're not prepared for it. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. His arrival in this world was truly related to the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Wouldn't that mean he was a chess piece of the Blue Dragon ancestral deity? He suddenly felt that everything that he had experienced had become pointless. With a bitter smile, he drank the wine and looked at the white-clothed youth. So, it's not a coincidence. I know what you're worried about. You should have heard of something that fate cannot be controlled or resisted, Xiao Chun said, shaking his head. I'm related to your arrival in Kunlun realm, but I can't control your fate. Everything is your choice. Lin Yun's expression loosened up after hearing that. Xiao Chun smiled. So, can I continue? Lin Yun nodded since his instincts told him he could trust this person. Xiao Chun looked at the sky and said, I once had a good friend. We were rivals and friends. Everyone said that I established the Divine Dragon era. But no one knew that the Divine Dragon era couldn't be established if he was without his sword. Before his death, he said that he was willing to be friends with me if there was an afterlife, and his sword would wait for my blade. Lin Yun was stumped upon hearing that. He asked, So, I'm that friend of yours? Yes and no, Xiao Chun smiled. Life cannot be revived, and that's a fate that no one can resist. I can't do anything about it. I can only find ways to let him live again. But the birth of an era was too dangerous, and I have been fighting since the establishment of the Divine Dragon era without stopping, facing countless troubles. There were primordial fiend gods, primordial beasts, and various enemies. The battle never stopped, even after the heavenly path was forged. I know, but you won all of them, Lin Yun said. That's right. The Kunlun realm has been waiting, and I have never forgotten my promise. Xiao Chun smiled. I want to make him live again, but that's not an easy task since I failed countless times. But I ultimately succeeded. Xiao Chun fell into deep thoughts, continuing his story with a smile. I used a secret technique from ancient Kunlun, which was an immortal art from Earth. I split his soul into two, one in ancient Kunlun, while the other half remained in the Kunlun realm. Why split them apart? Lin Yun asked. Xiao Chun explained. If it was left behind by an immortal lord in ancient Kunlun, and it can only be executed in ancient Kunlun. But if the entire soul belongs to ancient Kunlun, you would eventually die since spirituality had declined in ancient Kunlun. So I left half of his soul in the Kunlun realm, waiting for the right opportunity for the sword in his body to merge the two souls. Lin Yun wasn't shocked upon hearing that but felt relieved. This resolved a huge concern in his heart. He didn't take over the Lin Yun in the Kunlun realm, they were both him. This made Lin Yun feel less guilty. But a new problem arose. Lin Yun asked, So, am I still myself since I'm your friend? I don't remember anything from my previous life. You have a lot of concerns. I was the reincarnation of the Azure Firmament Immortal Lord. So did it affect me as the Blue Dragon ancestral deity? Xiao Chun laughed. I see. Lin Yun raised his brow and said, I only live for the present and not the next lifetime. What about the sword in your hand? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. My sword will shatter the heaven, Lin Yun said. Well said, cheers. The Blue Dragon ancestral deity rejoiced as they bumped their cups. Xiao Chun laughed. Ha ha ha. It looks like I made the right decision to be here. Speaking of which, since we were friends in my past life, I won't call you ancestral deity then. It's not a problem for me to call you Big Brother Chun, right? Lin Yun asked. Xiao Chun was briefly stunned, before he smiled. I don't see any problem with that. Ha ha ha. But let me call you Big Brother Yun, instead. Ha ha ha, that works as well? Lin Yun smiled. But Big Brother Chun, where are you now? I heard that you're being suppressed in the Nether Realm. You can say that, Xiao Chun smiled. He then continued. But you can also say that I'm suppressing the Divine Fate Palace in the Nether Realm. Lin Yun felt that the Blue Dragon King was pretty prideful. As they talked, they would talk about the current situation in the Kunlun realm, Lin Yun's experience, the Iris Sword Saint, and the Heavenly Path. The Blue Dragon ancestral deity was calm when he heard that the Heavenly Path was severed. This meant that Lin Yun could only rely on himself. If he couldn't do it, he could leave it to the future generation. Aside from that, Xiao Chun also told Lin Yun about the 8 primordial beasts and the sword, which made Lin Yun feel relieved. We have been winning, but I didn't expect that the consequences of losing once would be so bad. Xiao Chun sighed with a grave expression. You can't be involved in a battle between deities? Lin Yun asked. That's what the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said, which Lin Yun wanted to verify again. Yeah. Those in the ancestral stage aren't allowed to participate. Xiao Chun nodded. He continued, although I have informed Iris to leave behind some opportunities for you, I didn't expect your experience and even formed a karma with the Dragon's Gate. Karma is hard to sever, so you have to fulfill the promise you make to the Azure Dragon Lord no matter what. Lin Yun had no opinion about it because it was thanks to the Azure Dragon Lord that he could come this far. He asked, about my master's tribulation, do you have any solution? You already have an answer in your heart, right? Xiao Chun smiled, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun no longer asked his question when he heard that, since everything was within his expectations. The Blue Dragon ancestral deity couldn't even return to the Kunlun realm now, not to mention helping the Radiant Sword Saint with his tribulation. But I believe he will make it through the tribulation. Xiao Chun smiled. Why? Lin Yun asked. That's because I can see light in your eyes, and you can do it, right? Xiao Chun said, and he stood up. It's time for me to leave. This thought can't last much longer. Wait, Lin Yun said. MHM? Xiao Chun was puzzled. We're friends in the previous life, right? Lin Yun smiled. That's for sure. We're best friends, Chu Chao Yun. Xiao Chun replied. Lin Yun smiled. Since we're friends, I won't be polite with you then. Since you're an expert in the ancestral stage, will you just leave like that? He naturally wouldn't let the Blue Dragon ancestral deity leave like that without any harvest, just like how Lil Red would clean up the battlefield each time. Not to mention that the Blue Dragon ancestral deity was an expert in the ancestral stage. Xiao Chun was stumped. He briefly examined Lin Yun, then smiled. If it's Chu Chao Yun, he definitely wouldn't say such words. But you said that there are now 2 identical flowers in the world. Lin Yun smiled. Xiao Chun was briefly stunned. Ren smiled. All right, what do you want? I'm only a thought, so I can only give you martial techniques at best. Big brother, I don't want that. Lin Yun smiled. What do you want, then? Xiao Chun asked. I'm only a thought, so I can't give you anything else. What do you think of the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron? Why don't you find a way and let me play with it? Lin Yun smiled. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Xiao Chun regretted that he had come. It's not tough for you, right? Lin Yun asked with a harmless smile. Don't call me Big Brother. You're my big brother instead. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Thank you, Big Brother. Lin Yun smiled, confirming the matter before Xiao Chun could decide. I gave it away, so there's no way I can take it back. Why don't you change it to something else? Xiao Chun asked. All right, I'll listen to you, Big Brother. Lin Yun smiled. Seeing Lin Yun smile, Xiao Chun immediately realized that there was a trap waiting for him. He immediately changed his mind and handed Lin Yun a secret technique to control the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. Since Lin Yun possessed the Blue Dragon Bone, it wouldn't be hard for him to comprehend it. He said, let's go with the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. Then, Big Brother, you can feel free to visit any time. Lin Yun smiled. This made Xiao Chun smile bitterly. He could only apologize to the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity. When Xiao Chun left, everything he had manifested disappeared. This place returned to primal chaos, with only the flaming yin-yang painting remaining. Lin Yun hovered in the air and felt like it was a dream. He smiled. Big Brother Yun? Big Brother Chen. Xiao Chun was the one who established the Divine Dragon era, but they called each other brothers. Lin Yun took a deep breath and circulated the Blue Dragon Bone, executing the Nirvana Tao once more with his hands changing signs. He formed an ancient seal and a vibrating noise came from a cauldron as his Blue Dragon's aura rose. Even his eyes became golden, looking dignified and noble. Blue Dragon Divine Seal. Lin Yun opened his mouth and muttered, "It's actually real." He took a deep breath to dismiss the blue dragon divine seal, his face becoming grave. "I have a method now, but I need to find the right opportunity. After all, the blue dragon divine cauldron is a treasure of Heaven's Gate." Lin Yun muttered, then focused on the painting. According to what the blue dragon ancestral deity said, one could grasp Yin Yang Dao if they reached a high level with the secret technique. If he could grasp it, he would grasp two eternal Daos. He found it somewhat ridiculous. "Let's go face my tribulation." Lin Yun retreated from this space and opened his eyes to the lesser secret realm. He stowed the golden jade slip and began to sort out his harvest. There were 23 flame origin pellets, 18 divine dragon destiny pellets, and a divine sovereign dragon pellet. The flame origin pellets contained boundless primordial aura for 7th stage Saint Lords. As for the divine dragon destiny pellets, he didn't understand it well. But just from destiny alone, he could tell that it must be used to increase his Saint Daos or strengthen his martial techniques. As for the divine sovereign dragon pellet, he didn't know what it did. But when he saw the shock on the faces of the divine guards, he had a feeling that this probably had a considerable value. "Let's find a time to ask Profound Sky Venerable. He knows about it." Lin Yun began to face his tribulation after sorting out his harvest. The breakthrough wasn't about foundation but courage. This was because one would die if they couldn't succeed, and one had to endure it. "Come on." A decisive light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. When he closed them, he poured all his saint energy into the golden pill. The golden pill began to shine brightly. After 4 hours of pouring his saint energy into the golden pill, a golden radiance appeared from within his body, making it transparent. His bones could be seen. His skin gave off a jade light, while his blood gave off a divine aura. Next was the last step, which was to fuse Nirvana Dao, Azure Dragon Dao, and Sword Dao into his golden pill. When he completed that, his tribulation would arrive, the Firestorm Tribulation. This wasn't divine flames but a bizarre inflame. When the flames appeared, they began to envelop Lin Yun, which gave him great pain. When the flames blazed, Lin Yun could sense that his cultivation was falling as well as the intense pain. The inflame entered his violet palace, filling up his entire violet palace. The remaining saint energy was incinerated, but it was fortunate that Lin Yun poured the majority into his golden pill. Otherwise, there would have been a massive fire that incinerated Lin Yun to ashes. The inflame spread throughout his violet palace, coiling around his golden pill before spreading to his internal organs. It didn't take long before his internal organs were wholly incinerated, and Lin Yun was bearing the huge pain with his will on the verge of collapse. He finally knew why the tribulation was so terrifying, and the thought of stopping even crossed his mind. If he wasn't careful, he would be incinerated to ashes. If someone saw this scene, it would leave behind a nightmare, and they wouldn't have the courage to face the tribulation. In the end, the inflame stopped after incinerating all of Lin Yun's flesh, leaving behind a skeletal frame. But this process lasted a long time, with Lin Yun's will on the verge of collapse. He didn't know how much time had passed before the flames stopped spreading, and the wind tribulation came before he could catch his breath. The wind came from nowhere and passed through his body. His body was showing signs of collapsing. This naturally frightened Lin Yun. No, no, no. He was really terrified because if the blue dragon bone was incinerated, he would be finished. In the end, the blue dragon bone managed to bear it, which made him heave a sigh in relief. The wind and fire gathered in his dantian as they began to burn his golden pill. This was also a form of tempering. If he managed to endure it, his tribulation would be a success. But if his golden pill shattered, his tribulation would fail and he would die. But during this process, Lin Yun was weirdly calm because the fire and wind couldn't inflict any damage on his golden pill, but made it even more refined. He soon discovered why his golden pill was being empowered by an eternal Tao as well as his saint energy. The wind and fire could destroy the other Taos, but they couldn't do anything to an eternal Tao. He could only say that there were pros and cons. This made Lin Yun heave a sigh in relief, but he didn't relax because of it. The entire process lasted for 7 days before the fire and wind began to dissipate. Before his blue dragon bone could activate, the Saint energy and Saint Daos in his golden pill began pouring out along with vitality that recovered his body. Lin Yun finally heaved a sigh in relief and opened his eyes. This was a weird feeling, as though he had reforged his body. The energy filled his body, and the Saint energy pouring out of his golden pill became even more refined with a trace of golden threads coiling around it. He soared to the sky and let out a roar to vent the pain that he had suffered, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. There was a majestic palace outside the secret realm, and at the center of it was an array of many floating jade metals, each representing a secret realm. Suddenly, a jade metal began to tremble, which caused the entire array to violently tremble. What the hell is going on? The 2 deacons from Heaven's Gate who were stationed there were frightened, before the one with a robust figure frowned. It seems to be the secret realm belonging to that flower burial. This jade metal was especially marked, and the 2 deacons naturally heard of Lin Yun's recent deeds. The robust deacon turned to the plump deacon. He asked, "Do you want to go and take a look?" The plump deacon replied, "There's no need. Do you think he can destroy this secret realm? He's probably undergoing a tribulation, so there's no need to worry about it. But he's flower burial, and he's famous currently in the heavenly barren realm, since he found 10,000 phenomena in the blue dragon divine cauldron," the robust deacon said, filled with admiration for Lin Yun. "So what? Many people stood out in the heavenly barren Saint Mountain recently." Under the perseverance of the plump deacon, the robust deacon could only give it up. What the plump deacon said made sense since big shots engraved the jade metals, so how could there be a problem with it? Seeing that the secret realm was trembling, Lin Yun was alarmed before he smiled. When he landed on the ground, it felt satisfying as he muttered, "Let's hold back a little." His breakthrough was only a small one, but it made Lin Yun feel like he had broken through his shackles. He muttered, "I now know why I can't even take a palm from a divine disciple." The tribulation not only tempered his saint energy, but also made it even more refined with some primordial aura mixed in it. Aside from that, his physique had also been transformed. It's already so strong as the 7th stage Saint Lord, so how terrifying would an 8th stage Saint Lord or 9th stage Saint Lord be? Lin Yun wore a grave expression since he knew that the last 3 stages of the Saint Lord were a transformation each. "Let's focus on increasing my cultivation." Lin Yun felt a sense of urgency and no longer hesitated. He quickly brought out the 23 flame origin pellets and began refining them. Looking at the flame origin pellets, Lin Yun had anticipation rising. Let's hope the flame origin pellets are as strong as rumored. He didn't have the time to wait for his cultivation to rise through accumulation, so he could only rely on treasures. Since the heavenly barren ancestral deity had refined the flame origin pellets, they should have a good effect. He didn't hesitate and swallowed the entire pellet. When he swallowed it, Lin Yun opened his eyes wide as a primordial aura began gushing out from his pores, filling up the entire secret realm. This made his face change before he quickly sat down and closed his pores to refine the flame origin pellet. Damn it! But the moment he sat down, flames engulfed him because the effect of the flame origin pellet was too domineering. Shortly after, Tao rhythms echoed from him, filling the entire secret realm. This brought joy to Lin Yun. The flame origin pellet was so terrifying, but he had 23 of them, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the late phase of the 7th stage Saint Lord. Shangguan Ju, I really have to thank him. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed. 7 days later, the flames engulfing Lin Yun exploded like a butterfly breaking out from its cocoon. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, a bell rang in the secret realm, ripples spreading out in the surrounding space. Lin Yun had refined all 23 flame origin pellets over the past 7 days. He then soared to the sky before throwing a punch. As space exploded before him, it caused the entire secret realm to tremble once more. That was satisfying. Lin Yun landed on the ground and felt that he was filled with power. With a thought, primordial aura rose from the saint energy ocean within his violet palace, with over 10,000 strands of it. They were usually fused with his saint energy, so one could also extract them. He fell into deep thoughts, looking at the primordial aura, and muttered, "The primordial aura is really magical." Thanks to the flame origin pellet, Lin Yun's cultivation reached the late phase of the 7th stage Saint Lord, and he was only one step away from reaching the pinnacle. The boost in his cultivation was swift. He didn't understand the primordial aura of others, but he could sense that he wasn't simple. When he wanted to refine it again, even the 2 sword cannons couldn't accomplish it. It's the primordial aura that was personally refined by the heavenly Baron ancestral deity, so there's no way I can refine it further. Lin Yun recollected his thoughts and placed the reason on the heavenly Baron ancestral deity. He then began performing the sovereign dragon fist. Let's test my current cultivation here. Damn it! It's shaking again. The robust deacon responsible for watching the array raised his head and saw a jade metal trembling again, and even the entire array became unstable. What's he doing? The plump deacon said unhappily. Should we tell him about it? The robust deacon asked. Leave him be. Do you think that he can destroy this jade metal? The plump deacon sneered with disdain. After performing the sovereign dragon fist, Lin Yun stopped with joy on his face. He laughed. I only spent 7 days. If I was in the Kunlun realm, I might have needed to spend at least a year to reach the late phase in the 7th stage Saint Lord. He could tell that the divine dragon destiny pellets had something to do with cultivation techniques from the names, so Lin Yun soon had an idea. He mainly practiced 2 sword cannons now, the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, which was at the 9th stage, and the Great Profound Sword Cannon, which was at the 7th stage. The Great Profound Sword Cannon was somewhat troublesome because it was incomplete due to the destruction of the 2 peaks in the sword sect, so he was stuck unless he could mend it. Let's go with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon first. A light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes because he wanted to try to make a breakthrough with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. He took a few breaths to calm down before taking out a Divine Dragon Destiny pellet. In his violet palace, there was a Saint Energy Sea with a fist-sized golden pill hovering above it. As he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, the golden Dragon Phoenix Sword aura rose from the Saint Energy Ocean, shining brightly. With the help of the Divine Dragon Destiny pellet, Lin Yun's cultivation speed with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon reached a terrifying height as more Dragon Phoenix Sword aura gushed out from the ocean of Saint Energy, forming into tens of thousands of swords that soared out from the ocean. After 2 hours, the Divine Dragon Destiny pellet had disappeared, which made Lin Yun feel a heartache. So soon, the exhaustion of the Divine Dragon Destiny pellet was satisfying, but it was quickly exhausted. Lin Yun thought of something, and he smiled. Wait, why am I feeling heartache? That belonged to Shangguanju, not me. Ha ha ha. 18 hours later, the amount of Dragon Phoenix Sword aura above the Saint Energy Ocean reached 100,000, which was a terrifying sum. But he had also reached the limit, so it was time for him to make a breakthrough. Combine! Lin Yun inwardly roared before the Dragon Phoenix Saint aura merged left and right, slowly taking the form of a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix. But Lin Yun was patient and didn't rush it. Not long after, the Saint Energy Ocean began to bellow with waves when the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix were formed. They were purely formed with sword aura, but they looked vivid, as though they were alive. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he knew he had reached the 10th stage in the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. Reaching for his chest, the flower burial sword flew out. Heavenly Dragon! The heavenly dragon sword spirit in the Violet Palace coiled around the flower burial sword. Seeing this, Lin Yun was puzzled. When the heavenly dragon sword spirit coiled around the sword, flames began to ignite on the sword, creating a blaze that seemed like it could incinerate everything in the world. Seeing this, Lin Yun's heart trembled and felt fearful of it. The heavenly dragon's sacred flame? Why is it even more terrifying than the great solar sacred flame? Lin Yun muttered as the scorching aura released by the sword made him feel suffocating. When he swung the sword at his left hand, his saint energy felt that his life was threatened, and it wanted to come out to protect him. But it was too late because the Saint Origin was burnt through by the heavenly dragon's sacred flame, leaving only bones behind in his left hand. Holy shit! The pain made Lin Yun's lip twitch, and he was shocked. I can even hurt myself with the heavenly dragon's sacred flame? He was lucky that he responded quickly, or the consequences might have been dire. While being shocked, his hand began to regenerate under the blue dragon bone. Divine Phoenix! Lin Yun recalled the heavenly dragon sword spirit and summoned the divine phoenix sword spirit. A cry resounded as the divine phoenix coiled around the sword, releasing a bizarre flame. Divine Phoenix Sacred Flame. Lin Yun's eyes lit up after he finally understood what was happening. After reaching the 10th stage with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, he didn't just obtain 2 sword spirits, but also strengthened his attainment of Sword Dao. The 2 sword spirits turned into sacred flames of different attributes. Heavenly Dragon as Yang and Divine Phoenix as Yin. Lin Yun muttered, suddenly stopping with his facial expression becoming grave. Wasn't this a coincidence? He was just wondering how to balance the flames of the flaming yin-yang painting. He stowed the flower burial sword and took out the golden jade slip, observing the flaming yin-yang painting again. When he looked at it carefully, he obtained more information this time. He lowered the jade slip an hour later. The flaming yin-yang painting was a secret technique consisting of offense and defense, and he could even grasp yin-yang Dao upon reaching a high level. Yin-yang gives birth to dualism, dualism gives birth to the 4 symbols, the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams give birth to a world. Lin Yun's face changed as he recited the information he had received. Dualism was yin and yang, corresponding with the heavenly dragon sacred flame and divine phoenix sacred flame. Lin Yun slowly walked around in the secret realm with the golden jade slip, but he didn't try using it. He was pondering about the profundity of this jade slip before he suddenly stopped a few minutes later. That's mostly it. When he clasped his hands together, he formed the yin-yang saint seal with the 2 sword spirits leaving his body. Under his control, the 2 sword spirits began to chase after each other. He slowly controlled them. However, it didn't feel smooth at first. But soon after, he formed a perfect circle with the 2 sword spirits. Condense! Lin Yun roared as the 2 sword spirits ignited. In a split second, all the flames were devoured as though it was a painting. Lin Yun dismissed the seal and took a few steps back, looking at the flames in the painting still chasing each other, forming a balance. I'm a fucking genius. Lin Yun smiled with his brow raised and wore a bright smile. If the blue dragon ancestral deity was here, he would be shocked by Lin Yun's talent. Next are the 4 symbols, 8 trigrams, and the world. Lin Yun waved his hand and dismissed the painting, summoning the 2 sword spirits back into his body. Dragon Phoenix Clone Art. When the 2 sword spirits returned to him, Lin Yun turned around and divided himself into 2. Heavenly Dragon, Divine Phoenix. They both wielded the flower burial sword and released flames of different attributes, and they swung a sword at each other. When the 2 swords clashed, dazzling flames illuminated the entire secret realm before Lin Yun saw a handsome man standing before him. What a handsome man! Lin Yun couldn't help praising before he realized that it was himself. The 2 Lin Yuns began laughing as they merged once more. Lin Yun couldn't conceal his excitement as the boost in his strength was unimaginable. Not to mention that he still had the divine sovereign dragon pellet, which he planned to wait till he saw profound sky venerable. Let's give my sovereign constellation a try. Lin Yun smiled and wanted to test the other trump card. In the outside world, the robust deacon looked at the trembling metal with a grave expression but had no idea what was happening. The metal representing flower burial had been shaking, which made him feel uneasy. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to blow up the secret realm? The plump deacon had a fiery temper and was furious, planning to give Lin Yun a warning. But before he could even leave, the jade metal exploded, frightening the 2 deacons. When they came to their senses, they quickly retreated as they cursed, "Holy fuck!" The destruction of a jade metal meant the annihilation of a secret realm. The 2 deacons were at the pinnacle of saint sovereigns, and they still had some journey to go before becoming a great saint. Although the commotion couldn't inflict heavy injuries on them, it wouldn't feel great if they were caught up in it. The two deacons exclaimed and couldn't conceal the shock in their eyes. A spatial fluctuation spread as the robust deacon sighed. I already told you that we should go and take a look or warn him about it. He's a prodigy swordsman who even alarmed the divine guards. The plump deacon said nothing, but his facial expression was ugly. When everything settled down, they heaved a sigh in relief. The array was still considered complete, and the other secret realms weren't affected. But a person stood in the middle of the array, looking puzzled. What's going on? Wasn't I in the secret realm? Lin Yun frowned. He remembered that when he summoned his sovereign constellation, an ominous aura filled the entire secret realm. When the 9 paintings combined, it formed heaven burial, and the secret realm seemed to have collapsed. You don't know what you did? The plump deacon said with an eerie expression. The robust deacon was more amicable and smiled. An emperor had set up this array, but there are too many secret realms. As a result, space isn't stable enough inside, and you probably accidentally destroyed it. Lin Yun came to his senses and asked, how do I address the two of you? He didn't know what was going on and decided to be respectful. My name is Xianxia, and he's the Kuan pupil Saint Sovereign. The robust deacon was rather friendly as he introduced himself with a smile. Lin Yun, did you do that on purpose? The Kuan pupil Saint Sovereign coldly looked at Lin Yun. You guessed that your fame has started to settle down and decided to make a topic with our array? Lin Yun was stumped and asked, Kuan pupil Saint Sovereign, I don't quite understand what you're saying. When Lin Yun spoke, his tone was colder than the robust deacon. Am I wrong? The Kuan pupil Saint Sovereign coldly said, do you know the trouble you brought us by destroying the jade metal? Ha ha ha. Kuan pupil Saint Sovereign, calm down and let me handle this. Xianxia came out and smiled. Flower burial? Why don't we have a chat upstairs? He was polite and showed respect to Lin Yun. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he nodded, and they entered a room on the 2nd floor. I'm sorry for destroying the jade metal. I didn't do it on purpose, Lin Yun said. If you need me to pay for it? Xianxia waved his hand and said, it's just a small matter since the profound Sky Venerable is pretty concerned about you, so you don't have to worry about it. But that deacon? Lin Yun asked in puzzlement. Xianxia smiled. Many ruthless people came to the heavenly barren Saint Mountain during your seclusion, such as chief disciples of immortal holy lands, geniuses of divine clans, geniuses on the brandished dragon ranking, and even those possessing unique bloodlines. They're arrogant, and the Kuan pupil Saint Sovereign felt that you created news since not many people discussed you anymore. Lin Yun bitterly smiled upon hearing that. Why would he think that I'm someone like that? Well, everyone wants to stand out in the heavenly barren realm, and they would have some capital even if Heaven's Gate didn't choose them. Xianxia smiled. They're all geniuses, and they didn't want to be beneath anyone. Fame is also a form of fortune, and your fortune will increase with more people talking about you. There's something like that? Lin Yun asked. Xianxia smiled. Fortune is invisible, but we all know it exists. There are many ways to nourish it. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he knew about fortune but nothing much about it. He asked, are my friends out? Not yet. The 3rd stage will take place 10 days from now, and we will let them know when the time comes. So they won't be late. That's great. Lin Yun had a good chat with Xianxia, and they even talked about the 7th and 8th stages of Saint Lord. Aside from that, Xianxia even told Lin Yun that there were people who surpassed them on the 1st stage but were stuck on the 2nd. None of them managed to break the record of Heaven's Gate. This naturally made everyone curious about how Lin Yun managed to find all the phenomena, and some felt that Lin Yun cheated. I don't care what they think. Lin Yun smiled. All right, but you're not allowed to enter the secret realm again, so you can cultivate here, Xianxia said. He didn't ask much, so this matter was put to an end here. Lin Yun was still shocked by the boost in his sovereign constellation after he made a breakthrough, but it was a pity that he had no place to test it out. Then again, he had a massive harvest in his seclusion. Not only did he make a breakthrough, but he also reached the 10th stage with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. grasping 2 sword spirits and 2 different sacred flames. Most importantly, the flaming yin-yang painting was an initial success, but it was a pity that his sword intent couldn't reach the genuine bright sun sword intent. He muttered, "I still need an opportunity." 10 days later, when everyone had gathered together, Ao Ju and Xiong Tiannan noticed with a glance that Lin Yun had successfully made a breakthrough. They congratulated, "Congratulations on your breakthrough." When Lin Yun looked at Ji Zishi, he was surprised to discover that she had also become a 7th-stage Saint Lord. He asked, "You also made a breakthrough?" "Hee, I was lucky," Ji Zishi chuckled. "I heard that someone destroyed a secret realm." "So, what did you do?" Ao Ju looked at Lin Yun with a playful gaze. "Probably because of my breakthrough. After all, the secret realm wasn't stable to begin with," Lin Xianxia said. She could tell that Lin Yun had secrets, and she helped him to come up with an explanation. When dawn arrived, countless people climbed Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain. This was the last stage, and there were many geniuses here. Some were invited to the 3rd stage directly. They were strong, so they were exempted from the first 2 tests. This meant that they would be able to participate in the Heavenly Baron banquet if they made it through and met the legendary Heavenly Baron ancestral deity. There was no question that the 3rd stage would be a grand event with countless geniuses participating in it. Lin Yun's group spent an hour before they reached the foot of the Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain. So many people. They were shocked by the number of people gathered here. They could only climb the mountain again, making the path crowded. "This is unbelievable. There are more people now than in the past," Xiong Tiannan exclaimed. "We have undergone seclusion for so long, but everyone who could come has gathered here, so there are naturally more people than before. But some are destined to be eliminated," Ao Ju said. The test was ending soon, so everyone naturally wanted to know who could participate in the Heavenly Baron banquet. The Heaven's Gate didn't stop them, only maintained order. Lin Yun's group swiftly came to where the 2nd stage was held, and they were shocked. Lin Yun couldn't see the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron anywhere, so he asked, "Where's the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron?" He was disappointed and wondered if the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron was removed. Did that mean that he learned the Blue Dragon Divine Seal for nothing? At the peak, the 2nd stage has ended, so why would it still be here? Someone beside Lin Yun laughed, which dismissed Lin Yun's concern. The 3rd stage was at the peak of the Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain, and there was a vast stage here with many palaces on it. There were even some palaces in the clouds that seemed to be for guests. At the center was a massive stage with many ancient white pillars. The ground was also covered in blue slabs that emitted a faint radiance. There was an ancient spiritual array beneath the stage. When Lin Yun's group arrived, they saw that there were already thousands of people who had gathered here after passing through the first 2 stages. As for those who failed, they could only stay outside or in the pavilions on the clouds. Out of over 100,000 people, only a few thousand remained. But out of the few thousand, only 10 could participate in the Heavenly Baron banquet. "The Shadow Divine Palace is here," Ao Ju suddenly spoke out beside Lin Yun. The Shadow Divine Palace came, and Lin Yun even saw an old friend, Shangguan Ju. But Shangguan Ju wasn't the protagonist this time. There was an extraordinary youth beside him. This youth was the chief disciple of the Shadow Divine Palace, Heavenly Book. He came after Lin Yun's group left, releasing 18 golden beams on the 1st stage, obtaining 9 flame origin fruits. In the 2nd stage, he surpassed Shangguan Ju's record and comprehended 900 phenomena, attracting the attention of even the divine guards. When Lin Yun looked at him, he was also looking at Lin Yun. "It's him," Shangguan Ju whispered in Heavenly Book's ear. Shangguan Ju looked at Lin Yun with lingering fear in his eyes. He could be considered calm, but it was different for Zhao Zhanli. "Chief, it's him. He snatched our flame origin pellets, and he took senior brother Shangguan's 18 divine dragon destiny pellets." Zhao Zhanli was furious and emotional. He furiously continued, "Since when has the Shadow Divine Palace suffered such a loss? I know you're anxious, but calm down and let Shangguan finish." Heavenly Book smiled, looking at Zhao Zhanli. It was true that Zhao Zhanli was anxious, but he could only keep his mouth shut. On the other hand, Shangguanju was calm and continued. He found 10,000 phenomena in the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, but he must have used a trick to do so. So it doesn't mean his comprehension was much higher than ours. Heavenly Book nodded and said, even so, we can't underestimate this person. Let's go and greet this prodigy. He wore a smile with a fan in his hand as he walked over to Lin Yun. This made everyone else from the Shadow Divine Palace briefly stunned, but they still quickly followed after Heavenly Book. They're going just like that? The Shadow Divine Palace suffered a loss in Lin Yun's hands. So, Heavenly Book won't start a fight, right? Hard to say. The Heaven's Gate won't interfere as well if they fight before the test starts. It looks like they want to snatch their flame origin pellets back. I wonder how Flower Burial will handle this. Everyone's attention shifted to Heavenly Book. What is that fellow trying to do? Xiong Tianan frowned. He had interacted with Heavenly Book before, or rather, he received a one-sided beating before. Furthermore, Heavenly Book didn't use his full strength back then and only played with him. So this person became Xiong Tianan's nightmare. Hence, Xiong Tianan would become nervous whenever he saw Heavenly Book. On the other hand, Lin Yun was calm and composed as the Shadow Divine Palace approached them without restraining their aura. The faces of Ji Zishi and Lin Xianxia became grave and went on alert. However, Heavenly Book didn't act as everyone had expected but was elegant instead. He was blatant and said, "You must be Flower Burial Lin Yun. Are there any Flame Origin pellets and Divine Dragon Destiny pellets left? It's not easy for my junior brothers, and I wonder if you can give me some face?" "Nope," Lin Yun replied, leaving Shangguanju and Zhao Zhanli stumped. Not only them but everyone else in the surrounding area was also dumbfounded. After all, Heavenly Book was pretty polite and wasn't aloof. Lin Yun continued, "They're mine, and there's no reason for me to return them. If you want them, use other treasures to exchange for them. Furthermore, Shangguanju is the one who found me to bet, and he admitted his defeat. So why poking your nose in this matter?" Heavenly Book wasn't furious after hearing what Lin Yun said, but smiled. "This is why I asked if you could give me some face and return the remaining pellets. We can still be friends if you do." "I already said no." Lin Yun looked at Heavenly Book and continued, "You have to understand this. Regardless of the Flame Origin pellets or the Divine Dragon Destiny pellets, they belong to me and have nothing to do with your Shadow Divine Palace." Understood. If he had to give everyone face here, it would be no different from being openly snatched from. Who knows if a Divine Clan's prince might come forth the next moment and ask him to give him some face. "You're really as arrogant as rumored." Heavenly Book dropped his smile and coldly said, "I heard that you didn't even place the Divine Clans in your eyes and dug out 7 of their disciples' saint origins. I didn't expect that you didn't even place the Shadow Divine Palace in your eyes as well." Mockery flashed through Lin Yun's eyes, and Ji Zishi was furious. She questioned, "What are you trying to express? Don't make it sound like Big Brother Lin is the villain here. Or do you want to take revenge for the Divine Clans?" The Divine Clans started at first, repeatedly provoking Big Brother Lin. Furthermore, they were the ones who wanted to dig Big Brother Lin's saint origin first. "As for your Shadow Divine Palace? What's the matter? You guys can't afford to take a loss." Ji Zishi was furious because he knew that her Big Brother Lin didn't like to talk about that, and he was always looking like a villain to others. Heavenly Book was briefly stunned. He was amazed by Ji Zishi's beauty at first glance, before he smiled. "What a sharp-tongued lady. Lin Yun, you don't think that too, right?" "Of course not," Lin Yun smiled. "There's something I disagree with, so let me correct it. I didn't place the Shadow Divine Palace in my eyes, and you're right." His words caused an uproar because no one expected that there would be such dense gunpowder between them, and Heavenly Book also didn't expect Lin Yun to have such a strong stance. Heavenly Book initially wanted to show his goodwill, hoping Lin Yun could give him some face or at least another bet. "Chief, there's no need to waste time speaking with him. Just teach him a lesson." Zhao Zhanli was furious. "He's not wrong and you can make your move, but it's uncertain who will be taught a lesson." Lin Yun fearlessly raised his brow. Heavenly Book's face changed when he looked at Lin Yun's eyes, which felt like he was looking at a bright sun. If someone else looked into Lin Yun's eyes, they would be incinerated. But Lin Yun still wore a smile with his sword intent in his eyes. When he released his quasi-bright sun sword intent, he gave off an aura that was no weaker than Heavenly Book. Heavenly Book was shocked because he felt a stinging pain in his eyes from Lin Yun's sword intent. If Lin Yun's sword intent was only at quasi-bright sun sword intent, it made no sense for it to be so strong. When they looked at each other, a booming sound echoed in their minds as if they had just crossed hands earlier. In the end, Heavenly Book didn't choose to make a move, but smiled. It's fine for youngsters to be arrogant, but there won't be any good outcome if you're too arrogant. He left when he was done speaking and didn't allow Lin Yun to reply. But when he turned around, the smile disappeared, replaced with a chill. After Heavenly Book left, Ao Ju couldn't help smiling. This is the first time I saw such an ugly expression on his face. That's Heavenly Book we're talking about. Will we be fine? I'm a little afraid, Xianxia said nervously. That person is strong? Ji Zishi asked. Ao Ju nodded. Unbelievably strong. He grasped the Great Solar Tao and formed the Great Solar Domain with the Great Solar True Flame. His attainment in Great Solar Tao is even more unfathomable than Lin Yun's Sword Tao. Ji Zishi was shocked, before she said, "It's no wonder why I felt pressure from him with my Phoenix Sacred Flame being suppressed." Lin Xianxia said with a grave expression, "What Ao Ju said isn't wrong. He's proficient in the Great Solar Tao. I was taught a lesson by him in an ancient tomb back then, and his Great Solar True Flame is terrifying. Even the Shadow Divine Palace's Divine Sun might not be any stronger than him," Xianxia said with lingering fear. "Sounds powerful." Lin Yun smiled, but he didn't look afraid. Xianxia couldn't help asking, "Is there a need for you to take it so far?" "He's probably here to probe with no hostility." Lin Yun turned to look at Xianxia when he heard that, and Xianxia's heart throbbed. He asked, "Did I speak wrongly? Is there a possibility that I'm not the one offending him but the other way around?" Lin Yun smiled. This? Xianxia was dumbfounded since he never thought of that before. "I'm just joking. I have a good temper, and I won't do anything to him, even if he offends me." "Ha ha ha." Lin Yun laughed. Xianxia awkwardly smiled, but he naturally wouldn't believe what Lin Yun said. The 7 from the Divine Clans proved what would happen when someone offended Lin Yun. When he looked at Ao Ju, he instantly understood what Ao Ju was trying to say. The latter shared the same thoughts as him. Suddenly, Lin Yun's sword sea trembled as his sword stars uncontrollably released their sword intent. He instantly sensed that a powerful swordsman was around, and it was rare for him to encounter another swordsman that made even his sword intent afraid. "Those from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion are here," Lin Xianxia whispered in Lin Yun's ears. She was naturally referring to those from the headquarters, and the headquarters was filled with geniuses and even had several deities around. Not only did Lin Yun's group feel it, but all the swordsmen felt it as well. No swordsman wouldn't know about the Sword Tao Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion had branches spanning hundreds of realms. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw 10-odd swords piercing the clouds with a person standing on each sword. They looked extraordinary and instantly attracted everyone's gazes. When Lin Yun raised his head, he noticed that these people were all donned white Taoist robes with purple threads embroidering a sword on their robes. They descended and arrived on the stage, stowing their swords. There were 13 of them, and they all radiated a powerful sword intent with golden light shining in their eyes, all grasping the divine light sword intent. Anyone could tell the difference between them and ordinary swordsmen. Even in the heavenly barren realm, there weren't many who grasped the divine light sword intent, but these 13 had grasped it. But there was one person with an extraordinary temperament who stood out. That's the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's chief disciple, Zhang Ziao. They're all divine disciples, and it is no wonder why they can be exempted from the 2 stages. Zhang Ziao's mastery of the sword can be considered the strongest amongst the younger generation, right? But if he's placed against Flower Burial, Lin Yun? How is he going to rival him? Heavenly Book didn't even place him in his eyes. When Zhang Ziao was recognized, a commotion broke out from the surroundings. Brother Zhang, it has been a long time since we last met. We pay our greetings to Chief Zhang. Many people came forth to greet Zhang Ziao, and even Heavenly Book went over with a smile. Zhang Ziao wasn't only the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, but he was polite with others and had an extraordinary temperament. He was calm since he was already used to this situation. Heavenly Book came over and smiled. Brother Zhang, it looks like your sword intent has improved since we last met. Zhang Ziao smiled in response, but he knew this person wasn't weak since Heavenly Book had grasped the Great Solar Tao and was unfathomable. He went straight into the topic. You're here first, so did anyone catch your attention? There were only 10 quotas for the Heavenly Baron Banquet, and those from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion who came first lured attention away from him. So, he didn't have a competitive relationship with Heavenly Book, and they could even join forces. Heavenly Book smiled. There are many people here, but only 3 are worthy of your attention. One is the Dao Sect's Qin Yun and the other is Tuoba Hong. They're old friends. Zhang Ziao smiled. The Dao Sect's Qin Yun was ranked 27th on the Brandish Dragon ranking, and the Dao Sect's foundation wasn't any weaker than the Heaven's Gate with an ancestral stage expert. But the difficulty of becoming an ancestral deity's disciple was high, and he came to the Heavenly Barren Realm. After all, becoming the disciple of an ancestral deity was better than becoming a holy son. It's natural for them to be here. Qin Yun possesses the natal Dao physique, while Tuoba Hong is a primordial beast. It would be weird for them not to be here, Zhang Ziao said. He asked, who's the third person? I bet you don't know the third person. He's Lin Yun, rumored to be from the Kunlun realm and known as Flower Burial. Heavenly Book smiled. No one knew about him in the past, but everyone now knows him after he found 10,000 phenomena in the second stage. Zhang Ziao squinted upon hearing that. Unlike others, Zhang Ziao didn't judge the Kunlun realm, not to mention that the Heavenly Sword Pavilion even had a relationship with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity in the past. He knew many things about the Kunlun realm, and knew it wasn't a barbaric realm. At its prime, the Kunlun realm was famous amongst the other realms. Is that him? Zhang Ziao relied on his sword intent to find Lin Yun. As prodigy swordsmen, they could sense each other even if they didn't release their sword intent. That's him, Heavenly Book said. He's even grasped the quasi-bright sun sword intent and has been in seclusion recently, reaching the 7th stage Saint Lord. Zhang Ziao's face changed because this meant that Lin Yun had grasped the quasi-bright sun sword intent when he was a 6th stage Saint Lord. Indeed, he's a genius. Why is she? Zhang Ziao's face suddenly changed when he saw Lin Xianxia. Chief, that seems to be Lin Xianxia. I heard a commotion when she first came to the headquarters with many deities wanting to take her in as their disciple. I heard that she has the aptitude to become the Holy Maiden. Why is she with an outsider? Why isn't she coming to greet us and staying with an outsider? Not only Zhang Ziao but the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion noticed Lin Xianxia. It's pretty good. Zhang Ziao smiled after coming to his senses. Back then, Lin Xianxia shone brightly when she came to the headquarters, with many deities paying attention to her. If she had stayed in the headquarters, she could even compete for the chief disciple's position or even become the Holy Maiden. But it was a pity that she was too stubborn and rejected everyone. Ultimately, she offended all the clans in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and was chased out. Zhang Ziao wasn't the chief disciple back then, and he was rejected by Lin Xianxia when he tried to get close. He still remembered it. He had become a chief disciple now, and so did she. But one was from the headquarters while the other was from a branch. The gap between them was akin to heaven and earth. Brother Zhang, you saw an acquaintance? Heavenly Book asked. I guess so, Zhang Ziao smiled. He examined Lin Yun and Lin Xianxia before turning to Ji Zishi with a playful gaze. He didn't expect the talented girl from back then to become someone's concubine, a so-called genius of the Kunlun realm, which was laughable in his eyes. Chief, should we get Lin Xianxia to come over? She's at least from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's branch, so it's rude that she didn't greet us. A Heavenly Sword Pavilion disciple said unhappily. Let her be. She'll beg us sooner or later, Xianxia said. When noon came, everyone had finally arrived, including the top 10 geniuses on the Brandished Dragon ranking. Qin Yun and Tuoba Hong also arrived, and their appearance drew everyone's attention. They were not any weaker than Zhang Ziao. A brief moment later, a huge cauldron descended with profound sky venerable standing on it. Finally, Lin Yun heaved a sigh in relief upon seeing the cauldron. It was the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, and he was worried that it might not appear again. It's time, so I will announce the third stage, Profound Sky Venerable said. The rules for this stage are simple. I will send you guys to a tomb later, an ancient tomb of the Demon Spirit clan. There are countless fake coffins, and you are to kill them to retrieve their spirit cores. 10 spirit cores will allow you to listen to the ancestral deity's teachings. If you obtain 100, we will pick 10 to participate in the Heavenly Baron Banquet. If you can kill a golden-eyed demon spirit, you can immediately receive the qualification to go to the Heavenly Baron Banquet. Everyone was briefly stunned before they rejoiced after hearing what Profound Sky Venerable said. The spirit core was the vertical eye on their forehead, a treasure that cultivators could refine and extract Saint Daos from. But those who were well-informed wore grave expressions. The demon spirit clan might not be dead in their coffins, but they would lose their lives if they weren't careful. That place might not be the Heavenly Baron realm but the territory of the demon spirit clan, and this meant that there were many uncertainties. Then again, it was tempting that they could listen to the ancestral deity's teachings if they managed to get 10. Lin Yu knew that this stage was different from the previous one since they were required to fight, and they would lose their lives if they weren't careful. During the past 2 tests, fights on the Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain were restricted to digging out Saint Origins at best. Lin Yun interacted with the Demon Spirit clan a lot, so he knew how terrifying they were. They were why the Heavenly Path couldn't be reforged in the Kunlun realm. When everyone became quiet, Profound Sky Venerable continued. The tomb is beyond the Heavenly Baron realm, and I will give you guys a medal. As long as you crush it, you can return anytime. But even with the medal, this stage will be dangerous. So you guys should consider it again. Many people were surprised by the third stage, since no one expected that they would have to go to the Demon Spirit clan's territory. Profound Sky Venerable gave everyone time to consider it and make a decision. Lin Yun's group also began to discuss amongst themselves before Ji Zishi turned to Xiong Tiannan. She asked, "What do you think? This is your forte." After all, Xiong Tiannan had a love for digging coffins, and he had many coffins with him. Xiong Tiannan bitterly smiled. "I might boast that I even dared to dig a deity's coffin, but I don't have the guts. A demon spirit clan's tomb is different because they might only be asleep. Let's not force it at this stage since 100 spirit cores is too difficult, and there will be people snatching spirit cores from others." Lin Yun nodded. The reason the Heaven's Gate set up this test was probably to encourage competition. Profound Sky Venerable only mentioned the number of spirit cores, but he didn't say if they were forbidden to snatch from other cultivators. So everyone not only had to face demon spirits but also fellow cultivators. Lin Yun, what do you think? Lin Xianxia turned to look at Lin Yun with Ji Zishi, Ao Ju, and Xiong Tiannan also looking over. In this group, Lin Yun had become the leader amongst them, and they were concerned about his opinion. "I practically agree with what Ao Ju said, but..." Lin Yun paused before he continued. "Since we're acquainted, we might as well give our best. So don't be afraid to trouble me." "Me as well." Ao Ju was surprised. He didn't stand on Lin Yun's side back at the Sovereign Monument, unlike Xiong Tiannan, who bought time for Lin Yun against the hands of a divine disciple. So he was surprised that Lin Yun included him as well. "Of course," Lin Yun smiled. "Since you helped me in the first stage, I will naturally help you. Moreover, we have no idea who will be helping whom. Perhaps I will be the one needing help from you." What Lin Yun said wasn't a lie because the dangers would be unpredictable, and there was no harm in having a friend. Ao Ju's eyes lit up, and his acknowledgement of Lin Yun rose even more. "Truthfully speaking, Ji Zishi and I came from the Kunlun realm, and I promised her father that I would send her to the Heavenly Baron banquet no matter what, Lin Yun said blatantly. Everyone was a friend, so Lin Yun would naturally help if they were in trouble. But there was a sequence with that. He didn't like to hide it, so he openly shared it. Big brother Lin. Ji Zishi wanted to say something. Lin Yun smiled. Zishi, you don't have to overthink it. Your father also promised me that he would do his best to help during my master's tribulation. I'm here to seek opportunities, so you don't have to feel guilty about it. On the contrary, I have to thank your father instead. The divine Phoenix Holy Master was at the pinnacle of the great saint and even grasped an eternal Tao. So, he would naturally be more effective during the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation than Lin Yun. With the divine Phoenix Holy Master, Lin Yun was confident that they could put up a fight even if the Divine Dragon Empire interfered. Profound Sky Venerable told me that there's a high chance that the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity will pick you if you can make it to the Heavenly Baron banquet, Lin Yun said with a grave expression. Divine Phoenix Mountain has waited 100,000 years for this opportunity, so don't hesitate. Understood. Ji Zishi clenched her fist and felt a warmth in her heart. I'm asking if we can participate in the Heavenly Baron banquet together. No need to be so tense. This isn't the end yet, Lin Xianxia joked with a smile. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled and the tense atmosphere dissolved. Ao Ju changed the topic. There are some people we have to take note of aside from Heavenly Book and Zhang Ziao. When everyone turned their attention over, Ao Ju said, the one in the south is the Dao Sex Qin Yun. Lin Yun saw the person Ao Ju was pointing towards. This person was by himself, unlike the rest, donning a blue Taoist robe while sitting on the ground. He's the Dao Sex chief disciple, ranked in the top 30 on the Brandish Dragon ranking. It is rumored that he's an 8th stage Saint Lord. 8th stage Saint Lord? Lin Yun was surprised. He experienced the tribulation once and knew the difference between the last 3 stages. After all, the 7th stage was already terrifying enough, not to mention the 8th stage. There were rumors that after becoming an 8th stage Saint Lord, the primordial aura would transform into stars above the Saint Energy Ocean. With the empowerment of the stars, the Saint Energy would reach a new level, and they could unleash even more power. Sensing Lin Yun's gaze, Qin Yun opened his eyes with his aura turning into a golden dragon that charged at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was calm and composed as an invisible sword intent tore the golden dragon apart, like a pebble thrown into the ocean. Qin Yun smiled before closing his eyes again. When everyone saw the clash between Lin Yun and Qin Yun, they were shocked. Xiong Tianan smiled. It looks like you've become so famous that they cannot overlook you. Lin Yun examined those around him, and saw that they had already considered him as their opponent. Ao Ju continued. The one over there is even more dangerous than Qin Yun. He's Tuoba Hong, a primordial beast. I heard that he's a heavenly moonhowl wolf. Lin Yun glanced at Tub Hong, who donned a white fur coat with a robust figure and a moon imprint on his forehead. He didn't give off a violent aura like a demonic beast but looked like an elegant gentleman. The other opponents that they had to pay attention to were also pointed out by Ao Ju, and they all had a terrifying background. Try not to start a conflict with them and focus on collecting spirit cores, Lin Xianxian said. After discussing, they closed their eyes and waited for Profound Sky Venerable. Lin Yun didn't waste time and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to familiarize himself with the 2 sword spirits. After his breakthrough, the boost in strength was even more tremendous than the breakthrough in his cultivation. An hour later, Profound Sky Venerable gave everyone a medal. As long as they crushed it, they would be able to return to the Heavenly Baron realm. The majority decided to stick around despite knowing that it would be dangerous. Since everyone has decided, let's go then. Profound Sky Venerable roared and the array on the stage became activated, with the entire Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain trembling, creating a majestic phenomenon. Open! Profound Sky Venerable roared and the light enveloped everyone who was holding onto a medal. This also sparked the beginning of the 3rd stage. Everyone was pulled into a vortex with the entire world spinning. When they recovered their senses, Lin Yun opened his eyes to see Ji Zishi and everyone else standing beside him. Try to stick together, Lin Yun said, and they simultaneously moved out. Down below was a terrifying woods with demonic light gushing out. The black clouds had covered the sky, enveloping the entire woods. When they descended, they could see bulges on the ground with no tablet erected, but they were all graves. Each tomb contained a demon spirit, and there were also empty graves. As long as they opened the tombs, they would face dangers. Isn't this a tomb? Why are there so many graves? Are we supposed to find an entrance? Aoju frowned and turned to Xiong Tianan. Lin Yun was also curious since this was different from the demon spirit's tomb he had seen in the past. Xiong Tianan took a deep breath and said, "Only those with noble bloodlines can construct a tomb. Most demon spirits will choose a grave to use when slumbering. There are fake graves, there might also be one with a demon spirit lying in it, and there might also be traps." When Xiong Tianan looked around, he noticed some details were different. There are really a lot of people. Lin Yun looked around and could see many people descending into the woods. This commotion would quickly alarm those monsters sleeping in the graves. "Big brother Lin, what should we do?" Xiong Tianan looked at Lin Yun. Although he liked to explore tombs, he couldn't decide now. "Let's decide as we go. Walk toward the graves and check what's in there," Lin Yun said calmly. There was nothing to consider, since they would know after checking themselves. Lin Yun walked forth with everyone following behind him. Everyone had a rapport to stay together since these woods were weird. When more people arrived, the peace in the woods was disrupted as roars and screams could be heard. Along the way, Lin Yun's group also encountered many demonic beasts. They were strong, but those demonic beasts didn't even bring any trouble to them. So Lin Yun didn't even have to make a move. Suddenly, a grave before them exploded with a coffin flying out, smashing apart a tree and coming in Lin Yun's direction. Xiong Tianan was swift as he threw out a punch, shattering the coffin. The power of his punch continued on and landed on the corpse within the coffin. But the punch felt like it came in contact with metal and couldn't destroy the corpse. The defenses of the corpse surprised Xiong Tianan. This demon spirit was 2 meters tall, and its physique was as tough as a Glory Saint artifact. But Xiong Tianan didn't believe it and threw a few more punches at the demon spirit. The demon spirit was fine and unharmed before the demon spirit merely used a punch to send Xiong Tianan flying away. "What's going on?" Xiong Tianan's face changed. This was only an ordinary demon spirit at the 6th stage Saint Lord, so it wasn't too powerful. "Watch out," Lin Xianxia warned. When Xiong Tianan raised his head, the vertical eye on the demon spirit opened and its clothes tore apart, revealing its body covered in demonic runes while letting out a roar, releasing its demonic aura. Xiong Tianan no longer dared to belittle the demon spirit and used his divine physique to face this demon spirit. But as they fought, the demon spirit didn't fall into a disadvantage. "You go take a look at him. Use your flames," Lin Yun said to Ji Zishi. A demon spirit's physique was even more powerful than divine physiques, which was unbelievable. But in terms of intelligence and Saint Dao, Xiong Tianan held the advantage, but he couldn't suppress the demon spirit no matter how much he tried. So they could only try another method. Ji Zishi soared to the sky and a phoenix cry echoed. The phoenix sacred flame manifested into a divine phoenix that incinerated the demon spirit. The high temperature even made Xiong Tianan fearful. He quickly took a few steps back before the temperature settled down. "Burn it to death!" Xiong Tianan cheered as the demon spirit let out a painful cry. Ji Zishi also wore a smile, but her smile soon disappeared. The demon spirit ignored the flame and continued to charge at Xiong Tianan. This made Xiong Tianan frown and quickly retreated. He could still put up a fight when the demon spirit wasn't covered in flames, but it was enveloped in phoenix fire right now, which made Xiong Tianan avoid a frontal confrontation. "Let me give it a try," Lin Xianxia said as she drew her sword, releasing her divine light sword intent as she performed the heavenly divine sword, forcing the demon spirit to take 100 steps back under her attack. But even after 10 odd attacks, she still couldn't kill the demon spirit. The demon spirit felt that its life was threatened and escaped without a second thought. "Don't let it escape," Xiong Tianan roared. At the same time, 10 odd heads appeared from the ground. They were all demonic corpses. "I'll leave them to you," Lin Yun said as he dashed out. Lin Xianxia only felt a flash before Lin Yun had stopped the demon spirit. This alarmed Lin Xianxia because she realized Lin Yun didn't even use his movement technique and only merged with his sword. What speed! Facing the incoming demon spirit, Lin Yun didn't draw his sword but raised his right hand. "Lin Yun, don't be careless," Lin Xianxia reminded, worried that Lin Yun would underestimate the demon spirit. But when Lin Yun pushed his hand forth, a violent gale blew that forced Lin Xianxia to close her eyes. When she opened her eyes, a palm print appeared on the demon spirit's chest as it fell to its knees. Even so, the demonic runes on the demon spirit didn't dissipate. How is this possible? Lin Xianxia was surprised. She didn't doubt Lin Yun's mastery of the sword, but she was surprised to see that Lin Yun was so strong even without using his sword, which was unbelievable. "Stop staring in the air and deal with it together," Lin Yun called out. Ji Zishi and Lin Jiangxian then came over to gang up on the demon spirit, and they spent a great amount of effort to kill it. After killing it, the head exploded and a silver ray shone. Spirit core. Everyone rejoiced as they came forth and saw the bead in Lin Yun's hand. This bead was white, containing a complicated aura with Saint origin, Saint Das, and martial intents all mashed together, looking weird. "This is the spirit core? It's really a treasure," Aoju asked as he came over. The spirit core was the demon spirit's vertical eye, similar to Saint origin. He had only heard of it but had never seen it before. "It looks like we're pretty lucky?" Lin Jiangxian smiled. Not every grave had a demon spirit, and some graves had demonic corpses. Even if those demonic corpses were killed, they wouldn't produce a spirit core. The defenses were really powerful, Xianxia said with lingering fear. If he had no help, he would have been in trouble while facing this demon spirit. Ji Zishi said, "The demonic runes looked weird. It's as if they can even withstand sacred flame, sword intent, and primordial aura." Lin Yu nodded and also couldn't find a way to deal with it anytime soon. It was fortunate that they were strong enough to forcibly kill it. The demon spirit was only a 6-stage Saint Lord, so they would be in trouble if they faced a 7-stage Saint Lord. "You keep it." Lin Yun handed the spirit core over to Xianxia before they continued their journey. They began to search for graves and kill demon spirits, collecting their spirit cores. They had collected 20 spirit cores in just 4 hours. The woods didn't seem to be as dangerous as they had imagined. Just when everyone felt relieved, Lin Yun was surprised as he looked ahead. The ground suddenly trembled as a meteorite blazing with black flames descended from the sky. "What?" Xianxia was shocked because the meteorite was massive, leaving cracks in space when it fell. But before the meteorite landed, an azure figure charged out and threw a punch forth, executing the sovereign dragon fist, soaring divine dragon. When a dragon's roar echoed, the meteorite was destroyed. When the fragments fell, the trees lit up on fire and soon withered. This made the faces of everyone change as they sensed the frightening aura. This was a silver-eyed demon spirit. When they approached Lin Yun's side, they saw a silver coffin hovering in the air with strange patterns engraved on it. When the coffin opened, a silver-robed youth walked out with indifference. "This is bad. That is a silver-eyed demon spirit," Aoju said nervously. A silver-eyed demon spirit differed from what they faced in the past, since those demon spirits were half dead. But this silver-eyed demon spirit looked as though it was forcibly awoken from his sleep, and the aura he gave off was much stronger than other demon spirits. "Who are you guys? How dare you disrupt my sleep?" The silver-eyed demon spirit roared and waved his hand. 10 coffins then appeared from the ground with demonic corpses stepping out. 10 Saint Realm demonic corpses and a silver-eyed demon spirit. Lin Yun frowned as he began to look around. Something didn't seem right. There weren't any graves in the surroundings, and the appearance of this silver-eyed demon spirit was abrupt. "What should we do?" Aoju asked. "Let me face him. You guys deal with the other demonic corpses," Lin Yun calmly said with a chill flashing in his eyes. He wanted to know who was behind this. Aoju and the others were shocked. This silver-eyed demon spirit might look young, but it might have lived for thousands of years and was at least an 8th-stage Saint Lord. Silver-eyed demon spirits were incredibly strong and were practically invincible as long as they were a 7th-stage Saint Lord. Leave it to me. I want to see how strong this silver-eyed demon spirit is, Lin Yun said. The moment Lin Yun spoke, he released his murderous intent, instantly capturing the attention of the silver-eyed demon spirit. Seeing that Lin Yun had no fear for him, the silver-eyed demon spirit became enraged. How dare you provoke me? The silver-eyed demon spirit roared and charged at Lin Yun with his arms spread apart, creating a powerful current that enveloped Lin Yun, greatly hindering his movement technique with a powerful suction force to try and pull him over. The current even left fine cracks in the air, suppressing sword intent. Azure Dragon Sword Domain. Lin Yun released his sword domain, with a silver sword radiance sweeping out, filling each corner within 100 meters in radius. Once it's released, it instantly crushed the 2 spatial vortexes, and the restriction on his movement technique was lifted. Relying on his sword domain, he soared to the sky and faced the silver-eyed demon spirit. Azure Dragon's Grasp. As a thunderstorm revolved in his palm, Lin Yun poured his sword intent into his palm and clashed with the silver-eyed demon spirit. This produced a loud explosion with a terrifying shockwave sweeping out, forcing Lin Yun to take a few steps back. The silver-eyed demon spirit only slightly tilted its body and didn't take a step back. A brief moment later, the two clashed again, exchanging over 10-odd moves in a split second. Lin Yun used his fingers as a sword, clashing with the silver-eyed demon spirit, but his attacks only left sparks and couldn't injure the silver-eyed demon spirit, since he also had demonic runes on his body. The demonic runes were silver and were even more powerful. When their palms clashed, they took 10-odd steps, and even the silver-eyed demon spirit was shocked. "It looks like I have underestimated this fellow," Lin Yun muttered. But fortunately, this silver-eyed demon spirit was only a 7th-stage Saint Lord. If it was an 8th-stage Saint Lord, the other party could injure him if he didn't draw his sword. The eyes of the silver-eyed demon spirit flashed as he stared at Lin Yun and fell into deep thoughts. It had just awakened and hadn't completely recovered its intelligence. But he wanted to end the battle quickly. Lin Yun took a deep breath and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. 2 sword spirits began to shine brightly, with sword rays gushing from his body, forming into a dragon and a phoenix. Simultaneously, as a sword vibration echoed from Lin Yun's body, the flower burial sword flew out, which Lin Yun grabbed. In the next second, Lin Yun's aura changed, and the eyes of the silver-eyed demon spirit squinted, sensing a hint of danger coming from Lin Yun. "A small fly like you dares to create chaos here?" the silver-eyed demon spirit coldly questioned. "Your burial ground," Lin Yun said as he executed the divine firefly sword. When 18 flowers flew out, the flower burial sword released powerful sword rays against the silver-eyed demon spirit, leaving behind faint wounds, but still couldn't break through those demonic runes. Pitiful tricks. The silver-eyed demon spirit waved his hand and allowed the sword rays to sweep over him. He merely sneered as he looked at the incoming attacks. When Lin Yun's afterimages overlapped, the silver-eyed demon spirit's eyes coldly flashed before he clamped onto the flower burial sword. When a vibrating noise came from the sword, Lin Yun was surprised to see a palm directed at him. He raised his hand and clashed head-on, but the boundless saint energy pouring over instantly destroyed the 36 afterimages. The flowers also began to crumble into petals, but the power of the palm continued moving forward, destroying the trees behind Lin Yun and even breaking a small part of a mountain. Ji Zishi and others facing the demonic corpses quickly ducked when they sensed danger approaching. The palm flew past them and continued to head into the distance under their shocked gazes. They were surprised when they saw the crumbling flowers, since this was the first time they saw someone resolving Lin Yun's sword technique. At the same time, beams of light shot into the sky within the woods as people began to crush their metals when they ran into danger and wanted to escape. Some couldn't even do that in time and let out a scream. "What's going on?" Xiong Tianan was baffled. They might have run into silver-eyed demon spirits as well, Aoju said. He looked at Ji Zishi and Lin Xianxia, saying, Xiongtianan and I will deal with these demonic corpses. You two go take a look at Lin Yun. Okay. The two women nodded, knowing that the situation didn't look good for them. Your attainment in St. Dao seems ordinary, the silver-eyed demon spirit said as he held onto the flower burial sword with his fingers and wore a playful gaze. Lin Yun tried to draw his sword back but frowned when he couldn't budge the sword. You're too young. If you're a few hundred years older, just using the divine light sword intent would be enough to suppress me. Not to mention your quasi-bright sun sword intent. The silver-eyed demon spirit smiled before he roared. This is not how you use the sword. Let me teach you. Lin Yun felt a powerful saint energy gushing over through the sword. Seeing this, the silver-eyed demon spirit smiled. This sword has the foundation of a sovereign saint sword. Not bad. Stop struggling. This belongs to me now. The moment he finished speaking, he released a powerful demonic radiance, with the demonic runes on him becoming even more dazzling. He was practically fusing all of his Saint Dao within his body, bringing tremendous pressure to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun had no change on his face, and indifferently said, It's not that easy to take my sword away. Young man, do you think that you can threaten me? The silver-eyed demon spirit mocked, then continued, As a swordsman, your sword has been restrained by me. You should be ashamed of yourself, so let me show you respect. There's no way you can be compared to a demon spirit marquis. The silver-eyed demon spirit increased his strength, wanting to pull the flower burial sword away. Lin Yun had expected this and used his fingers as a sword to stab at the demonic runes on the silver-eyed demon spirit's chest. When they were in a stalemate earlier, he noticed that the demonic runes had formed into an array. The silver-eyed demon spirit's physique wasn't invincible. It was relying on an array. Since it was an array, there must be a weakness, and the weakness kept changing, which made it hard to find. Now, taking advantage of the silver-eyed demon spirit's attention on the flower burial sword, Lin Yun used his fingers as a sword and stabbed the silver-eyed demon spirit's demonic runes. This made the silver-eyed demon spirit throw out a mouthful of blood, and the flower burial sword broke free from his hand. Damn it! The silver-eyed demon spirit was enraged as he opened the vertical eye on his forehead, increasing his aura. The demonic aura he gave off soared to the sky, causing Lin Xianxia and Ji Zishi's faces to change before quickly blocking the aura. It looks like I'm right. Lin Yun smiled as he grabbed onto the flower burial sword again. When the silver-eyed demon spirit threw a palm over, the surrounding space shattered with heaven and earth trembling. If this palm landed on Lin Yun, he would be heavily injured, even if he wasn't dead. But the silver-eyed demon spirit's attack missed its mark. Lin Yun had divided himself into two, each one wielding the flower burial sword. It was the clone technique of the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. The two swords unleashed a powerful sword ray, with the two sword spirits empowering his attack with flames blazing wildly. When the two swords intertwined, the silver-eyed demon spirit's head flew off. I already said that it's not easy to take my sword, Lin Yun said as he executed the divine firefly sword again. As two flowers bloomed, 36 afterimages flew out, each performing a sword technique. When the sword rays intertwined, flower petals danced and the silver-eyed demon spirit was chopped into thousands of pieces. When all the afterimages combined, Lin Yun waved his hand and grabbed onto a silver spirit core. Everything happened in the blink of an eye without any hindrance. So what if I'm young? Did the silver-eyed demon spirit think that just anyone could grasp the quasi-bright sun sword intent at such a young age? Lin Yun held onto the silver spirit core when Ji Zishi and Lin Xianxia saw this scene upon flying over. They were shocked that Lin Yun had turned the tables around in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, where did the silver-eyed demon spirit go? Where's the silver-eyed demon spirit? Ji Zishi asked with disbelief as she looked around. Over here. Lin Yun smiled as he raised the silver spirit core in his hand. How is that possible? Lin Xianxia was surprised. Earlier, she was shocked by Lin Yun's cultivation, But now she was shocked again by Lin Yun's sword. "Where's the silver-eyed demon spirit?" Ao Ju and Xiong Tianen rushed over and widened their mouths with disbelief when they saw the silver spirit core in Lin Yun's hand. "Let's put that aside for now," Lin Yun said as he handed the silver spirit core to Ji Zishi. He said, "Something must have happened in the woods." "What do you mean?" Xiong Tianen asked. Lin Yun looked around and saw multiple beams soaring into the sky. Recollecting his gaze, he said, "The appearance of the silver-eyed demon spirit was abrupt, so it must have been lured over by someone else. It looks like most of the people have run into a silver-eyed demon spirit. Someone must be behind this and sent out silver-eyed demon spirits to stop us." Xiong Tianan finally understood what Lin Yun meant, and Lin Xianxia said, "That means that we might run into danger if we go any deeper, and we're not the only ones who are facing a silver-eyed demon spirit." "That's more or less it," Lin Yun nodded. Ao Ju's face changed. Before he said, "Xiong Tianan and I will stop here. There's something weird about these demon spirits. I have interacted with the demon spirit clan before, but the demonic runes are too unusual." Lin Yun wasn't surprised since he had also faced demon spirits before in the Kunlun realm. They might be hard to kill, but they didn't have such a terrifying defense. When he faced the Ing River King in the Heavenly Void, the other party was a frightening opponent that nearly forced Lin Yun to use all his trump cards. Even so, it wasn't as challenging as this silver-eyed demon spirit. He thought that the demon spirits outside the Kunlun realm were stronger, but he didn't expect that it was also the case for Ao Ju and Xiong Tianan. "There's something weird about those demonic runes and sacred flames that even sword intent can't break through." Xiong Tianan frowned and said, "It gave me a feeling that they used the divine blood of the demon spirit clan to draw them. Not only that, but the demonic runes have formed into an array with the weakness moving around. It's practically invincible." Lin Yun shared his experience with everyone. "I'll back out. I can't stay here any longer," Ao Ju said decisively. He already discovered that Lin Yun was much stronger than them. If he stayed behind, he would only burden Lin Yun. "I'll back out as well," Xiong Tianan said. No one persuaded them since even though the Heavenly Baron banquets quotas were necessary, they needed to stay alive to go there. "Hee. I'll wait for you guys on Heavenly Baron St. Mountain." Xiong Tianan smiled. Before they left, they handed over all the spirit cores they had before crushing their metals. An array then appeared beneath them and they disappeared. Lin Yun and Ji Zishi had to stay behind, and Lin Xiangxian didn't choose to leave, either. She looked at Lin Yun and said, "I'll stay behind to help Zishi. If needed, my sword can also be of help." Lin Yun nodded. He believed in Lin Xiangxian's strength and he needed someone to take care of Ji Zishi while he fought. He asked, "How many spirit cores do we have now?" 83, Ji Zishi said. "Not enough. We have to go deeper." They were far from reaching 300, so Lin Yun headed forth. Since Lin Jiangxian was staying around, Lin Yun decided to help her as well. At the same time, 7 swordsmen were fighting a silver-eyed demon spirit deep in the woods. They were all 7th-stage Saint Lords with a high rapport between them. The silver-eyed demon spirit was strong, not to mention that it was covered in demonic runes. It was hard to inflict heavy injuries on it, even with the divine light sword intent. But with the 7 of them forming into an array, the sword intent that they gave off was powerful, and they trapped the silver-eyed demon spirit in the array. Even if the silver-eyed demon spirit opened its vertical eye, there was nothing it could do to break free from the sword array. Occasionally, when it was about to break free, a sword ray would descend from the sky, suppressing the silver-eyed demon spirit. Aside from the 7 of them, there was also someone in the air who was the core of this array. If someone else was there, they would recognize that it was the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Heavenly King Sword array. As for the person hovering in the air, it was Zhang Ziao. "This demon spirit is really tough to deal with, and I can't find its weakness." Zhang Ziao's eyes flashed. If it was an ordinary silver-eyed demon spirit, it would have already been killed by the sword array. So there's something weird about this demon spirit. "Since I can't find the weakness, I will just tear it into pieces. Then, Zhang Ziao raised his sword and swiped his fingers across the sword with his sword aura rising. Once the Heavenly King's Sword Sutra was activated, a white jade palace appeared. The 7 swordsmen underneath Zhang Ziao also changed their formation and performed the same action as Zhang Ziao. When the 7 light beams flew out, they gathered on Zhang Ziao and a massive pavilion appeared with an echoing sword vibration. Heavenly Divine Sword! Zhang Ziao roared, unleashing a sword ray that pierced the chest of the silver-eyed demon spirit and shattered the demonic runes. Kill! 7 swordsmen charged forth and chopped the silver-eyed demon spirit into thousands of pieces. With a flash, Zhang Ziao grabbed onto the silver spirit core with a smile. Congratulations, Chief! The 7 divine disciples came forth to congratulate their leader. Zhang Ziao casually waved his hand. There's something weird about this silver-eyed demon spirit, and it's so tough to deal with that even the divine light sword intent can't pierce through it. But it's still not the chief's opponent. The chief is invincible. Even if Lin Xianxia managed to survive by following that flower burial, she could only leave, crushing the metal. The 7 divine disciples were flattering, knowing what Zhang Ziao loved to hear. Hearing Lin Xianxian's name, Zhang Ziao sneered. Sword intent has become useless, and even flower burial can only become helpless before a silver-eyed demon spirit. It's a pity. If she's willing to call me Chief, I won't mind protecting her. The Divine Shadow Palace's heavenly book was also facing a silver-eyed demon spirit. He was proficient in Great Solar Tao and had grasped the Great Solar Domain. Relying on his Great Solar Tao, he incinerated the silver-eyed demon spirit into ashes. But the demonic runes didn't disappear but burrowed into the ground. Seeing this, Heavenly Wood said, "No wonder they're so tough to deal with. It's the demonic rune array. Shangguanzhu and Zhao Zhanli stay behind. The rest can leave." Under his order, the other disciples of the Shadow Divine Palace left, leaving behind Shangguanzhu and Zhao Zhanli as his aides. "Senior brother, do you think Lin Yun can deal with the silver-eyed demon spirit now that sword intent has become useless?" Shangguanzhu asked. Zhao Zhanli also curiously looked over upon hearing that. It's tough for the silver-eyed demon spirit to kill him, but he can't deal with the silver-eyed demon spirit either. This stage is his bane, Heavenly Wood said confidently. Lin Yun's talent was unrivaled on Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain, and even Zhang Ziao was inferior. But he would be in trouble when facing the silver-eyed demon spirits. It would be impossible for Lin Yun to make it through this stage. He can already give up on the Heavenly Barren Banquet. The Netherwoods mountain range is a hunting ground for geniuses like us. Heavenly Wood smiled. The Netherwoods mountain range was dangerous, but it was also filled with opportunities. And he liked this feeling, especially knowing Lin Yun would be eliminated. But he didn't know that he was only half right. The Dao Sect's Qin Yun, Emerald Jade Manor's Mu Qianxue, Blood Purgatory Gates Kanju, and Tuoba Hong, all of them shone brightly within the Netherwoods mountain range. They were dealing with the silver-eyed demon spirits. The Netherwoods mountain range became a stage for geniuses, while everyone else had left. At the same time, as more people returned to the Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain, they all felt a lingering fear. That was too terrifying. The silver-eyed demon spirits are nearly invincible. This stage is really dangerous. I saw Gongsun Lu, ranked 86th on the Brandished Dragon ranking. He was killed before he could crush his metal. Everyone's faces were ugly, but Xiong Tiannan and Ao Ju calmed down after returning. Sensing the surrounding atmosphere, they became worried for Lin Yun. Everyone began to see who didn't return from the Netherwoods mountain range. Right then, Profound Sky Venerable flicked his finger, and scenes of the Netherwoods mountain range began to appear. Heavenly Wood is still in there. So is Tuoba Hong. Zhang Ziao as well. There's Qin Yun. Everyone finally knew what monstrous geniuses meant when they saw the images, and the atmosphere on the stage was no longer that tense. It looks like the quota for the Heavenly Barren Banquet will emerge between them, but we're still lacking. Everyone sighed. Ao Ju and Xiong Tiannan were anxious when they couldn't see Lin Yun anywhere. But there was nothing they could do because they didn't control the scenes. Suddenly, A commotion resounded upon seeing a blue-clothed swordsman, Flower Burial Lin Yun. Flower Burial is also still there. He defeated a silver-eyed demon spirits as well? This is too unbelievable. If I remember correctly, Sword Intent doesn't have much effect on the silver-eyed demon spirits, right? Everyone on the heavenly barren Saint Mountain was shocked. They thought that Lin Yun had returned because that was no longer a stage for him. This was why they were surprised when they saw that he was still there. In the Netherwoods mountain range, Lin Yun frowned upon sensing that someone was spying on him. Can he sense it? This is interesting. Profound Sky Venerable smiled before the scenes disappeared. Lin Xianxia sensed Lin Yun's actions and asked, "What's going on?" Lin Yun recollected his gaze and said, "I felt someone spying on me, but it didn't seem to contain any ill intentions. It felt as though it came from far away." After the Sword Intent reached Firmament Sword Intent, one could sense danger. After reaching the quasi-bright Sun Sword Intent, the senses would become even keener. Lin Yun not only sensed that gaze, but he could even determine the distance and if there was any hostility. It must be from the heavenly barren Saint Mountain. It's most likely Profound Sky Venerable, Lin Xianxia said. This involves life and death, but everyone here has a huge background. Lin Yun nodded and shared the same speculation as well. He decided, let's continue forth. There's already no path of retreat for us. If they wanted to gather more spirit cores, they would have to continue moving deeper into the mountain range. 3 days later, the three came to the summit of a mountain, and they couldn't help squinting from the golden radiance. When they adapted to the light, they noticed that a barren land was before them, and it looked like an ancient battlefield with countless corpses and a grave the size of a mountain at the center of it. The grave exploded with a dazzling golden radiance as a powerful aura swept out, and a vertical eye could be faintly seen. As the wind blew past, a howling sound was produced as multiple figures rushed over. They didn't bother concealing themselves and looked excited. They had already guessed what was in the grave, and everyone here was a genius. Over the past 3 days, they had already collected 100 spirit cores. It wasn't an exception for Lin Yun's group either. They had collected 270 spirit cores, and there were many silver spirit cores. Lin Yun looked at the grave and exclaimed, "A golden spirit core!" Just the aura from the grave alone was different from the others, not to mention the golden vertical eye from the crack on the grave. There might be a saint's soul within the golden spirit core, and he must have sent the silver-eyed demon spirits. Lin Yun soon connected everything, realizing that it wasn't a coincidence. Ji Zishi's eyes flashed while looking at the grave. She said, "According to Profound Sky Venerable, obtaining the golden spirit core will receive a ticket straight to the heavenly barren banquet. There were more than 10 who obtained 100 spirit cores, so they would have to fight for the quotas. But if they obtained the golden spirit core, they wouldn't have to join the competition." Everyone looked excited because the quotas alone were tempting enough. Lin Yun knew the value of the golden spirit core, but he didn't have much emotional fluctuation. He fought with the Ying River King before, so he didn't dare to look down on golden-eyed demon spirits. Golden-eyed demon spirits were royalties amongst the demon spirit clan, and they were equivalent to human cultivators who possessed natal saint physiques or even divine physiques. Golden-eyed demon spirits were already so terrifying in the Kunlun realm, but the demon spirits here were tougher. So he had to be careful against this golden spirit core. After he carefully looked at it, he sensed a dense, deathly aura around him. The corpses on the ground were filled with boundless murderous intent. So there must be an array here. Let's head on over for now. Lin Yun soared to the sky and headed for the ancient battleground. 1,000 miles wasn't far for saints, but everyone stayed outside, fearful of the bizarre array. Lin Yun is here. Shangguanju and Zhao Zhanli were surprised. Even Heavenly Book was surprised when he saw Lin Yun's arrival. Sword Intent is ineffective here, so he can reach here? Not only him but everyone else had noticed Lin Yun's group. Chief, Lin Yun is also here with Lin Xianxia. How is that possible? The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's faction was shocked when they saw that Lin Xianxia and Ji Zishi were still around. Zhang Xiao furiously muttered, Why is he still around? He's really bold. The array is gradually weakening, and it seems to be related to the grave, Lin Yun said after looking at the grave on a tree. The golden spirit core seemed to be the core of this array, providing energy to the entire array. But today, it seemed significantly exhausted after mobilizing the silver-eyed demon spirits to deal with them. The grave will probably explode, Lin Xianxia said nervously. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with determination to obtain the golden spirit core. The grave on the ancient battlefield began to tremble as the golden radiance that was being released grew even stronger. As more cracks appeared on the grave, the golden spirit core soared with the surrounding spiritual energy pouring into it. As a deathly aura poured into the spirit core, the energy contained within it began to rise. That was a dark energy comparable to a primordial aura. The surrounding geniuses' attention was on the golden spirit core, and they had guessed something. But they were fearless, and the alliance they formed even became fragile because everyone wanted the golden spirit core. Even if they couldn't attend the Heavenly Baron banquet, it would benefit them significantly. Right then, a few more cracks appeared on the grave. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and charged onto the ancient battlefield. More people followed after them, and the saint radiance they released lit up the surroundings. Wait! Lin Yun reached out to stop Lin Xianxia and Ji Zishi. How dare you guys disrupt my slumber? Just when those figures were about to get close to the golden spirit core, the sounds of shackles breaking apart could be heard as a giant figure rose from the ground. This figure was 300 feet in height, even when only the upper half of its body came out from the ground. It looked like an ancient human, wearing a crown with crimson eyes. He held onto the shackles and waved them around, causing the surrounding space to distort, catching everyone by surprise and sending them flying back. Some cultivators died on the spot. This was a spectacular scene as saint blood and corpses rained down from the sky. That figure devoured those corpses and slowly became refined as his lower body came out as well. When that figure landed, he manifested a physique with golden armor while looking around. When Lin Yun looked around, he could see Heavenly Book and Zhang Ziao standing where they were. Even someone like Qin Yun and Tuoba Hong didn't move either. I am the Blood Conceal King of the Spirit Clan. Leave now, or I will ensure all of your deaths here. That golden figure coldly looked over with his voice echoing, releasing a Saint Sovereign's aura that made everyone squint. If this demon spirit was a Saint Sovereign, they would be powerless against him. It's not a genuine Saint Sovereign, but one with a Saint Sovereign's Saint soul, relying on Saint blood and flesh to reforge its physique. But it's not easy to deal with it. Heavenly Book frowned with his face becoming ugly. Everyone else could sense a danger coming from this Blood Conceal King. Even if he had just reforged his physique, he was still a Saint Sovereign, and the aura he gave off was terrifying. The golden spirit core is my treasure, and no one can go after it, the Blood Conceal King's voice echoed. Crimson flames blazed within its eyes as he looked around. Just his gaze alone was enough to plunge everyone into hell. This is troublesome, Lin Yun sighed. What's the matter? Ji Zishi and Lin Xianxian asked. The golden spirit core was probably nourished for 1,000 years, and if the Blood Conceal King devours it, he can come back to life. Heaven's Gate wants to test us and use our hands to get rid of this Blood Conceal King, Lin Yun said. He had speculated that Profound Sky Venerable wasn't the only one looking at them, but the experts of the Demon Spirit Clan as well. This was a bet between both sides, and only juniors were allowed to make a move. If they couldn't stop the Blood Conceal King, he would come back to life again. If he had guessed correctly, the Blood Conceal King probably had a considerable background and wasn't just a Saint Sovereign. So, if they wanted the Golden Spirit Core, they would have to completely kill the Blood Conceal King. The Blood Conceal King was strong, and his Saint Sovereign's aura was enough to put tremendous pressure on them. This was his most significant advantage against everyone. If they didn't have a firm heart, they couldn't even exhibit half of their strength. They might stand a chance if they joined forces since they were all geniuses. Upon realizing that, everyone's eyes flashed as they began to look at each other. Why don't we put down our feud and join hands for now? Qin Yun broke the silence. Qin Yun suggested that everyone join hands to deal with this golden-eyed demon spirit. Agreed, Heavenly Book said. Agreed, Zhang Ziao said without any hesitation. He knew that the Blood Conceal King was a formidable opponent, and it was impossible for him to obtain the Golden Spirit Core by himself. They had to join forces to defeat the Blood Conceal King. As for the Golden Spirit Core, that was another matter. Anyhow, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion wouldn't suffer a loss. I have no opinion about it, Tuoba Hong grinned. He's just a demon spirit. We can suppress him if we join forces together. Not to mention that he's already dead, to begin with. Mu Chenxue, Kenju, and the other geniuses agreed. Lin Xianxian, what about you? Zhang Ziao asked, his gaze falling onto Lin Xianxian, with a hint of admiration hidden in the depths of his eyes. Lin Xianxian was surprised, but she soon calmed down, and she looked at Lin Yun. I'm with Flower Burial. The faces of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples changed when they heard that, with Zhang Ziao's face becoming ugly. He purposely disregarded Lin Yun, wanting to pull Lin Xianxian to his side and trample on Lin Yun. But who knew that Lin Xianxian didn't give him any face and declared that she was with Lin Yun? Everyone's faces became playful, and even Heavenly Book looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. Young Master Lin, what do you think? I have no opinion about that, Lin Yun replied. Since none of you have any opinions, I'll make my move. Those who didn't join in aren't allowed to compete for the Golden Spirit Core. Qin Yun made his move because the Blood Conceal King was devouring the Golden Spirit Core while they were talking, and only Qin Yun was decisive enough, not wanting to give the Blood Conceal King time to refine it. He appeared above the Blood Conceal King with a sword and swung it down. This sword was a 5-spirit Glory Saint artifact, and it unleashed a massive sword ray. You're courting death. The Blood Conceal King was furious as he dragged 2 shackles with his hand and blocked the incoming attack. At the same time, he unleashed a sound wave when he let out a roar. When the sword and shackles clashed, sparks flew. But when the Blood Conceal King's roar resounded, Qin Yun's face changed, sensing that something wasn't right. The Blood Conceal King was intelligent, knowing where his greatest advantage was, which was his Saint Sovereign's aura. He fused it into his sound wave to attack Qin Yun's Saint Soul, which made the latter let out a groan and he flew away. At the critical moment, a yin-yang painting appeared beneath him, but it was dispersed by the sound wave when it appeared. Let's go! Everyone summoned their constellations and charged at the Blood Conceal King. You guys stay here while I head over, Lin Yun said and charged at the Blood Conceal King. Since everyone else made their move, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, he would become the target when competing for the Golden Spirit Core. Most importantly, the Blood Conceal King was tough to deal with, and Lin Yun wasn't confident that he could take it down by himself. Chief, Lin Yun has made a move, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion said to Zhang Ziao. Zhang Ziao turned around and was surprised. Lin Yun was filled with a terrifying saint origin and a primordial aura that didn't seem like a 7th-stage Saint Lord. Everyone there was an 8th-stage Saint Lord, but he could feel some pressure coming from Lin Yun. How did Lin Yun's cultivation become so powerful? If he remembered correctly, Lin Yun was originally a 6th-stage Saint Lord, and his breakthrough was recent. Lin Yun charged through the other geniuses and drew the Flower Burial Sword, thrusting at the Blood Conceal King. But golden demonic runes appeared on the Blood Conceal King with a powerful pressure that sent Lin Yun back. Golden demonic runes? Lin Yun frowned, sensing that they were stronger than the silver demonic runes. The other geniuses sneered when they saw this because sword intent was useless here. But this wasn't the time to consider that, since the battle was chaotic, and the geniuses here were terrifying. The aura they released suppressed the Blood Conceal King's Saint Sovereign aura. But the golden demonic runes were too weird and they failed to injure him. The Blood Conceal King began to brandish the shackles, causing space to distort, and no one dared to be careless. Qin Yun, the golden demonic runes are too terrifying, Heavenly Book said. Qin Yun said, the density of the deity's blood contained within the golden demonic runes is more than 10 times stronger than the silver demonic runes, so it's hard to pierce through his defenses. Heavenly Book smiled. Actually, it's not that unbelievable. Brother Qin's Yin-Yang painting only touched the surface of Yin-Yang Dao. But if it's an eternal Dao, Qin Yun merely sneered and said nothing. Which genius here didn't have a trump card? If they had no reservations, they could easily penetrate the golden demonic runes. But if they revealed their trump cards, they would draw the attention of the Blood Conceal King, and they would have to give up on the Golden Spirit Core. There's also another method. We're all geniuses on the Brandish Dragon ranking. Xianxia and Heavenly Book exchanged gazes and transmitted their voices to everyone else. Fighting the Blood Conceal King, Mu Chenxue, Kenju, and the others were surprised. Heavenly Book and Xiao's plan was pretty good, but it was too sinister and everyone's gazes briefly fell on Lin Yun. Lin Yun naturally noticed this since his sword intent was keen, and he could guess what they were planning. A ruthless light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, but he had no change on his face. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept out from Zhang Ziao, with his eyes becoming gold. That wasn't all, for golden flowers then appeared behind him, and the 4 sovereign Daos fused into his sword aura. At this moment, Zhang Ziao looked like a deity's reincarnation. He roared, "Heavenly Divine Sword!" Lin Jiangxian was surprised to see that Zhang Ziao would resort to his trump card. Is he that good-hearted? Zhang Ziao charged over and thrust his sword, stabbing at the Blood Conceal King. Fine cracks quickly appeared on the demonic runes. Die! The Blood Conceal King was furious as he turned to glare at Zhang Ziao. A mere soul remnant like you considers yourself a saint sovereign? Zhang Ziao sneered before he retreated. Run? You think you can run? The Blood Conceal King was furious as the shackles in his hand ignited like 2 dragons charging over. Zhang Ziao sneered as he unleashed a sword ray to knock the 2 dragons aside. When the dragons landed on the ground, they left behind 2 craters. Kill! Qin Yun, Tuoba Hong, Heavenly Book, Songju, and Mu Chenxue charged at the Blood Conceal King. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with confusion, and he wondered if he had misunderstood them. After all, they were going all out without holding back. Lin Yun's face changed, and he soon joined the fray as well. None of them held back as the golden demonic runes began to crumble. The Blood Conceal King was swiftly being heavily injured as his Saint Sovereign's aura began to fall. Seeing this, everyone from the Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain heaved a sigh in relief. They had witnessed the strength of these geniuses in this fight. Since they joined hands, even the Blood Conceal King was slowly being defeated. Just when the Blood Conceal King was about to fall into desperate straits, he became furious. All of you, die! The Blood Conceal King's aura exploded. Everyone knew that the Blood Conceal King was barely holding on and would die once the time was up. But Zhang Ziao, Heavenly Book, Qin Yun, Kenju, Mu Chenxue, and Tuoba Hong suddenly stopped attacking in unison. Everything happened so quickly that no one could respond to him, and Lin Yun was the only one left to attack the Blood Conceal King. In the next second, the Blood Conceal King's rage was focused on Lin Yun. There were 7 of them who were bearing the Saint Sovereign's aura together, but Lin Yun was the only one left now. As for the other 6, they had retreated. Lin Yun was slightly slower, so he became the target. It was too late for him to retract his sword intent and saint energy. The Blood Conceal King had gone insane, venting out all the energy within his body. How dare you people spoil my plan? The Blood Conceal King was furious as he looked at Lin Yun. The shackles in his hands blazed with flames as they swept at Lin Yun. As the 2 shackles flew out, the surrounding space would distort with tremendous pressure descending. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with fury, but he soon calmed down, suppressing his anger and avoiding the incoming attacks. Zhang Ziao's group was too much, but he couldn't afford to be distracted, and this wasn't the moment to fight the Blood Conceal King. While executing the divine sun-chasing art, Lin Yun was like a bright sun as he flew around. In the surrounding distorted space, Lin Yun's figure flashed around. He had pushed his movement technique to the limit, and the world would become dark whenever he flashed. When he reappeared, a dazzling radiance would sweep out while the changes between light and dark made it uncomfortable to the eyes. The Blood Conceal King was furious that none of his attacks would on Lin Yun, and he lost it. As the blood conceal king roared, the golden demonic runes on him gradually recovered. He continued to chase after Lin Yun, who couldn't shake him off no matter how much he tried. At the same time, the blood conceal king released his aura as a saint sovereign, filling the surroundings with a powerful pressure that even restrained Lin Yun's sword intent. Not bad. Heavenly Book smiled. He's jumping around like a monkey, but I must admit he's agile. If this continues, the blood conceal king won't be able to do anything to him, Xianxia said coldly. He wanted Lin Yun and the blood conceal king to perish together. Everyone knew that the blood conceal king wouldn't be able to last for much longer, and their plans would go down the drain if they couldn't injure or kill Lin Yun. Your plan is vicious, Qin Yun said coldly. Isn't it good this way? Otherwise, why don't you help him bear the blood conceal king's anger? Zhang Ziao smiled. Qin Yun merely snorted and said nothing else. They looked at the blood conceal king, but weren't in a hurry to make a move for the golden spirit core. These eyes flashed with murderous intent. They were geniuses and they were decisive people. The moment they made their plan, they knew that they had offended Lin Yun, so they naturally wanted to see Lin Yun's death. After all, they didn't consider someone from the Kunlun realm to be on the same path as them, which was why they didn't mind using such a vicious plan. They didn't speak but had a rapport, wanting to see Lin Yun heavily injured at the very least to ensure that he was harmless before going after the golden spirit core. If the blood conceal king could injure Lin Yun, they wouldn't hesitate to make a move. What should we do? Ji Zishi was anxious. She was young, so this sudden change of events surprised her. There's no need to hurry. Lin Yun should be able to deal with the blood conceal king, so we just have to be cautious of the surroundings. Let's leave this place first, Lin Xianxia said. Her words made Ji Zishi calm down. MHM? Lin Yun was surprised because he could sense that the saint aura the blood conceal king was releasing began to drop. It might seem like Lin Yun was running for his life. However, he didn't panic and was probing the blood conceal king's strength. It has come to an end here. Lin Yun suddenly turned around and faced the blood conceal king head-on. His eyes shone brightly and became golden, unleashing his quasi-bright sun sword intent. With Lin Yun in the center, a golden shockwave spread out, which was the Azure Dragon Sword domain. At the center of the shockwave, Lin Yun basked in a golden radiance as he charged at the blood conceal king. What's going on? This scene made everyone's hearts tremble because they didn't expect Lin Yun to charge at the blood conceal king instead of running away. Not only those in the Netherwoods mountain range but everyone on the heavenly barren Saint Mountain was also attracted to his actions. Under the vast commotion, Lin Yun poured all the primordial aura within his body into the sword and swung it against the shackles. When the two forces clashed, cracks appeared in this battlefield. An unbelievable scene occurred as Lin Yun beam enveloped in Saint Radiance and cut the shackles apart, leaving fine cracks on the shackles, and the flames began to disperse. Dodge it! No one dared to be careless and quickly dodged. When the sword landed on the blood conceal king, it stabbed the golden demonic runes. But the backlash from the demonic runes made Lin Yun's internal organs tremble with huge waves, rising from the saint energy ocean within his violet palace. Lin Yun wore a grave expression while being envious of the demonic runes, which were even more effective than divine physiques. You're courting death. The blood conceal king was furious as he avoided the flower burial sword and swiped with his claws-like blades. Lin Yun calmly dodged the attack, while the claws left cracks in the space in its path. You can really run. The blood conceal king wore a brutal smile as he raised the shackles with his right hand, and the shackles enveloped Lin Yun, sealing him entirely. Great! Zhang Ziao and Heavenly Book cheered when they saw this scene. He's dead for sure now. The other geniuses also became excited. The blood conceal king had predicted Lin Yun's location and set up a trap beforehand, waiting for Lin Yun to step into his trap. As long as Lin Yun stepped on it, he would be dead. Sensing the surrounding danger, the flower burial sword began to vibrate within Lin Yun's hand, worried for Lin Yun's safety. Calm down, Lin Yun smiled. He had experienced multiple life and deaths with the flower burial sword, and he could sense the sword's feelings. This is nothing? Lin Yun smiled, which made the flower burial sword in his hand calm down after hearing his words with fighting spirits gushing out. The entire world began to tremble under the sword intent, and Lin Yun smiled as he swung his sword. As a dazzling sword ray flew out, the sword domain tore apart the distorted space, sending the two shackles flying before Lin Yun charged forth. Blooming stars, flower-seeking moon, rising sword, rippling heavenly river, firefly's light. Lin Yun performed the third section of the divine firefly sword with the flower burial sword, with various phenomena overlapping. They were all Lin Yun's figure, which the sword ray bloomed as the divine firefly sword was pushed to the limit, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed while watching this scene. They had never seen such an exquisite sword technique before. Is that the divine firefly sword? Isn't this famous sword technique long lost? But the legend didn't state that the divine firefly sword was so powerful. Many cultivators on the heavenly barren Saint Mountain recognized this sword technique, which shocked them even more, including all the present swordsmen. This sword technique is simply unheard of. All the swordsmen became emotional. What the hell? Xianxia and others were stumped when they witnessed Lin Yun's performance. Lin Yun's sword tore apart all the golden demonic runes on the Blood Conceal King, making the Blood Conceal King scream in pain as a demonic radiance shot out from his body. It didn't take long before the Blood Conceal King couldn't hold on any longer. The Blood Conceal King's face was ashen as he looked at Lin Yun. He asked, "What's the name of this sword technique?" His life was coming to an end soon, based on his injuries, and he wasn't as insane as before. "The divine firefly sword," Lin Yun said. The Blood Conceal King was briefly stunned, before he said, "I remembered it now. Before the heavenly path was severed, this sword technique was famous throughout the universe, but I never heard that it was so powerful. I have no regrets about dying in your hands despite preparing for so long." Lin Yun remained silent. "You're from Kunlun?" The Blood Conceal King smiled. "My spirit clan was also invincible in the Kunlun realm, and you've escaped from it, right? I bet everyone in there is already reduced to livestock." Lin Yun raised his brow and coldly said, "Sorry to disappoint you. Your clan was nearly slaughtered 3,000 years ago, and they're now sealed, even if they're alive. They're barely living, like rats in the drain. No, they're more pathetic than rats in the drain. This is impossible." The Blood Conceal King became furious, looking anxious. "There's no need to bluff me. You won't live for long. You think I can't tell that your own kind doesn't welcome you? You will soon follow my path after I die. Ha ha ha." As the Blood Conceal King laughed, his body was ripped apart and the golden spirit core appeared. The Blood Conceal King didn't have enough time to refine that golden spirit core. The eyes of Xianxia and the other geniuses lit up as they flew over and landed before Lin Yun. The six looked extraordinary with their Dao flowers blooming behind them. Xianxia smiled. "Impressive, but you can leave now. You don't have to worry about the golden spirit core." His tone was casual, as if he was dismissing his servant. "Flower burial, you should rest since you're exhausted and leave everything to us," Heavenly Book added. As for the other geniuses, they maintained silent, acknowledging Xianxia and Heavenly Book's words as their gaze fell onto Lin Yun. On the heavenly barren Saint Mountain, this scene caused an uproar. They're going to isolate Lin Yun? Isn't Xianxia too shameless? Lin Yun was the one who killed the Blood Conceal King, and yet they're going to kick him away? Not only that, but I even suspect that they've planned this beforehand. All the cultivators were left dumbfounded, having never expected this scene. After all, Lin Yun had won many people's acknowledgement with his performance, so everyone naturally sympathized with him when he was treated this way. These people are too much. They plan to isolate Lin Yun just because they're from different backgrounds. The Kunlun realm was famous throughout the universe back then. This is too much. Within the Netherwoods mountain range, Lin Yun calmly looked at these people and asked, "What are you guys talking about? I don't understand." When the Blood Conceal King attacked him, he already had a plan, so he was waiting for this moment. He wasn't afraid of them. nor would he let them snatch the golden spirit core from him. Lin Yun, are we not clear enough? Xianxia smiled coldly. We're saying that you can leave now, immediately. Heavenly Book sneered. We've known each other for a long time, and we're all geniuses on the Brandish Dragon ranking. Do you think you're on the same level as us just because you're somewhat capable? They were bullying and isolating Lin Yun. Since there was a competition, they naturally had to kick Lin Yun out first. Brat, leave immediately and return to your Kunlun realm. The universe doesn't welcome you, Tuoba Hong said rudely. His gray hair fluttered in the wind, making him look ferocious. He also had a moon imprint on his forehead, which was the symbol of the heavenly moonhowl wolf. The other geniuses said nothing with indifference on their faces, stating their attitude. They wouldn't come up with a vicious plan by themselves, but they wouldn't reject it if someone came up with it. Lin Yun smiled. You think that I've reached my limit? Do you think I'm foolish enough to leave after dealing with the Blood Conceal King? I might have a good temper, but not to this extent. Who do you think you are to speak? You have long become a sore in my eyes. A lowly swordsman dares to interact with the genius of my heavenly sword pavilion? Do you think that I don't have any temper? Zhang Ziao sneered, no longer continuing with his act. Qin Yun said, we still have to think about how we will divide this golden spirit core. If you leave now, whoever obtains the golden spirit core can give you some benefits and won't let you return to the Kunlun realm empty-handed. We've given you enough benefits, so don't join the game between the 3,000 realms. He might seem calm, but his tone was filled with pride that far surpassed Zhang Ziao and Heavenly Book. In his heart, he looked down on Lin Yun from the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun smiled mysteriously as a flute appeared in his hand. This was the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. He asked, Dao Sex Qin Yun, do you know where we are? We're naturally in the Netherwoods mountain range. Do you want to buy time? There's no meaning behind it since it's useless before absolute strength. Qin Yun frowned. Don't waste time with him and just cripple him. Heavenly Book waved his hand with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. But just when they were about to make a move, Lin Yun spun the divine indigo jade bamboo flute in his hand and said, we're in an ancient battlefield, the rebirth place of the Blood Conceal King. There are countless corpses buried here. As he spoke, all the deathly aura in this battlefield was mobilized by the divine indigo jade bamboo flute in Lin Yun's hands. The battlefield began to tremble as a black, deathly aura gushed out from the ground. What's going on? The 6 geniuses took a few steps back and wore grave expressions. But before they could do anything, Lin Yun placed the divine indigo jade bamboo flute by his lips and started playing it. His clothes and hair began to flutter in the wind as the skeletons buried deep in the ground soared to the sky. They were corpses of those who had died, and they were controlled under the nourishment of a deathly aura. Looking at the densely packed corpses in the sky, the 6 geniuses exclaimed, not good! The demonic corpses are running amok. Leave! Everyone's faces changed as they retreated. They might be able to deal with the situation if it was just a few demonic corpses, but there were too many. There were more demonic corpses appearing, and the entire battlefield was enveloped in their demonic aura. Tuoba Hong was slightly slower and was held down by several demonic corpses with wounds appearing on his body. As he groaned, he returned to his true form, the heavenly moonhowl wolf. A massive wolf appeared with a moon rising to the sky, and his aura reached a terrifying height. He was furious and started fighting with the sea of demonic corpses. You guys are courting death. But there were too many demonic corpses and everyone there was furious because they plotted against Lin Yun, only to be outwitted by Lin Yun instead. Their gazes were vicious as they looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was playing the Phoenix Heart song while being enveloped in moonlight, making him look sacred. The aura that he gave off also made all the demonic corpses ignore him. Damn it! He must have planned this. This place is a huge trap, and we should have realized that. The 6 geniuses were furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. There was an ancient array beneath the ancient battlefield, containing boundless deathly aura and corpses. Everyone was cautious in the beginning, but they became complacent after Lin Yun fell for their trap and forgot about it. As a result, they were facing their retribution now. Lin Yun retreated to the side and was speechless when he saw this scene. He expected that there would be demonic corpses here, but he didn't think that there would be so much. Lin Yun noticed that the golden spirit core was turning into a streak of light. He smiled as he flew over. I knew that you're not entirely dead. Lin Yun was enveloped in moonlight, and yet the demonic corpses ignored him even though he had stopped playing the Phoenix Heart song. Now, he only had to obtain the golden spirit core to become the final winner. After him, Zhang Ziao and Mu Chenxue broke free from the demonic corpses and chased after Lin Yun. They were fast, and the huge amount of demonic corpses didn't hold them down. Flower burial impressive. Mu Chenxue smiled. Who could have thought that Lin Yun would have such a high attainment in music? Zhang Ziao and Mu Chenxue were both 8th-stage Saint Lords, and the primordial aura in their violet palaces had formed into stars. Mu Chenxue was so fast, he was even faster than Lin Yun. As he laughed, the stars shone in his violet palace, and he caught up with Lin Yun. The golden spirit core is mine. This scene naturally made Zhang Ziao anxious. As for Mu Chenxue, he was excited and wore a smile because the golden spirit core would be his soon. But then Lin Yun suddenly turned around and faced Mu Chenxue head-on. Seeing this, Mu Chenxue smiled. Have you resigned yourself to your fate? But his smile soon froze because he didn't notice when a flower appeared on Lin Yun's shoulder. That was the other shore flower. As the flower emitted an aroma, it made Mu Chenxue dazzled. Before the latter could even react, Lin Yun's palm landed on his chest, sending Mu Chenxue flying away and throwing out blood. You! Mu Chenxue's face changed, and he was so furious that he threw out another mouthful of blood. You can't even withstand a flower? Mu Chenxue, it looks like you're lacking. Zhang Ziao laughed when he saw this scene, and he took the opportunity to chase after Lin Yun. But in the next second, 5 beams descended from the sky, each representing a different element. As they intertwined, they formed into a sky with a powerful pressure as a figure appeared. Heavenly Divine Sword. This person was naturally Lin Xianxia, who used her incomplete 5 elements Dao and pushed the Heavenly Divine Sword to the limit. This caught Zhang Ziao by surprise as he took the attack head-on. Lin Xianxia. Zhang Ziao's face changed with disbelief. He couldn't believe that not only did Lin Xianxia stand on Lin Yun's side, but she even helped Lin Yun by attacking him. But that wasn't all. Ji Zishi arrived with a pair of wings behind her, fully circulating the heavenly Phoenix Maiden's bloodline. Divine Phoenix Fire. Ji Zishi was like a deity with the divine seal on her forehead blooming as she dived down like a phoenix. When she landed on the ground, the fire not only stopped Zhang Ziao, but the other geniuses as well. Several people tried to charge through the fire, but they discovered that the fire would stick onto them like a parasite if they came in contact with it. This was a shocking scene, and even Heavenly Book's face changed, not daring to give it a try. That's the Divine Phoenix Fire. She has activated her bloodline. Heavenly Book gritted his teeth. Lin Xianxian and Ji Zishi flashed as they landed beside Lin Yun, who had obtained the Golden Spirit Core. Big Brother Lin. Lin Xianxian and Ji Zishi's faces were pale when they approached Lin Yun. One had forcibly used the 5 elements Dao, while the other pushed her bloodline to the limit using the Divine Phoenix Fire. But thanks to that, they managed to stop the other geniuses from approaching. Are you two all right? Lin Yun asked, looking at Ji Zishi. Hehe, I'm fine. Big brother, can we go now? Ji Zishi chuckled. There was a sickly blush to her pale face, and her condition wasn't as good as she said. Let's erase the lingering soul first, Lin Yun said, looking at the golden spirit core in his hand. The lingering soul was the Blood Conceal King's saint soul, but that wasn't a problem since most of his saint soul was destroyed. The one left in the golden spirit core was only a tiny part. With his quasi-bright sun sword intent, he could easily erase that soul. We can't go over. Qin Yun's face was ugly. If they tried to forcibly charge through the fire, it would be troublesome if they were caught in the flames. People like Heavenly Book still hadn't completely recovered and was bearing pain from his internal organs being burned by the Divine Phoenix Fire. Tuoba Hong frowned. That's the heavenly phoenix maiden. She must have used her blood essence to forcibly push her phoenix sacred flame into changing to divine phoenix fire. Everyone's faces were ugly because they knew what this meant, and they could only look at Lin Yun with envy. What's so good about him? Zhang Xiao gritted. He still couldn't believe that Lin Xianxia attacked him. Back in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's headquarters, they still had a pretty good relationship together, and he thought that he could win her heart with enough time. No one spoke out, but their faces were also ugly. They're leaving, Mu Qianxue said as Lin Yun's group crushed the metal and left. Damn it! Everyone cursed. After all, they had planned everything, but everything went down the drain and could only watch as Lin Yun left with the Golden Spirit Core. In the end, they became the clowns instead. The gazes of the four geniuses turned to look at Zhang Xiao and Heavenly Book. Zhang Xiao coldly said, "This isn't over." Everyone thought about trump cards they didn't use while Lin Yun returned to Heavenly Baron St. Mountain with the Golden Spirit Core. Flower Burial has returned. Cheers echoed when they saw Lin Yun's figure. Lin Yun had become a famous figure as everyone witnessed what he did in the Netherwoods mountain range. Who could have thought the six geniuses were playing around in Lin Yun's palm? Ha ha ha! That was satisfying. It's good that Lin Yun won. He has long discovered that the ancient battlefield was unusual and was forced to retaliate. Everyone was excited, especially swordsmen. After all, everyone watched what the six geniuses did. Lin Yun, Ao Ju and Xiong Tianan excitedly came over. Ha ha ha! You guys didn't see how ugly the six of their faces were, Xiong Tianan said in excitement. Oh! Lin Yun was surprised as he raised his head and saw the screen. On the screen, the six geniuses were trying to break through the encirclement of the demonic corpses and crush their metals to return. When his gaze fell onto Profound Sky Venerable, he instantly knew what was happening. How many spirit cores do we have now? Lin Yun asked. Adding up those on Xiong Tianan and Ao Ju, we have about 400. Lin Jiangxian said. Okay. Since that's the case, I want to let Zishi have the Golden Spirit Core. Lady Lin, what do you think? Lin Yun asked. After all, the Golden Spirit Core was a direct ticket to the Heavenly Baron Banquet. According to Profound Sky Venerable, Zishi was the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the ancestral deity would take her as his disciple. This meant that he would be able to fulfill his promise with the Divine Phoenix Holy Master. Lin Jiangxian smiled. I have no opinion about it. Without your help, I'm afraid I couldn't even come to Heavenly Baron St. Mountain. You're being too humble. Lin Yun smiled as he handed the Golden Spirit Core to Zishi. Zishi's eyes were red, and she was touched. She muttered, Big Brother Lin, I have received too much help from you. They first met in the Unholy Sea, where Lin Yun helped her make a breakthrough with the Phoenix Heart Song. Then, Lin Yun gave her the Divine Flame Fragment in the Heavenly Void. Now, Lin Yun even gave her the Golden Spirit Core. I will do what I've promised, Lin Yun smiled. When Zishi obtained the Golden Spirit Core, he split the 400 spirit cores with Ao Ju and Xiong Tianan, allowing them to participate in the Heavenly Baron Banquet. Someone like you should stay in the 3,000 realms, Ao Ju said. I have visited many places, but I've never seen someone like you. What are you going to do now? Go after them, Xiong Tianan asked. He knew Lin Yun's character well, and he was a good friend. But he also knew Lin Yun wouldn't let what happened in the Netherwoods mountain range go. That's for sure. Lin Yun smiled with murderous intent rising in his eyes. Let's go. He led the way to Profound Sky Venerable and stated why he came. You want to give the Golden Spirit Core to Zishi? Profound Sky Venerable was surprised. The Golden Spirit Core represented a ticket to the Heavenly Baron Banquet, and it was naturally precious. Since I brought her here, I naturally have to send her up. The Divine Phoenix Mountain's lineage in the Kunlun realm helped the Blue Dragon ancestral deity back then, so I have returned the favor to them, Lin Yun said. The Divine Phoenix Mountain clan stayed in the Kunlun realm for the ancient battle, but they were also trapped in the Kunlun realm because of that. Zishi bore the responsibility for bringing them back. But this isn't over yet. The competition for the remaining 9 quotas will continue, and you've greatly offended them. I'm worried about your quota, Profound Sky Venerable said with a grave expression. Zishi asked, I don't want it then. Big brother Lin can take it. She was worried about Lin Yun, and she didn't want to see him in danger again. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yun caressed Zishi's head and smiled. This was my intention from the beginning, so you're not allowed to refuse. Zishi gritted her teeth but gradually calmed down. Seeing the gentle expression and confident look on Lin Yun's face, she could feel her heart melting. She felt blissful and uneasy while looking at Lin Yun's face. At this moment, she just wanted to stay together with Lin Yun. All right, I'll hold on to the Golden Spirit Core for now, and congratulations to you. Profound Sky Venerable smiled, showing his fondness for Zishi. He was naturally happy that she could participate in the Heavenly Baron banquet. He then turned to Lin Yun and said, You have to be careful. Lin Yun merely replied with a wink. He smiled. Since we're so acquainted, why don't you tell me how we will determine the remaining 9 quotas? It will be brutal, Profound Sky Venerable said. Oh, okay. Lin Yun didn't ask anything else about it. He swept his gaze over the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron and walked over. When he touched the cauldron, he circulated the Blue Dragon Divine Seal, wanting to see if it would work. He tried to change the topic and asked, Speaking of which, what's the effect of the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet? The Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet is used to temper the physique. You possess the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, but you haven't fully excavated its potential. You also have to undergo tribulations. With the help of the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet, it will help you far more than you can imagine, Profound Sky Venerable said. Right then, the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron lightly trembled, and Lin Yun knew that the method given to him by the Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity worked. He inwardly rejoiced, before quickly letting go of the cauldron, seeing that Profound Sky Venerable's gaze was directed over. What are you doing? Profound Sky Venerable looked at the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron before turning to Lin Yun. He then said, Don't even think about it. This is the treasure of Heaven's Gate, a gift from the Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity to the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity. Lin Yun said, I do want it, but I don't have the ability to take it. I only patted on it earlier. Profound Sky Venerable snorted, then smiled. At least you're tactful. You won't be able to bring the cauldron away no matter what you do. Ha ha ha, have fun touching it. Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing. He wasn't anxious. He wanted to wait till everyone settled down. He was determined to take the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron with him before leaving, and even the Ancestral Deity couldn't stop him. Right then, the 6 geniuses returned, looking at Lin Yun with murderous intent, while Lin Yun looked at them with a fearless smile. When the 6 geniuses returned, they looked pathetic while returning with some of their sect's disciples, also covered in wounds. They had suffered badly at the hands of the demonic corpses. Lin Yun. Seeing Lin Yun's smile, the 6 geniuses gritted their teeth. That bastard. Tuoba Hong had a fiery temper, and he wanted to make a move right then, but Heavenly Book held on to him, saying, Calm down. This is the Heavenly Baron Saint Mountain, and you'll be dead if you make a move. When Tuoba Hong saw Profound Sky Venerable beside Lin Yun, fear flashed through his eyes, so he calmed down. That fellow obtained the Golden Spirit Core, so there's no opportunity to teach him a lesson. Heavenly Book sighed with disappointment. The moment he said that, the faces of the other 5 also became ugly. After all, their perfectly planned scheme went down the drain. Zhang Xiao's face was hideous since he hadn't recovered from Lin Jiangxian's sword yet. There's no needs to hurry. Wait for the Venerable to announce the last stage, Qin Yun said as everyone became quiet and looked at Profound Sky Venerable, waiting for him to announce the rules for the last stage. Zishi, stay here. You guys go down, Profound Sky Venerable said, chasing everyone away from Zishi. He continued, The Golden Spirit Core has been given to me by Kunlun Realm's Zishi, and she will receive a direct ticket to the Heavenly Baron Banquet. As for the remaining 9 quotas, they will be competed for amongst those who have obtained 100 spirit cores. The moment he said that, Everyone turned to look at Lin Yun with disbelief. No wonder why they went to look for profound sky venerable together. Lin Yun is really generous. The other geniuses won't let him go. He probably can't go to the heavenly Baron banquet now. Everyone was shocked by what profound sky venerable said. The 6 geniuses were also briefly stunned before a smile rose on their faces. Heavenly Book smiled. He's really bold. He doesn't know how death is spelled. We can take revenge now. Xianxia smiled as everyone looked at Lin Yun with hostility. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered and maintained a smile on his face. For the next round, the 28 who had obtained 100 spirit cores will compete over the 9 quotas. Aside from the 6 known geniuses, the other cultivators who had gathered 100 spirit cores were also geniuses from different sects, such as the branch of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Aside from Zhang Ziao, 7 divine disciples had also gathered 100 spirit cores. Relying on the sword array, they managed to collect enough spirit cores. Next would be Shangguanzhu and Zhao Zhanli from the Shadow Divine Palace, who also gathered 100 spirit cores. As for Xiong Tianan and Ao Zhu, they relied on Lin Yun to obtain 100 spirit cores. That was the same for the remaining geniuses. They had relied on a peerless genius to be qualified. Profound Sky Venerable waved his hand and 9 lotuses appeared on the stage. He said, "The last round is simple. There aren't any restrictions aside from no sovereign saint artifacts, and you have to sit on the lotus and activate it to be qualified." Lin Yun fell into deep thought because the rules for the last round were simple. This meant that they could form an alliance or gang up on someone, making everyone's faces change. Ji Zishi asked, "Venerable, what if someone joins hands?" "There aren't any restrictions on that," Profound Sky Venerable said. Ji Zishi's face changed upon hearing that before she turned to look at Lin Yun. Many people found it a pity because they knew what Ji Zishi was worried about. The 6 geniuses exchanged a gaze and they smiled. Xiong Tianan raised his head to look at Profound Sky Venerable and roared, "Venerable, this isn't fair." His words naturally sparked an agreement amongst everyone. Zhang Ziao raised his voice. "I find it fair." Heavenly Book waved his fan and smiled. "Fair? We didn't even say anything about it, and who the hell do you think you are? You're only Flower Burial's dog. And yet you think you could come so far without him? How dare you talk about fairness?" Heavenly Book's voice made Xiong Tianan's face turn red, and Ao Zhu quickly held on to him. Lin Yun said nothing as he pondered what Profound Sky Venerable said. Then he noticed something. Dao Sec's Qin Yun said, "I find it fair. There are 9 quotas, so they will only go to those who are capable." Murderous intent gathered in Tuoba Hong's eyes, and he turned to Profound Sky Venerable. He asked a question that made everyone feel a chill down their spine. "I don't dare question about the fairness. Venerable, I have a different question. Are we allowed to kill? Killing isn't forbidden, and you can give up." "I will protect those who gave up," Profound Sky Venerable said. Tuoba Hong smiled and looked at Lin Yun. "Then I'll kill him before he can give up. That means you can't protect him, right?" Profound Sky Venerable nodded upon hearing that question. "Good." Tuoba Hong wore a sinister smile. Mu Qianxue and Kanju exchanged a gaze. Before they said, "We have no problem with it. We find it fair." With the 6 geniuses acknowledging the rules, everyone else echoed along. Seeing this, Heavenly Book smiled. "Xiong Tianan, do you have any other opinions?" "We all find it fair." Xiong Tianan was furious. But just when he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Lin Yun, who asked, "Venerable, I have something to say." Lin Yun's voice drew everyone's attention, and he continued, "If someone activates the lotus, does that mean that they can't make a move anymore?" "That's for sure. Once the quotas are determined, they can't be involved in the fight," Profound Sky Venerable said. "I have no other questions," Lin Yun said. "You don't think that we will give you the chance to do that, right?" Zhang Ziao sneered. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to reply, which only made Zhang Ziao even more furious. He gritted his teeth. "Let me see if you can still be arrogant later." Zhang Ziao was furious because this wasn't the first time Lin Yun ignored him. "There's no need to hurry. We have plenty of time to deal with him," Heavenly Book calmly said. Since there are no more questions, let us begin. The profound Sky Venerable said as he waved his hand, clearing everyone else who was on the stage, leaving behind 28 people and the 9 lotuses. Kill flower burial first before competing for the lotuses. Who agrees and who disagrees? Xianxia roared as he released his sword intent. I agree, Heavenly Book said. No opinion about that, Qin Yun said. Same with me, Mu Xianxia replied. The 6 geniuses soared to the sky and released their saint radiances with constellations. The cultivators from the same forces as them also flew to the sky, and this scene made the surrounding cultivators take a deep breath. They finally knew how strong the 6 geniuses were after sensing the aura that they gave off. Kill flower burial first before competing for the lotuses. Hearing the words, everyone was terrified as they discussed amongst themselves. They're going to gang up on him? They have so many people, and Lin Yun's side only has Lin Jiangxian, Ao Ju, and Xiong Tiannan. The scene in the ancient battlefield appeared once more. Zhang Ziao is really disgusting. The cultivators outside became worried for Lin Yun. Venerable, this isn't fair for Big Brother Lin. Ji Zixi eyes became red. If she had a choice, she would rather stand before Lin Yun like back in the ancient battlefield, blocking them even if she had to push her bloodline to the limit. What is fair? Profound Sky Venerable asked. One-on-one and elimination, Ji Zixi said softly. Profound Sky Venerable sighed. You're too young. There's nothing fair in the world. Furthermore, don't you think that this is perfect for Lin Yun? Ji Zixi was baffled upon hearing that, but Profound Sky Venerable merely smiled and said nothing. At the same time, Lin Yun took a step forth and smiled. Lin Yun is here? Who wants to fight me? He signaled Lin Jiangxian, Xiong Tiannan, and Ao Ju not to make a move as he looked around. Tuoba Hong will go first. Tuoba Hong had a fiery temper as a primordial beast, and he wanted to kill Lin Yun a long time ago. He coldly said, a mere swordsman from the barbaric realm dares to give a title to yourself? Do you really think that you're a prodigy swordsman? I'm a heavenly moonhowl wolf, and I'll eat you today. Tuoba Hong was arrogant, and he didn't conceal it. Lin Yun smiled. Heavenly moonhowl wolf? You're just a dog that's going to be beaten up by me today. Lin Yun didn't put up with Tuoba Hong's provocation and refuted his words, and his comment caused an uproar in the surroundings, making everyone nervous. After all, Tuoba Hong was a primordial beast, not a human cultivator possessing a demonic beast's bloodline. The heavenly moonhowl wolf could be considered a saint beast, and yet Lin Yun called it a dog. This was too ruthless. Does he not know that Tuoba Hong has a fiery temper? He's courting death, Zhang Ziao coldly said. Tuoba Hong has long reached the 8th stage Saint Lord, and he can kill a 7th stage Saint Lord with a punch. As a primordial beast, he's practically invincible against those who are at the same cultivation. The other geniuses continued to watch with a smile on their faces. As for the spectators, their faces also changed. Veins popped on Tuoba Hong's face as the moon on his forehead shone brightly. He coldly said, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, You think you can enrage me this way? Well, you're only a 7th stage Saint Lord, so you naturally have to resort to tricks if you want to defeat me. Shaking his head, he mocked, An ant is an ant. What a pity. You're misunderstanding me. The so-called heavenly moonhowl wolf is merely a dog in my eyes, and I don't even have to use my sword to deal with you? Lin Yun smiled. His words caused an uproar with everyone finding him too cocky, slapping Tuoba Hong's face multiple times. How dare you? Tuoba Hong became furious as his long hair grew and his body swelled up. As silver moonlight shone on his body, a wild and noble temperament appeared simultaneously, and his silver hair grew so long that it nearly reached the ground. A silver moon then appeared in the sky with moonlight shining on Tuoba Hong, creating ripples in the surrounding space. Moon domain. That's the innate talent of the heavenly moonhowl wolf. It looks like he has become serious. It looks like he's determined to kill Lin Yun before he can admit defeat. Exclamations came from the surrounding area. Gravity field? As Lin Yun's sword intent vibrated, he felt that his body was restricted when the moonlight shone on him. He fell into deep thoughts because the so-called moon domain made it feel like gravity had increased. It's too late for you to beg for mercy now. No one can be my opponent in the moon domain. Tuoba Hong grinned as he charged forth, leaving behind a silver flash that appeared as though he had thrown behind space. When a giant explosion resounded, space shattered under his fist with a shockwave spreading out, causing heavenly barren Saint Mountain to tremble. Everything happened too quickly, and not even a sixth-stage Saint Lord could take this punch head-on. This was the terror of primordial beasts, and they could suppress human cultivators by relying on their physique. As the five geniuses wore a smile, a bizarre scene occurred. Lin Yun stood on the same spot and merely raised his palm to block this fist. A mighty gale blew on Lin Yun's face, causing his hair to flutter, and he was smiling. "You're too slow. Is this the best you can do?" Everyone was dumbfounded with disbelief because Tuoba Hong's attack, which felt like a volcano, was so easily blocked by Lin Yun. If Tuoba Hong was the king of beasts, Lin Yun would be the beast tamer. How is this possible? Many cultivators exclaimed. Tuoba Hong squinted with disbelief. When he tried pulling his fist back, he was shocked to discover that Lin Yun's fingers felt like a dragon's claw with thunderstorms forming in his palm. Pulling his fist over, he realized that he couldn't move. When he raised his head, he saw a smile on Lin Yun's face and threw a punch with his left fist at it. There was no way Lin Yun could dodge from such a close distance. When everyone wanted to see how Lin Yun would block this attack, everyone saw Lin Yun twist Tuoba Hong's fist with a smile. As thunderstorms raged, a violent gale blew and Tuoba Hong was forced to take 10-odd steps back, resolving the other punch from Tuoba Hong. Lin Yun smiled, and he gestured for Tuoba Hong to continue. An exclamation resounded from the surroundings because Lin Yun didn't place Tuoba Hong in his eyes. They had to admit that Lin Yun looked elegant at this moment. Tuoba Hong was furious as he charged forth. This time, silver lightning began to flash on his body, and his speed increased. Lin Yun merely pushed his hands forth and a golden lotus appeared behind him. The Sovereign Tao, Azure Dragon Tao. At the same time, Lin Yun's blood began to boil with an Azure Dragon's aura sweeping out. Lin Yun faced Tuoba Hong head-on using speed against speed. Relying on the Azure Dragon Divine Physique and Azure Dragon Tao, he fought Tuoba Hong evenly. But if one looked at them closely, they would discover Lin Yun was more composed in the fight. One attacked while the other defended. Tuoba Hong's attacks were densely packed, but they were futile against Lin Yun. This naturally made Tuoba Hong greatly shocked because the moon domain increased the surrounding gravity 10 times, and yet Lin Yun was fine in his domain and was even more composed than him. Seeing through Tuoba Hong's thoughts, Lin Yun smiled. After all, 10 times the gravity was nothing to him since he trained on Blood Purgatory Mountain. Did Tuoba Hong really think that the Kunlun realm didn't have any inheritance? Lin Yun roared with a dragon's roar echoing from within his body, and his blood began to boil. With a thunderstorm enveloping his fist, his punch landed on Tuoba Hong's chest. Blood dripped from Tuoba Hong's lips, and he took several steps back before he regained his footing. This scene made everyone take a deep breath. Even the faces of the five geniuses changed, and their eyelids twitched with disbelief. He reached such heights with the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. He has hidden himself deeply, and even formed the dragon's soul. He asked me what the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet is for. He must have used it. Profound Sky Venerable smiled as he stroked his beard. In his view, Lin Yun was probably after the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. As for the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet, he had probably used it. Lin Yun only asked that to divert his attention. Otherwise, Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Divine Physique wouldn't be so strong. Ji Zishi curiously asked, "Grandpa Profound Sky, what do you mean?" Profound Sky Venerable was in a good mood, and he smiled. "He's bluffing me. He must have already used the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet. Don't worry. Your big brother Lin won't die." Ji Zishi's face blushed, but she felt big brother Lin didn't use the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet. However, seeing that the Profound Sky Venerable was so confident, She heaved a sigh in relief and wore a smile that captivated many people. Many people's hearts throbbed when they saw her smile since she was so beautiful. The situation on the stage changed as Tuoba Hong roared upon feeling humiliated. The silver moon in the sky became massive, looking like a real moon, and everyone could even see the craters on the moon. Tuoba Hong grimaced, before returning to his heavenly moon-howl wolf's beast form. It was a massive wolf with gorgeous silver fur, releasing the aura of a primordial beast. As Tuoba Hong roared, the moon domain shone brightly. 50 times the gravity. Let me see how you're going to fight me. Tuoba Hong roared, causing a commotion in the surroundings. This was the first time many saw Tuoba Hong's actual form, and they had to admit it was terrifying. But Lin Yun merely looked at the silver moon before turning to Tuoba Hong, and smiled. A dog under the moon? Everyone's lips twitched upon hearing that. After all, Lin Yun was still in the mood to tease Tuoba Hong even after the latter brought out his actual form. I'll eat you. Tuoba Hong's eyes became crimson as he swung his claw down. There wasn't any technique in this attack but brute strength, and the powerful gale it produced made many people shut their eyes. But Lin Yun was calm as the Azure Dragon Divine rune bloomed in his heart, before turning into blood threads that spread throughout his body. Sensing the power within his body, Lin Yun couldn't hold back and let out a roar. He pushed his palm forth as the divine rune flashed, and he faced Tuoba Hong's claw head-on. After one clash, the two separated. They stood 100 feet from each other, and the power radiating from them became massive as the Azure Dragon and Heavenly Moonhowl Wolf clashed. They savagely fought, making the faces of the surrounding spectators change. It wasn't long before Tuoba Hong was covered in wounds. Lin Yun was also injured, but since a dragon aura coiled around him, his injuries swiftly recovered. Blue dragon bone! Zhang Xiao exclaimed, causing a commotion in the surroundings. After all, the blue dragon bone was extremely precious, even in the 3,000 realms, and yet Lin Yun possessed one. It's really the blue dragon bone. Lin Yun is too heaven-defying. He wants to reforge the glory of the blue dragon ancestral deity. It looks like the Kunlun realm is going to rise. It's no wonder why he looked so confident. All the swordsmen felt their blood boiling when they watched Lin Yun's fight against Tuoba Hong. 100 moves later, Tuoba Hong was knocked down from the sky by a dragon. When he fell to the ground, Tuoba Hong rolled and screamed. But under the moonlight, he was swiftly recovering, and the aura he gave off became even more terrifying. Was this a primordial beast? I'm invincible under the moon, Tuoba Hong roared. His roar seemed to receive the resonation of the primordial wolf, and everyone could hear a buzzing noise in their ears, with their souls trembling as they began to bleed from their ears. Invincible? Who gave you the guts to say that? Lin Yun laughed as he slammed his palms on the ground with his sleeves fluttering like a wave. As the Azure Dragon Divine rune began to revolve within his body, a vortex of thunderstorms appeared before his chest. Lin Yun laughed with his hair fluttering. He roared, Azure Dragon's Rage. This was a shocking scene as the silver moon began to expand in everyone's eyes. This was because the silver moon was approaching. When everyone wondered what was happening, Lin Yun opened his mouth and devoured the silver moon using the thunderstorm vortex. Everyone was shocked by this scene. With the moon now gone, the aura released by Tuoba Hong began to decline. On the contrary, Lin Yun's aura began to rise after devouring the silver moon, and his aura formed into a silver beam of light, piercing the clouds. The stars in the sky became dim, and only Lin Yun shone brightly. The aura that he gave off left everyone dumbfounded with disbelief. Lin Yun is here. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Lin Yun roared, pushing his right hand forth with the Azure Dragon's Rage revolving in his palm. The distorting power hit Tuoba Hong, covering him in blood. When Tuoba Hong was sent flying away, all the flesh on his body had disappeared, leaving behind a skeletal frame. This was terrifying, frightening everyone in the surrounding area. Lin Yun's domineering words echoed across heavenly barren Saint Mountain, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble as he released the powerful aura of a saint. On the stage, Tuoba Hong's skeleton lay on the ground, reeking with blood. Many people frowned upon seeing this, and everyone became silent. How did you do that? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Yun with shock. What's going on? The other geniuses looked at Lin Yun, who donned an azure robe with his hair fluttering in the wind. But this time, that face was filled with arrogance and murderous intent. Isn't this too unfathomable? What irony! Tuoba Hong said he was invincible beneath the moon, and yet Lin Yun easily defeated him. He was the most arrogant before the fight, and even asked the profound Sky Venerable if he could kill, acting as though Lin Yun was already in his hands. Is he dead? How can saints die so easily? But he's no different from being dead. The arrogant words Tuoba Hong said earlier were sarcastic now, and the atmosphere on the stage became cold. The other geniuses wore grave expressions when they saw this scene, and they didn't have their arrogance from before. When Lin Yun raised his head to look at them, their eyes changed with shock in their hearts. Why aren't you guys calling out anymore? Weren't you guys really loud earlier? Saying that you would kill me before competing for the Lotus stages. I didn't hear incorrectly, right? Lin Yun smiled. He was as composed as before, and there was a hint of mockery in his tone. Xianxia and Heavenly Book said nothing as their faces became dark. Mu Qianxue looked at Tuoba Hong, who was struggling to recover. He coldly said, Lin Yun, aren't you a little too ruthless? We're just competing for the quotas, so is there a need to take it so far? This isn't enough, but don't worry. I will make him die again after he recovers. Lin Yun smiled. His tone was calm as he spoke the most ruthless words. Mu Qianxue's face changed with a hint of fear flashing on his face, and asked, What do you want? I'm game if you guys want to fight. If you guys want to fight with your life on the line, I'm also up for it. Lin Yun smiled as he looked around. In a nutshell, you guys can decide since I'm invincible. You guys can choose to come at me one by one or together. When Lin Yun said that, everyone in the surrounding area was shocked because he was too arrogant. But with Tuoba Hong as a living example, no one dared to belittle what Lin Yun said. Mu Qianxue was shocked by what Lin Yun said, but he didn't know how to reply to that. His lips twitched, and his face was ugly. Qin Yun said, Since you possess such strength, why did you use a trick to deal with us on the ancient battlefield? We paid a great price after being surrounded by thousands of demonic corpses, and we barely got out. You're speaking as if you're innocent. Weren't you guys the ones who plotted against me first? Lin Yun sneered. Don't make yourself look like a gentleman when you're not one. You guys can come at me one by one or together. Qin Yun raised his brow before he became furious. He came from the Dao sect, and he had a high position within the sect. The Dao sect also had an ancestral stage expert, so who would dare to be so disrespectful to him? You're arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you defeated Tuoba Hong? Mu Qianxue couldn't hold it back, and coldly continued, Let me face you then, by yourself. Lin Yun raised his brow. Kenju, you go with Mu Qianxue. Since he asked for it, let's play with him then, Xianxia said. But his words made Kenju frown since they were peerless geniuses. And because of their pride, they didn't want to gang up on Lin Yun. Even if they won, it wouldn't look good for them. There's no need to hold back against someone like him, Xianxia said. Okay. Kenju nodded, looking at Tuoba Hong. He looked at Lin Yun, and coldly said, It's unfair for us to fight against you at the same time, so consider it your win if you can last for 10 moves. Spar or deathmatch? Lin Yun smiled. Kenju frowned. Isn't Lin Yun too arrogant? He initially wanted to say they would engage in a deathmatch, but he hesitated after looking at Tuoba Hong's condition. Mu Qianxue said, A spar will do. We will give up if you win. All right. Since we're only sparring, I will only cripple your hands, Lin Yun said indifferently, and his words caused an uproar. Xianxia and Heavenly Book might be the culprits back on the ancient battlefield, but Lin Yun wouldn't mind dealing with them if they were foolish. However, if they weren't foolish, then they would only be taught a lesson by him. Flower Burial, you're too arrogant, Kenju coldly said, before a black blade appeared in his hand. Mu Qianxue was also furious and a sword appeared, before they both released their auras. They were both 8th stage Saint Lords, and they had condensed the stars in their violet palace. You will be defeated within 10 moves. The two didn't hold back and even released their constellations. They had a good relationship, so they had a strong rapport. The moment they made a move, they charged at Lin Yun from both sides, and the intent that they gave off was different. There was a heavenly river behind Mu Qianxue with countless stars rising and falling within. The heavenly river sword. Someone recognized the sword technique that Mu Qianxue was using. It was the famous heavenly river sword, a transcendent grade dragon spirit martial technique. Kenju also had a river behind him, but it was a nether river that was connected with the 18 levels of hell and countless ghosts howling within them. That's the nether river blade. One heavenly river and one nether river. The two martial techniques go a long way back, and there is a legend that they would become a divine cultivation technique if they merged. Kenju and Mu Qianxue are both peerless geniuses, so how can they not have some strength? Lin Yun is too confident in himself. The surrounding cultivators commented. As the battle became more exciting, they could learn something from observing the fight. This instantly made everyone excited. Lin Yun repeated what he did and used divine runes to manifest a dragon's claw to attack Mu Qianxue and Kenju. Under the combination of the sword and blade, the dragon's claw only lasted for a brief moment before it was torn apart. Carry on with your arrogance. Zhang Xiao smiled. The faces of the other cultivators changed, and they felt that Lin Yun had overestimated himself. He had lost the initiative in his fight, and couldn't even use his sword under Mu Qianxue and Kenju's attacks. A mistake in a battle between experts would be dangerous. Not only did Lin Yun make a mistake, but his mistake was fatal, allowing Mu Qianxue and Kenju's blade and sword to combine. I was still wondering what other abilities you had. Qin Yun sneered. Even if he fought with his eyes closed, he wouldn't make such a beginner mistake. Lin Yun seemed stunned before he smiled and pushed his hands forth, unleashing a sword vibration as half an inch of sword ray flew out from his chest. The sword ray was so dazzling that it made everyone close their eyes. With just half an inch of sword ray, Mu Qianxue and Kenju couldn't take another step further. Lin Yun's sword aura was fully unleashed, and his aura rose, causing heaven and earth to become dark. This also forced Mu Qianxue and Kenju to split when they fused their sword and blade. The flower burial sword hovered beside Lin Yun, but he had no intention of grabbing it. He smiled. If you don't mind the two of you fusing your sword and blade, it's best to save more energy for the last round. Mu Qianxue and Kenju exchanged a gaze before they charged at Lin Yun once more, executing the Heavenly River Sword and Nether River Sword. When the Heavenly River and Nether River intertwined, the phenomenon they created looked like an apocalypse. Lin Yun merely executed the divine sun-chasing art to dodge their attacks with no intention of reaching for his sword. But a golden lotus had appeared behind him. It was the flower representing Sword Dao. Not only were Mu Qianxue and Kenju unable to defeat Lin Yun, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Is it my turn now? Lin Yun smiled. This made Mu Qianxue and Kenju shocked as they recalled that it had been 10 moves without them knowing it. But before they could do anything, Lin Yun reached out to grab onto the flower burial sword. When they saw Lin Yun holding onto the sword, they suddenly sensed danger approaching and retreated without hesitation. You guys think you can run? Lin Yun smiled as he swung his sword. The two golden lotuses combined as the Azure Dragon Sword domain was deployed, and the two sword cannons circulated. Even Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful this sword was, and he only used one sword to destroy the Heavenly River and Nether River behind Kenju and Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue and Kenju threw out mouthfuls of blood with disbelief on their faces. But that wasn't all. A river appeared behind Lin Yun that looked like it had traveled through space-time. With a laugh, Lin Yun unleashed the full power of the divine Firefly Sword, and the world became filled with his afterimages, unleashing sword rays. This didn't look like a sword technique in the mortal world, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It's that sword again. Everyone in the surroundings could feel their blood boiling as Lin Yun used this sword to defeat the Blood Conceal King. When the sword ray exploded, Kenju and Mu Qianxue fell to the ground with ugly faces. They were covered in blood, and their bodies were filled with Lin Yun's sword intent. What sword technique is that? Mu Qianxue asked. He had a speculation, but he didn't dare to believe it. Firefly. The firefly's light can compete with the sun and moon, Lin Yun said indifferently. Mu Qianxue squinted, and he bitterly smiled. So, it's really the divine firefly sword. When I looked at this sword technique in the past, everyone in the sect told me it was a weak sword technique from the Kunlun realm. Kenju suddenly said, I give. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yun unleashed 2 sword rays, cutting off Kenju's arms from his shoulders with blood gushing out. This sent Kenju flying away and screaming out in pain. We can chat, but don't even think about giving up. Since I said that I'll cripple your arms, I'll keep my promise. So why didn't you believe me? Lin Yun smiled. Mu Qianxue was terrified and left dumbfounded by this scene. When he looked at Lin Yun again, he opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. You want to give up as well? Lin Yun smiled, looking at Mu Qianxue with an amicable look. But his look made Mu Qianxue tremble, and he couldn't say a word. Mu Qianxue's cheeks trembled under Lin Yun's gaze, feeling reluctant. The surrounding area also fell silent, finally realizing that Lin Yun was serious about what he said. Looking at Kenju with his severed arms, Mu Qianxue's complexion became terrifyingly pale. He knew that severing the arms and legs wasn't fatal to a saint, since they could stop the blood by relying on their powerful life force. It would only take them half a month to recover from their injuries. But seeing that Kenju was still bleeding from his wounds, Lin Yun had left his sword intent within Kenju's wounds on purpose, and that was the quasi-bright sun sword intent. If they didn't have the help of a senior, it would take them a few months to recover. I won't give up, Mu Qianxue said. Right now, he wanted to surrender in this fight before competing for a lotus and no longer wanted to be involved. I know what you're thinking, but you can give up. What you want to do is impossible, so I'll let you make a move yourself, Lin Yun said indifferently. If I do it for you, it will take at least half a year for you to recover. You're ruthless. Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth before shaking his arms, severing them. He then said in a hateful tone, Are you satisfied now? You don't seem convinced? Lin Yun smiled. Mu Qianxue didn't dare to say another word and left. The stage fell into silence, while Kenju was also brought away. Out of the 6 geniuses, only Qin Yun, Xianxia, and Heavenly Book were left. This included Tuoba Hong, but he was groaning in pain on the ground and didn't have the dominance of a primordial beast. The silence on the stage was terrifying, and the spectators didn't dare to say a word. No one expected that this matter would develop in this manner. They thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but Lin Yun was trampling on them one by one. As for the 3 remaining, Qin Yun, Xianxia, and Heavenly Book were the strongest. Those 3 are too tough to deal with. Should we help? Xiong Tianen asked. Let's watch the situation first. Lin Yun has no intention of asking us for help, so he was probably waiting for this moment, Lin Xianxian said. These people said that it was fair earlier, but they probably never expected that it was also fair in Lin Yun's eyes. Zhang Ziao and Heavenly Book exchanged a gaze, then said, Brother Qin, there's no need to talk about righteousness with someone like that. We can gang up on him together. They now regret that they didn't make a move against Lin Yun together earlier, allowing Lin Yun to defeat them slowly. There's no need. The Dao sect is a holy land on the same level as Heaven's Gate, so I can't afford to embarrass myself by joining hands with others to deal with a genius from the Kunlun realm, Qin Yun said, shaking his head. His words caused an uproar, and everyone wondered if Qin Yun would finally make a move. Lin Yun raised his brow and smiled. Not bad. You have changed my impression of you. Do I need you to change your impression of me? Qin Yun sneered, before a powerful aura emerged from him with 7 golden lotuses appearing behind him. A golden lotus represented a sovereign Dao, meaning that Qin Yun grasped 7 sovereign Daos. When the golden lotuses appeared, everyone's faces changed. 7 sovereign Daos. Everyone's faces changed. They knew the Dao sect was strong, but they didn't expect it to be that powerful. Lin Yun squinted with excitement flashing in his eyes. Qin Yun took a step forward, and stars appeared around him. After becoming an 8th stage Saint Lord, the primordial aura would condense into stars in the Violet Palace, strengthening the saint energy. Before anyone could respond, Qin Yun took another step forth as a star lit up. He took 7 steps, and 7 stars appeared with the aura he gave off, reaching a terrifying height. As he released his aura in Lin Yun's direction, he snorted, "Do I need you to change your impression of me?" Before he moved, the aura he gave off had already created fine cracks in Lin Yun's sword domain, shocking everyone. 7 sovereign Daos and 7 stars. It looked like Qin Yun was unfathomable. He snorted, "Now, do you know why I refused to join hands with them? I naturally won't underestimate you, but I'm enough to deal with you." Looking at his collapsing sword domain, Lin Yun smiled. "There's no need to grasp so many Daos as long as you're proficient enough. I might have been afraid if you focused on one, but I don't place you in my eyes now." Honestly speaking, Lin Yun was startled when he saw 7 sovereign Daos. But after looking over them, he inwardly laughed because the 7 sovereign Daos only looked terrifying. They weren't perfectly combined. With just a glance, he already noticed many flaws in them. "You don't believe me? We can give it a try then." Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword, and his sword domain slowly recovered and became flawless. "You're arrogant, and it looks like you have to be taught a lesson," Qin Yun snorted, before he charged forth. As he charged forth, a golden lotus behind him scattered, meaning he had mobilized a sovereign Dao. Death Dao. Qin Yun's eyes became black, and he performed a palm technique. He didn't just grasp 7 sovereign Daos. He also practiced a high-grade dragon spirit martial technique for each sovereign Dao. So, when he used the nether palm technique, he drew a series of exclamations from the surrounding area. Aside from that, the other 6 sovereign Daos also began to revolve as they suppressed Lin Yun's sword domain and sword aura, splitting his heart into 7. "Ha! He's finished now." Zhang Xiao's eyes lit up, but Lin Yun merely smiled as he used the Divine Firefly Sword to face Qin Yun. The Divine Firefly Sword had 3 sections, and Lin Yun had mastered them all. He was no longer restricted to the sword technique and had completely merged the profundity into his sword. No matter how profound the nether palm technique was, Qin Yun couldn't suppress Lin Yun, and the advantage in his cultivation became useless. "What's going on?" Qin Yun was shocked, and couldn't help looking at the youth who looked at him with a smile. "Blooming stars." Lin Yun flicked his wrist, and 38 afterimages flew out, resolving the nether palm technique. "Death Dao is broken." Shangguanju and Zhao Zhanli's faces changed beside Heavenly Book. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples, beside Zhang Xiao, were shocked. Could Death Dao be so easily broken? Azura Dao. Qin Yun's face changed as he executed another sovereign Dao. This was Azura Dao, which was upgraded from Slaughter Dao. A crimson spear also appeared in his hand, making Qin Yun look like a lord in hell before he charged forth. When the sword and spear clashed, each collision would produce a huge commotion. But 10-odd moves later, Qin Yun's spear was knocked away. However, Lin Yun looked like a sword immortal with his hair fluttering. "Devour Dao!" Qin Yun roared as he soared to the sky, enveloped in golden radiance. He opened his mouth and took in a deep breath as he devoured half of the Saint Aura on the heavenly barren Saint Mountain, and this was a shocking scene. "Not good." Profound Sky Venerable's face changed beside Ji Zishi. Devour Dao has a huge advantage on heavenly barren Saint Mountain. The heavenly barren Saint Mountain was a saint mountain, and there were saint veins here, so it was naturally filled with a terrifying amount of saint aura. Although Qin Yun couldn't last long in this state, he only needed one attack to inflict heavy injuries on Lin Yun. Qin Yun devoured so much saint aura that he began to bleed from his skin, and his face became sinister. He wouldn't last for long in this state. The surrounding geniuses were shocked because they never imagined that the fight between them would come this far. They had never seen this before, and they were greatly shocked. "Is that still a Saint Lord?" Someone asked in disbelief. "You think that only you know this move?" Lin Yun snorted as he circulated the great profound sword cannon, and 7 saint swords appeared behind him, followed by 7 mountains. When the great profound sword array was activated, the remaining saint aura on the heavenly barren saint mountain was devoured. This was a shocking move as the 7 swords intertwined and formed into tens of thousands of swords that overlapped together. The sword ray around Lin Yun exploded, piercing through the sky. Die! Qin Yun moved as all the saint aura he devoured formed into a giant palm, reaching Lin Yun. Lin Yun's hair fluttered violently under the wind, and he roared, "As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies." As the great profound sword array revolved, it unleashed a massive sword ray at the giant palm, piercing through that palm. This made Qin Yun scream out in pain, and the scream resounded throughout heavenly barren Saint Mountain. Holy shit, he even broke the Tao sect's heavenly desolate star-shattering palm. Profound Sky Venerable said with his scalp becoming numb. Lin Yun hovered in the air, while looking at Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, you don't need so many das as long as you're proficient enough. You're trying to teach me what to do." Qin Yun was furious, and let out a roar. He couldn't even be bothered to use the remaining sovereign Daos. 2 energies suddenly swept out from his body, Yin and Yang. All of his sovereign Daos had also merged into the black and white energy, and the aura he gave off became even more terrifying. Eternal Tao. That's Yin Yang Tao. That's the Yin Yang Tao of the Tao sect. Exclamations resounded, knowing that Qin Yun was forced to a dead end, since he even brought out the eternal Tao he hadn't fully grasped yet. Yin Yang? What a coincidence. I too know it. Lin Yun smiled as the flower burial sword flew out, and he activated the flaming Yin Yang painting he got from the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. A terrifying aura swept out as Yin and Yang perfectly merged on Qin Yun, and the aura he gave off shocked everyone. After all, there were only 9 eternal Daos, and Qin Yun had come in contact with Yin Yang Tao. Suddenly, Lin Yun's hands began to form a seal, forming the Yin Yang Saint Seal. The 2 sword spirits flew out from his body, and they began to chase after each other before Lin Yun. This was something that no one had expected. Form! Lin Yun roared as the 2 sword spirits ignited, releasing a dazzling radiance. In a split second, the spectacular flames looked as though they had entered an invisible painting. That was the flaming Yin Yang painting. That's also Yin Yang Tao. The 2 actually reached the threshold of Yin Yang Tao. How is this possible? Exclamations sounded from the surroundings, with Qin Yun being shocked as well. But they had already come this far, so there was no path of retreat for them. When the 2 Yin Yangs clashed, phenomena began to explode behind them, showing that they were evenly matched. I can't believe a secret technique left behind by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity can't suppress a mere Tao sect. Lin Yun roared with golden light shining in his eyes, and the 2 sword spirits ignited. What power is this? Qin Yun was horrified because the 2 energies in Lin Yun's Yin Yang painting looked as though they were alive, containing a massive power. Qin Yun's Yin Yang painting shattered, and he threw out a mouthful of blood while slamming onto the ground like a cannonball. When he landed on the ground and got back up, he threw out another mouthful of blood and took 2 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Lin Yun raised his hand and the flower burial sword aimed at Qin Yun's face. This sword was so fast that Qin Yun couldn't dodge it since he had just regained his footing. Let's go! Xianxia finally couldn't hold back any longer, and charged forth, knocking the flower burial sword away. Scarlet incinerating heaven. Heavenly Book waved the fan in his hand, and a bright sun rose to the sky with 18 great solar flames condensing into flame dragons that flew out like arrows. But Lin Yun was calm as he pushed his hands forth, shattering the flame dragons, but would take a step back each time. In total, he took 18 steps back. Are they going at him together? Aren't they a little too shameless? Everything happened too quickly when Xianxia and Heavenly Book joined hands until everyone came to their senses. Sorry about this, flower burial. Heavenly Book laughed. He descended before Lin Yun and said, Great solar domain. The flames that had scattered on the ground ignited and a massive pressure crashed down on Lin Yun. Azure Dragon Sword Domain. Lin Yun spread his arms apart with his sword domain unleashed. However, the sword domain couldn't destroy the Great Solar Domain but had overlapped instead. This surprised Lin Yun since this was the first time he had experienced this. Invincible swordsman? You're nothing without your sword domain. Heavenly Book laughed and charged forth, wanting to rely on his cultivation to gain an advantage. It has come to an end. Xianxia stood before Qin Yun, taking this opportunity and charging at Lin Yun. But facing him, Lin Yun only flicked his finger with his right hand while fighting Heavenly Book. When a sword ray lit up, the flower burial sword flew out at an even faster speed. You think that I'm not a swordsman as well? You're courting death. Xianxia was furious upon seeing this, and wanted to knock the flower burial sword away again. But when the two swords came in contact, Xianxia only felt a powerful sword aura flowing over him. Xianxia discovered that the great profound sword array was activated again, with 7 mountains rising from the ground with boundless sword aura pouring into the flower burial sword. When the two swords clashed, Xianxia was forced to take a few steps back, shocking the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples. How dare you be distracted in our fight? Heavenly Book was furious, seeing that Lin Yun could be distracted while fighting him, so he increased the pace of his attacks. So what if I'm distracted? Lin Yun smiled, pouring the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Rune into his right foot, and his body sank like a falling mountain. When he stomped his foot, space shattered, frightening Heavenly Book into retreating. An Azure Dragon appeared when Lin Yun stomped on the ground, and a dragon's roar was heard. The dragon's roar enveloped Heavenly Book, and his cheeks trembled from the shockwave as his hair fluttered in the wind. This forced Heavenly Book to raise his fan to block the shockwave. But when he lowered his fan, he saw something that he would never forget in his lifetime. Lin Yun's right foot hovered in the air, and he stomped his foot again as the Azure Dragon became vivid, with Lin Yun standing on the dragon's head, laughing as his hair fluttered in the wind. His sword aura had combined with the Azure Dragon, and it felt as though nothing could restrain his sword aura. The Azure Dragon sword domain was previously suppressed, but fine cracks began to appear and spread over the Great Solar Domain. Damn it! Heavenly Book roared as he charged at Lin Yun again. When Lin Yun and Heavenly Book clashed, it was Heavenly Book who was being suppressed this time, and he kept retreating. Lin Yun raised his right hand and performed a flick, which made the flower burial sword knock Xianxia back again under a sword vibration. He can do this? This scene left everyone dumbfounded, while the Shadow Divine Palace and Heavenly Sword Pavilion's disciples were shocked with disbelief at this scene. Xianxia exclaimed, "Brother Lin is too strong. I have never seen such a powerful swordsman before in my life." He was filled with so many emotions that his face became red. He tried to find a word to describe his current feeling. But a long time later, he yelled, "Bravo!" Lin Xiangxian and Ao Ju were dumbfounded. The three initially wanted to help Lin Yun, but they were greatly shocked when they saw this scene. I bet even the Blue Dragon ancestral deity couldn't do any better than him back then. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. On the contrary, Ji Zishi wore a charming smile. She had seen this scene multiple times back in the Kunlun realm. This was the Lin Yun she knew, and he was invincible even outside the Kunlun realm. Seeing this, Qin Yun finally couldn't hold himself back any longer. He briefly rested, allowing his injuries to recover. He initially didn't want to join in since he had already lost, but he couldn't hold himself back. If he couldn't suppress Lin Yun now, he would never get another chance to do so. Qin Yun soared to the sky and charged at Lin Yun as well. This scene was abrupt, and Lin Yun was caught by surprise. The aura that he gave off was suppressed, and he was under tremendous pressure. Seeing this, Heavenly Book rejoiced. Suppress him, and don't let him use his sword aura. The two had a strong rapport when they charged at Lin Yun together. But Lin Yun was calm as the Azure Dragon he was standing on entered his foot, and he swept a kick at the two. A mere loser dares to fight me again? You must be courting death. With a flip, he reached out with his right palm, pouring the Azure Dragon Divine Rune into it, before unleashing a powerful suction force that forcibly separated Qin Yun and Heavenly Book. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and no one expected Lin Yun to be so fast. Kill! Heavenly Book and Qin Yun were stumped, and they charged at Lin Yun once more. Great! Lin Yun sneered, using his fingers as a sword to perform the divine firefly sword. As for his left hand, he was using it to control the flower burial sword to fight Xianxia. The entire stage was soon covered with swords as Lin Yun fought 3 enemies by himself to a stalemate. What the hell? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many geniuses were from the 3,000 realms, such as those on the brandished dragon ranking. But they couldn't think of anyone who was like Lin Yun. The faces of Xianxia, Qin Yun, and Heavenly Book became red as they gritted their teeth. They felt embarrassed and had grievances that geniuses like them couldn't take down someone like Lin Yun. Xianxia, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, was having a tough time facing Lin Yun's sword. As for Heavenly Book and Qin Yun, they were even more miserable because they were being suppressed by Lin Yun, who used his fingers as a sword. When the firefly's radiance shone from Lin Yun's fingers, Lin Yun noticed that Qin Yun couldn't recover from his injuries anymore after 10-odd moves. Qin Yun felt like he had been plunged into ice when Lin Yun's gaze fell on him. Before he could respond, a 7-colored radiance bloomed from Lin Yun's fingers as he formed the Sovereign Dragon Seal with one hand. Qin Yun tried to block this attack, but the Sovereign Dragon Seal left a hole in his chest. This inflicted heavy injuries on Qin Yun's saint origin, with his vitality escaping from his body. When he rolled on the ground, he lost more of his life force every time he rolled. Everyone was shocked to see that Qin Yun was dying. The faces of the spectators became pale, and Heavenly Book was so terrified that his eyes nearly fell out from their eye sockets, making him want to retreat. But Lin Yun seemed to be prepared and had grabbed onto Heavenly Book's wrist with his right hand. "Let me go!" Heavenly Book screamed, but he could only see murderous intent in Lin Yun's eyes when he raised his head. Before he could respond, Lin Yun roared as he pulled Heavenly Book over like an azure dragon with immense force. Heavenly Book was ripped into 2 just like that as his blood rained down from the sky. Xianxia was frightened, and he quickly retreated. He retreated to where the divine disciples, Shangguanzhu and Zhao Zhanli, were located. With that, the slogan that they chanted earlier became a joke because there were once 6 of them, but now there are only a few of them left. Everyone, go at him together. He must be reaching his limit. Xianxia roared as the 7 divine disciples, Shangguanzhu and Zhao Zhanli, began to waver. But Lin Yun didn't give them the time to consider as he raised his hands to the sky. 9,000 ribbons flew over with 3,000 engraved with the Azure Dragon Divine Rune, 3,000 engraved with the Divine Phoenix Rune, and 3,000 engraved with the Metal Divine Rune. Lin Yun had released all his saint energy and sword intent at this moment without holding anything back. With a sweep of his gaze, he coldly said, "You guys want to come at me together? I don't mind, as I'm invincible." Lin Yun said that multiple times, but this voice was the softest this time. The shock this brought to others was the greatest, making everyone's scalps numb. When the 9,000 ribbons flew up, they released Lin Yun's quasi-bright sun sword intent and dyed the entire sky in gold. At the same time, a golden ray flew out from Heavenly Book's corpse, giving off a terrifying aura that contained divinity while streaking across the sky before it disappeared. "That's a divine seal. Heavenly Book is dead. There's huge trouble this time," all the cultivators exclaimed with fear on their faces. With Heavenly Book status, he had the protection of a deity from the Shadow Divine Palace, and that seal should have protected his life. So when Heavenly Book was killed, everyone didn't think that he was actually dead and would only be heavily injured at most. After all, he had the protection of a deity. Even Tuoba Hong wasn't dead when he only had a skeletal frame. But everyone's faces changed when they saw that seal because that represented the death of Heavenly Book. They could only say that Lin Yun was fast and ruthless, extinguishing Heavenly Book's saint origin before he could respond. "How did this happen? Lin Yun, how dare you?" Zhang Ziao's hands trembled, looking at Lin Yun with disbelief. He continued, "You're in deep trouble now." Shangguanzhu and Zhao Zhanli were also dumbfounded. They were divine disciples of the Shadow Divine Palace, and they never thought that Lin Yun would kill Heavenly Book. After all, Heavenly Book was the Shadow Divine Palace's chief disciple, and the Shadow Divine Palace used a lot of resources to nurture him. Flower burial, you're insane. Shangguanju looked at Lin Yun with a pale face. Lin Yun hovered in the air, sneering with mockery. Didn't you guys say that the rules were fair? What the matter? Do you guys find it unfair now? Didn't you guys say to kill me before competing for the lotuses earlier? Jiang Ziyao's words were stuck, making him unable to say another word as his face became red. Lin Yun's words were like a resounding slap to his face, not to mention that he was the one who said that. While everyone was shocked, Qin Yun suddenly screamed and his saint origin exploded. Then, a divine seal streaked across the horizon. This left everyone stumped, and even Jiang Ziao no longer dared to say another word. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Qin Yun with doubt. No one expected that Qin Yun would die next. Although he had a hole in his chest, it wasn't fatal to a saint. A saint wouldn't die even with their heads decapitated, possessing unimaginable life force. So, the hole in his chest could only be considered a heavy injury at most. That's why no one expected Qin Yun to die. Everyone in the surroundings didn't know how Qin Yun died. But Profound Sky Venerable knew. It was the sword intent that Lin Yun had left within Qin Yun's body. The sword intent contained yin and yang flames that slowly tortured Qin Yun to death. Even the divine seal couldn't withstand that, and could only watch as Qin Yun's vitality slowly disappeared. Profound Sky Venerable felt that Lin Yun had faced a divine seal before and devised a method to deal with it. He turned to Ji Zishi and sighed. Has he always been like that? Regardless of the Shadow Divine Palace or Dao sect, they are powerful forces with ancestral stage experts there, and no one dares to touch their chief disciples. Ji Zishi looked at Profound Sky Venerable and said, Venerable, what has that got to do with Lin Yun's style? Is it not related? You only say that because he's your beloved. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. Ji Zishi seriously said, This has nothing to do with it. I know they wouldn't have let Big Brother Lin go even if he spared them. They were the ones who plotted against Big Brother Lin on the ancient battlefield, and Big Brother Lin would have been dead if he hadn't been strong enough. Big Brother Lin could have retaliated, and yet he held back. But what happened after that? They still came after him, wanting to kill him first before competing for the Lotus quotas. So, who could they blame for their deaths? Profound Sky Venerable was surprised that Ji Zishi would say that. Since that's the case, why should Big Brother Lin go easy on them? This has nothing to do with Big Brother Lin's style. He's a swordsman, and he will only fight for the breath in his chest. Ji Zishi continued. I'm surprised you understand that at such a young age. It's so simple, but they don't seem to understand it. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. Ji Zishi looked at Qin Yun's corpse and said, That's because they're used to standing on the top of the pyramid, and they won't take another look at someone who isn't on the same level as them. They bullied you, so you can only bear it. You're at fault if you dare to retaliate, and you should be grateful for them if they stopped. That's right. They're used to standing on the top of the pyramid, Profound Sky Venerable said. Right then, Tuoba Hong got back on his feet and dashed off the stage while everyone's attention was on Qin Yun, using his heavenly moonhowl wolf beast form as he fled. But Lin Yun was even faster and pushed his palm forth. The ribbons behind him released a powerful sword vibration, and Tuoba Hong wailed while he rolled on the ground, shrinking in size with his life force being sapped from him. When he stabilized himself, he was no different from a dog now. Just when Lin Yun wanted to make a move, he noticed that Tuoba Hong had already left the stage, so he could only stop. Tuoba Hong roared at Lin Yun, but he didn't look like a primordial beast now. This left everyone in the surroundings dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they laughed. He became a dog. Flower Burial was right. This is too pitiful. A heavenly moonhowl wolf was beaten to a dog. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Hong's reputation is finished. Tuoba Hong was furious and wanted to curse, but the only sound that came out from him was barking. This made his face even redder while everyone's laughter got louder. The humiliation made him leave without turning back. Jiang Ziao wanted to give up immediately after coming to his senses, But he couldn't finish his sentence because Lin Yun was looking at him. When he opened his mouth, the ribbons with the Azure Dragon Divine Rune and Divine Phoenix Rune engraved on them flew at him. The 6,000 ribbons were like shackles binding him. "Anyone can give up but you," Lin Yun said, looking at Xianxia. When he said that, the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Shadow Divine Palace stepped back with their faces changing. "Lin Yun, spare me. I won't give up. You can just cripple my cultivation, and I promise that I won't come after you again. I will do anything as long as you spare my life." Zhang Ziao struggled as he begged. But Lin Yun was calm as he controlled more ribbons to wrap around Zhang Ziao. It didn't take long before those ribbons burrowed into Zhang Ziao's body and slowly crushed his bones. This was Lin Yun's solution for the Divine Seal. To either kill before the Divine Seal could react or slowly torture someone so that the Divine Seal couldn't activate. Ultimately, it was just a seal left behind by a deity. This process didn't last for long before Zhang Ziao's body blew apart and the Divine Seal left the heavenly barren realm. "Take the lotuses." Lin Yun looked at Lin Xianxia, Ao Ju, and Xiong Tiannan. The three still hadn't come to their senses because it should have been a tough competition for 9 spots. But Lin Yun easily dealt with the Holy Land's geniuses. Out of 6 geniuses, 1 was reduced to a dog, 2 had their arms crippled, and 3 died. This outcome was something that not even Profound Sky Venerable had expected, not to mention everyone else. Holy shit! 5 quotas out of 10 have gone to Lin Yun's group. Once the Heavenly Barren Banquet opens, it will surely shock everyone. I'm afraid Flower Burial's name will spread throughout the 3,000 realms, and no one can look down on him anymore. He must become the Heavenly Barren Ancestral Deity's disciple, or he will die. The Tao Sect, Shadow Divine Palace, and Heavenly Sword Pavilion aren't pushovers. Looking at Lin Yun's group as they occupied 4 lotuses, everyone was filled with shock and wondered if they were dreaming. But the disciples of the 6 immortal Holy Lands looked at Lin Yun with fury. They weren't convinced, but they didn't dare to say a single word. When the 4 lotuses shone brightly, the spots for the Heavenly Barren Banquet were finally determined. Next to the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, Profound Sky Venerable spoke out. "The spots for the Heavenly Barren Banquet have been determined. Lin Yun, Ao Ju, Xiong Tiannan, and Lin Xianxia will receive the qualifications to participate. Since everyone else was defeated or gave up, the 5 other quotas will remain empty." Everything had come to an end, but everyone was shocked. No one expected an outcome where 5 out of 10 spots would be empty because this had never happened before. Holy shit! They're all from Lin Yun's group. Ji Zishi's spot also came from Lin Yun, not to mention Xiong Tiannan, Ao Ju, and Lin Xianxia. Lin Yun got the spots for them all by himself. He's really going to reforge the Kunlun realm's glory. I bet the Heavenly Barren Banquet will be exciting, and we can go take a look if we have time. Flower Burial's talent in the sword is unrivaled in the 3,000 realms. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with admiration before looking at Ji Zishi, Lin Zhangtian, Xiong Tiannan, and Ao Ju with envy. Xiong Tiannan felt as though he was dreaming, and he smiled. If the old man knew that someone who's ranked at the bottom of the Brandish Dragon ranking like me can participate in the Heavenly Barren Banquet, his jaw would probably drop. "I can't believe it." Either. Ao Ju smiled. They knew that they relied on Lin Yun to participate in the Heavenly Barren Banquet, and they had received a huge benefit. It might be impossible for them to become the ancestral deity's disciple, but the ancestral deity would reward them greatly for entering the banquet. Just the fruits and wines alone would be unimaginable in the outside world. "Brother Lin, thanks," Lin Xianxian said. Ao Ju and Xiong Tiannan also came to thank Lin Yun. "No worries," Lin Yun smiled. He continued, "What are friends for?" Everyone turned to look at Profound Sky Venerable, who said, "You guys will have to stay here for another month. You can go into seclusion or look for treasures. If you want to make an exchange for treasures, you can look for the Heaven's Gate Elder in Heavenly Barren City." Everyone rejoiced after hearing what he said. Anyone who could come here were geniuses, and they had a lot of treasures on them that they didn't need. But if they secretly exchanged the treasures, it wouldn't be safe. However, it was different if Heaven's Gate was managing the transactions. Everyone cupped their fists. Thank you, Venerable. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. You guys can leave first. I still have some words to tell those participating in the Heavenly Baron banquet. The other cultivators left since they only had 1 month left. Very quickly, Lin Yun's group were the only ones left behind. You guys are to gather here a month from now, then I will bring you to the Heavenly Baron banquet, Profound Sky Venerable said. Lin Yun nodded and asked, Where's the Heavenly Baron banquet located? Heaven's Gate Ancestral Ground. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. Lin Yun knew that he would arrive at the 3,000 realms for real. He asked, I have a question. Can the ancestral deity help me return to the Kunlun realm? It won't be easy. Even if it's an ancestral stage expert, it's hard for them to suppress the Kunlun realm's heavenly Tao. When the Kunlun realm's heavenly path was severed, it was isolated from the outside world, Profound Sky Venerable said. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. Does that mean that I won't be able to return anymore? Although he had considered that outcome, he still held some hope. So he finally lost his composure after hearing what Profound Sky Venerable said. Brother Lin, there's no need for you to return. With your strength and talent, you can grow faster in the 3,000 realms, Xianxia said. Lin Yun bitterly smiled but said nothing else. Big Brother Lin has a reason to go back no matter what, Xianxia said. If it's that easy to go to the Kunlun realm, it would have long been occupied by the Demonstrate clan. You're only a saint, so you might still have a chance to return, Profound Sky Venerable said. Hope rose in Lin Yun's heart as his face became better. You bluffed me, right? You have already refined the divine sovereign dragon pellet, Profound Sky Venerable said, looking at Lin Yun. Well, I haven't refined it yet, Lin Yun smiled. It was too precious, and he also didn't know how to refine it. How is that possible? Profound Sky Venerable was shocked. He asked, How did your Azure Dragon Divine Physique become so powerful without refining it? That's impossible. You've gone through the Dragon Tribulation. He decided that he had to make Lin Yun stay in Heaven's Gate no matter what. If Lin Yun stayed in Heaven's Gate, they would have another young emperor in just 50 years. Just thinking about it was enough to make Profound Sky Venerable excited. I haven't experienced the Dragon Tribulation yet, nor have I refined the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet. So I have to seek guidance from you, Lin Yun said. It's nothing, Profound Sky Venerable smiled. He didn't hide anything as he told Lin Yun about how to refine the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet along with the Azure Dragon Tribulation. He smiled. Don't return to the city for the next month. Instead, cultivate here. This place is filled with Saint Aura since this was where emperors went into seclusion. You can refine the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet here. If the Dragon Tribulation arrives, I can look after you. Profound Sky Venerable continued. You don't have to worry about the Tao Sect, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and Shadow Divine Palace here. Heaven's Gate can protect you. With Heaven's Gate around, we won't allow those from the older generations bully you. Thank you, Lin Yun smiled. Haha, it's nothing. Profound Sky Venerable stroked his beard with a smile, before he continued. You have given me a huge surprise, and I believe that you can shine brightly at the Heavenly Baron banquet. Everyone left after briefly chatting. Leaving the stage, Lin Xianxia said, I know 2 methods to return to the Kunlun realm. Oh! Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Xianxia. First is the ancient teleportation array. When the Kunlun realm was in its prime, there were many ancient teleportation arrays. It might be hard to find them, but there are some that are still around and intact. So you can return to the Kunlun realm if you find a way, Lin Xianxia said. The first one might be dangerous since it has been too long, and no one can ensure that the teleportation array is safe. But the second method is less risky. What method is it? Xianxia asked. If an ancestral stage expert is willing to pay a price, they can send Lin Yun back to the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun is only a Saint Lord, and he is from the Kunlun realm to begin with. So, the Kunlun realm's heavenly Tao won't reject you, Lin Xianxia said. But Profound Sky Venerable said, Lin Yun was baffled. What he said isn't entirely false. It's hard for others to go to the Kunlun realm, and even ancestral stage experts can't forcibly go there, Lin Xianxia said. But ancestral realm experts can easily crush deities, and they far exceed our imagination. With the heavenly Baron ancestral deity's strength, he can send you back to the Kunlun realm. The Venerable said that probably because he wants you to stay in Heaven's Gate. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled and heaved a sigh in relief. Aoju smiled. That's normal. If I was profound Sky Venerable, I wouldn't want you to return, either. Your talent is visible, and you will become an emperor within 100 years. Aoju smiled. But it's hard to make an ancestral stage expert help you. Not to mention that we might not see the ancestral deity himself at the banquet, Xianxia said. Lin Xianxian said, You don't have to worry about that. My master is a deity, and he has a good friend who has grasped time and space DAOs. He might not be comparable to ancestral stage experts, but he can send you back. Ji Zishi smiled as she held onto Lin Yun's hand. Big Sister Lin is the best. If young Master Lin returns, what will you do then? Lin Jiangxian asked with a smile. Ji Zishi was stumped. If I can return, I will reforge the heavenly path sooner or later, Lin Yun said. I believe in Big Brother Lin. Ji Zishi looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, why are you in such a hurry to return? Cultivating in Heaven's Gate is better than the Kunlun realm, right? Xiong Tianan asked. Lin Yun didn't hide it from Xiong Tianan and explained his situation. He wanted to witness his master's tribulation, not to mention that many people were waiting for him, such as Su Ziao and Yu Weiwei. Yeah, you should return, Xiong Tianan said. I'm surprised there are so many experts even when the heavenly path is severed. It looks like the Kunlun realm is more terrifying than we thought. There must be many secrets and opportunities, Aoju said. The Kunlun realm was a sovereign realm back then, so it's not surprising. You just can't reach the deity realm with the heavenly path severed. But because of this reason, there are more emperors and saints than in the outside world, Lin Jiangxian analyzed. She continued, as long as the heavenly path can be reforged, the Kunlun realm will return to its prime. Lin Yun was shocked as he looked at Lin Jiangxian. He might not believe it if someone else said it, but Lin Jiangxian was different. For some reason, he believed in what she said. Xiong Tianan scratched his head and smiled. You put it in a way that makes even me want to go to the Kunlun realm. I heard that there are more inheritances and opportunities than in the outside world. Me too, Aoju smiled. It would be my honor, Lin Yun said. If they were willing to go to the Kunlun realm, it would be the same as having a few more helpers for him. On the Heavenly Baron St. Mountain stage, Lin Yun briefly chatted with them before they found a mountain each. When Lin Yun and Lin Jiangxian were the only ones left, Lin Yun called out to Lin Jiangxian. He asked, Speaking of which, is that friend of your master reliable? It looks like you're not as composed as you look. You're afraid that Ji Zishi will be worried. Lin Jiangxian smiled. Lin Yun nodded. This is my choice, and I have already considered the consequences. I have fulfilled my promise to her father by sending her to the banquet, but she's still young. She will blame herself if I can't return to the Kunlun realm. Lin Jiangxian briefly pondered, then said, Don't belittle her. She's stronger than she looks. Believe me. Lin Yun raised his head, and he calmed down after seeing Lin Jiangxian's facial expression. That person owes my master a huge favor. If my master is the one asking, I believe that he will return the favor, Lin Jiangxian said. Lin Yun wanted to say something upon hearing that, but he was interrupted by Lin Jiangxian. She said, It's okay. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, before he smiled. You already know what I wanted to ask before I even asked it? You want to ask if I can get my master to do that? I can, Lin Jiangxian said. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he looked more relieved. Let's try and get help from the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity. If you can catch his attention, your strength will be greatly boosted, Lin Jiangxian said. Regarding returning to the Kunlun realm, you don't have to worry about that. Lin Yun's concerns were swept away, and he smiled. My biggest harvest in the heavenly barren realm is knowing you. Lin Xianxia was briefly stunned. Before she replied, me too. We'll meet again at the heavenly barren banquet. Yeah. The two agreed before they flew to the nearby mountains. As Lin Yun flew, he felt like he had entered an ocean of Saint Aura, and noticed that the surrounding mountains all had a saint vein. He picked a mountain and muttered, let's go with this one. This mountain was massive. When Lin Yun landed on it, there was a desolate platform with old buildings, making it look like it had been a long time since someone had been there. He smiled. This is a good place. When he landed, he noticed that the surrounding Saint Aura was dense. He then took out the divine sovereign dragon pellet. Let's refine it. This was a treasure, and it would even attract the attention of Emperor Realm experts if it appeared in the Kunlun realm. According to what Profound Sky Venerable said, the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet can help me reforge the Azure Dragon Divine Physique into the Divine Dragon Sovereign Physique, passing 8 dragon tribulations, Lin Yun muttered. The Azure Dragon Divine Physique was required to undergo 9 tribulations to possess the perfect Divine Dragon Physique, and the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet can help him get past 8. This meant that he only had to face the last dragon tribulation. This is too precious, Lin Yun muttered as he took a deep breath before the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet flew into his mouth and a golden radiance shone from his pores. He also began to form the seal according to what Profound Sky Venerable taught him. As Lin Yun began to form the seal, the Azure Dragon constellation opened its eyes and gazed upon him. A dragon's claw tore apart the sky as a massive dragon appeared around Lin Yun. When the sovereign constellation descended, the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet calmed down. Is it starting? Profound Sky Venerable muttered on the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. Let's hope that it will be smooth. The Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet couldn't allow someone to possess a perfect Divine Dragon Physique. The test of will alone was enough to eliminate 90% of the cultivators. While Lin Yun was refining the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet, he didn't know that there was an undercurrent taking place in the outside world. The first was the Dao sect. When the seal from Qin Yun returned, the lamp representing Qin Yun was extinguished in the Elder Hall. When the lamp shattered, all the elders here were dumbfounded. Qin Yun is dead. How is that possible? Who dares to kill the chief disciple of my Dao sect? He went to the heavenly barren realm. The elders became nervous, and a roar echoed from the Saint Mountain, shocking the entire Dao sect. The voice came from the Dao sect's sect master, and he was enraged. He understood what happened when the seal returned, and he roared with murderous intent sweeping out, causing the entire Dao sect to tremble in fear. Lin Yun? Who's that? A mere ant from the Kunlun realm dares to kill my Dao sect's chief disciple? He thinks he's safe at Heaven's Gate. Similar scenes occurred in the Shadow Divine Palace, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Tuoba Hong's tribe, and various divine clans. They were all gritting their teeth. Lin Yun? He has to die no matter what. That brat from the Kunlun realm is too arrogant. After all, the death of so many immortal Holy Land's chief disciples and divine clans' geniuses caused an uproar in the 3,000 realms. But it was mainly because Qin Yun, Heavenly Book, and Xianxia held great weight or had vast backgrounds. Compared to the Dao sect, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and Shadow Divine Palace, the divine clan's geniuses that Lin Yun crippled were nothing in comparison. But Lin Yun had no idea about that as he cultivated on Heavenly Barren Saint Mountain. Half a month later, Lin Yun successfully refined the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet, and his Azure Dragon Divine Physique began transforming into the Divine Dragon Physique. The Azure Dragon Divine Rune in his heart also increased from 1 to 10. Let's test the Divine Dragon Physique. Lin Yun opened his eyes, and his dragon's blood began to boil within his body. His body swelled the next moment, and a golden divine dragon seal appeared on his forehead. He grew to 2 meters with the azure saint cloth bursting apart, revealing his topless body. His muscles looked as though they were carved, and golden dragon runes had become intertwined, forming into a dragon-shaped tattoo. This is the Divine Dragon Physique? Lin Yun couldn't conceal his shock, and he could feel that he was like a volcano. It was unimaginable that a divine sovereign dragon pellet made his physique reach the same level as those who became a saint through their physiques. Before he could sense the divine dragon physique more clearly, golden clouds appeared in the sky, with lightning accumulating within. In the next second, Lin Yun felt an extremely dangerous aura upon the dragon tribulation's arrival. If you can make it through the tribulation, you will possess the divine dragon's sovereign physique. If you fail, it will only stay at a divine dragon physique. Your body-refining path will also end. Profound Sky Venerable's voice resounded in Lin Yun's ears. Lin Yun's face became grave. The divine dragon physique was strong, but he didn't want to stop and became nervous. But he had more excitement flashing in his eyes instead. That fellow is a madman. Profound Sky Venerable was speechless when he saw the excitement in Lin Yun's eyes. When the golden lightning descended, it would tear Lin Yun's body apart, revealing his bones. Right then, Ji Zishi, Xiong Tiannan, Ao Ju, and Lin Xianxia landed on the blue dragon divine cauldron, looking at the golden lightning that was descending on Lin Yun. Holy shit! Isn't this too unbelievable? Xiong Tiannan said. Lin Yun didn't suffer such injuries even when fighting with others. Venerable, what's wrong with Big Brother Lin? Ji Zishi asked. She could sense vitality flowing in that direction. Not only Lin Yun's vitality but also the Saint Mountain. Profound Sky Venerable wasn't as composed as before, and said with a grave expression, I didn't expect this dragon tribulation to be so powerful. This is the dragon tribulation from the Azure Dragon constellation itself. That fellow seems to have caught the attention of the sovereign constellation. There are many things you never thought of. You thought he had refined the divine sovereign dragon pellet earlier, Lin Xianxian said. The corner of Profound Sky Venerable's lips twitched, before he said, I didn't know back then. The Azure Dragon constellation seemed to be fond of him. What did he do? Wasn't he in the Kunlun realm? Big Brother Lin possessed a sovereign saint artifact before, the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, and he used it multiple times before he became a saint, Ji Zishi said. Profound Sky Venerable took a deep breath and said, Holy shit! He dared to use a sovereign saint artifact before he became a saint. What should we do now? Ji Zishi asked nervously. Even Profound Sky Venerable had panicked at this moment. But he soon calmed down. He said, It's fine as long as he gives up. Even if he gave up, he will still possess the divine dragon physique, and he will only be stronger than he was before. It's hard to make him give up, Lin Xianxian said. A dragon's roar echoed on the mountain, as Lin Yun struggled to stand up and fearlessly looked at the golden vortex of lightning. The dragon tribulation was something that no one had expected, and it lasted for 7 days. The mountain that Lin Yun was on was almost destroyed, and one could only imagine how powerful the dragon tribulation was. 3 days later, the last dragon tribulation descended, and the Saint Mountain collapsed. Let's go and take a look. Profound Sky Venerable couldn't hold back and rushed over with everyone else following behind him. When they were a few kilometers away, they couldn't approach any longer because the ruin was enveloped in a powerful dragon aura that even stopped Profound Sky Venerable from approaching. When the cloud of dust settled down, everyone's faces changed when they saw Lin Yun. Lin Yun was kneeling on one knee as a dragon's claw stretched through space, carving something on Lin Yun's forehead. The carving was bloody, but Profound Sky Venerable was shocked when he saw this. He muttered, That's the divine dragon sovereign seal. The Profound Sky Venerable was shocked when he saw the dragon's claw that stretched out from space. The carving was bloody, as though the dragon's claw was carving directly into Lin Yun's soul. The pain also made Lin Yun's face sinister while he was down on one knee. Profound Sky Venerable, what's going on? Even Lin Xianxian couldn't help turning to look at Profound Sky Venerable. Everyone else also became nervous, while Profound Sky Venerable looked like he already had an answer. Profound Sky Venerable said, Wanting to refine a divine sovereign dragon pellet isn't easy and requires the recognition from the Azure Dragon constellation. Usually, only an ancestral stage expert could refine it. But if one could refine it, it would bestow the blessing of an eternal sovereign constellation, as well as the benefits of the pellet. Everyone finally knew what was going on upon hearing that. They naturally knew 4 eternal sovereign constellations: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Generally speaking, the Azure Dragon constellation would only open one eye to take a look before bestowing benefits, and it would only be a divine dragon baptism at best. But using the dragon's claw to bestow cultivation or bloodline is the highest possible treatment. The profound Sky Venerable said in a trembling tone. He continued, "It is scarce, and I've only heard about engraving the divine dragon's sovereign seal from legends. This is the same as bestowing nobility. This also means that Lin Yun has surpassed everyone, whether in regards to Azure Dragon Dao or Dragon Clan's body refining technique. This is the same as receiving the sovereign constellation's acknowledgement, and he could use the power of an eternal sovereign constellation anytime." When Profound Sky Venerable finished speaking, the engraving of the divine dragon's sovereign seal was also completed, and a golden seal appeared on Lin Yun's forehead. In the next second, Lin Yun gave off a powerful dragon aura that made him look like a deity. "This is unbelievable. I thought the divine dragon's sovereign physique was heaven-defying enough, but he managed to obtain the divine dragon's sovereign seal." Profound Sky Venerable muttered. The divine sovereign dragon pellet might be rare, but there were at least 100 people who had obtained them over the past 1,000 to 3,000 years. But no one could reach Lin Yun's height. "You guys don't disturb him, but watch from afar. I'll seal off the news," Profound Sky Venerable said as he saw several people coming over. There were only 7 days left till a month had passed, and there were still many people in Heavenly Barren City. The colossal commotion naturally alarmed them into thinking that a treasure had appeared. But Profound Sky Venerable released his aura as an emperor and shifted those people away. When those people landed on the ground, they could hear Profound Sky Venerable's voice in their ears. "No one is allowed to enter. Those who enter will die." Everyone was afraid upon hearing that, but had no idea what was happening. When the dragon's claw disappeared, Lin Yun regained control over his body, and he heaved a sigh in relief when he landed on the ground. He touched his forehead, and the divine dragon sovereign seal disappeared. He could still sense the existence of the seal, since it was engraved on his skull and soul. When he was in tremendous pain earlier, a massive amount of information was being crammed into his mind, and it was all about the divine dragon sovereign seal. "I see." Lin Yun looked at the closed sky and remembered many things. He recalled his fight on the heavenly path, where he also saw a dragon in the sky and a pair of dragon's eyes. There were also his encounters in the Azure Dragon Palace and receiving an inheritance from the Azure Dragon Lord. Ji Zishi only knew that Lin Yun possessed the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, but she didn't know that he had long inherited the Azure Dragon Lord's title. Because of his existence on the heavenly path, it was already destined that he would receive the divine dragon sovereign seal, and the divine sovereign dragon pellet was only meant to speed up the process. Seeing Ji Zishi and everyone else in the surroundings, Lin Yun smiled. "You guys can come over now. I'm fine." He had long sensed their existences, and he knew that they must have been worried about him, but he couldn't deliver any information to them earlier. "Congratulations!" Everyone wore a smile when they came over to Lin Yun, and they congratulated his harvest. Lin Yun thought of something and looked at Xianxia. "I remembered that you're a body-refining cultivator?" "Well, yeah." Xianxia smiled. It was more challenging for a body-refining cultivator to become a saint than others because it required a powerful will, and Xianxia was rather proud of it. "Since that's the case, why don't we have a spar?" Lin Yun's eyes lit up since he could also be considered a body-refining cultivator now. But the moment he said that, Xianxia's face became stiff, and he awkwardly said, "Big brother, I'm just joking about it. I practice the Ghost Dao, so you don't have to treat it seriously." "You're afraid?" Aoju smiled. "It's fine. Let's have a spar," Lin Yun said. Now that he had formed the divine dragon sovereign physique, he needed to get used to it, and these people were the most suitable. Even if they weren't willing, he could force them. Xianxia bitterly smiled. "I really can't." Lin Yun's tribulation even made his scalp numb, and he had no other thoughts aside from fear. Now that Lin Yun possessed the divine dragon sovereign physique and the divine dragon sovereign seal, he had the complete divine dragon sovereign physique. "Allow me," Profound Sky Venerable said. "Good idea." Xianxia said. He's not lying. His lineage practices the ghost Tao, so you'll only kill him if you fight, Profound Sky Venerable said. Well, it's inappropriate for me to fight you, right? Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. This time it was Lin Yun who wore a bitter expression. Profound Sky Venerable was an emperor, so there was no way he could put up a fight even if the divine dragon sovereign physique was powerful. Don't worry about it. I will reduce my cultivation to a first-stage Saint Lord, so you guys can retreat first. Profound Sky Venerable waved his hand and looked at Lin Yun with interest. He continued, You might only be a 7th-stage Saint Lord, but you can even suppress a 9th-stage Saint Lord. I'll only be a first-stage Saint Lord, and I won't take advantage of you. A first-stage Saint Lord? To an emperor, it was different even if they restricted their cultivation to a first-stage Saint Lord. It was like how Lin Yun defeated all Samsara Edict Realm experts, even if he reduced his cultivation to the Dragon Pulse realm. Even so, Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. Are you looking down on me too much? Looking down on you? Profound Sky Venerable smiled. It's fine for youngsters to be a little arrogant, but you should show respect to an emperor. Even if I restrict my cultivation to a Saint Lord, I'm already bullying you. Outside the ruins, Lin Xianxia said, Profound Sky Venerable might have a huge fall. How is that possible? Even if an emperor restricts their cultivation, it doesn't affect the strength of experts like them. I have been beaten since I was young, so I can say that, Xianxia said with shock. Lin Xianxia merely smiled and said nothing. In the ruins, Profound Sky Venerable asked, Don't say I'm looking down on you. I will only defend and not attack. If you can make me step back, consider it my loss. Lin Yun raised his brow upon hearing that, and smiled. Why don't we make a bet? If I win. But before he finished, Profound Sky Venerable laughed and looked at him playfully. Don't just mention that you win. What if you lost? If you lose, you will stay behind in Heaven's Gate for 100 years. If you dare to take that bet, I will bet with you. He had a strong stance, so he didn't bother concealing his objectives. Sure, Lin Yun said without any hesitation. Come. Let me see how powerful the divine dragon sovereign physique is. Profound Sky Venerable laughed with excitement flashing in his eyes. After all, how long has it been since someone achieved the divine dragon sovereign physique? Not to mention that Lin Yun even possessed the divine dragon sovereign seal, and could use the power of an eternal sovereign constellation. He was confident in his strength, and Lin Yun was only a 7th-stage Saint Lord. Even if the divine dragon sovereign physique was powerful, he wanted to teach Lin Yun a lesson to strike a blow in his confidence. The moment he finished speaking, he laughed as he began to form seals. As the light shone on Profound Sky Venerable, light began to pour into his body, and it soon formed into a golden armor on his body. This is the heavenly metal divine physique, and I will only use 100 different metal Saint Daos, restricting my cultivation as a first-stage Saint Lord. But in terms of the physique, my physique can be comparable to a 3-spirit glory saint artifact. Profound Sky Venerable gave off a powerful aura. He then smiled. This is under the condition that I don't use my body-refining technique, or I will become even more powerful. Lin Xianxian's face became grave. She had to admit that the heavenly metal divine physique was powerful. It was equivalent to cheating for an emperor to use it against a junior, since it was impossible to lose. He's old and cunning, Xianxia sighed. He's too bad. Ji Zishi frowned unhappily. Profound Sky Venerable wasn't furious, but smiled instead. What do you mean old and cunning? You guys should learn. Lin Yun frowned as he wore a grave expression. The light on Profound Sky Venerable's body was equivalent to the golden-eyed demon spirit's demonic runes. Don't bother looking. Even if you look for 100 years, you can't find the weakness of my divine physique. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. The heavenly metal armor consists of over 10,000 combinations, and there aren't any weaknesses. Even if there are weaknesses, they will only be traps. Lin Yun flung his lips to the side because this old man was really arrogant. The divine physique was Profound Sky Venerable's trump card when he was young. But when he saw the disdain in Lin Yun's eyes and fighting spirit, Profound Sky Venerable decided to teach Lin Yun a lesson. He said, "Come on, flower burial. Let me see your strength. 10,000 combinations?" Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to make his move and briefly pondered before he found a way to deal with it. He took a deep breath and disappeared. "I apologize in advance." When he reappeared, he was less than half a meter from Profound Sky Venerable as thunderstorms roared with a dragon's roar echoing. When he activated his physique, Lin Yun's body began to swell, and a golden azure dragon appeared on the surface of his body, before throwing a punch at Profound Sky Venerable. Profound Sky Venerable's eyes lit up as the flaw Lin Yun found was purposely revealed by him. Just when Profound Sky Venerable was about to smile, Lin Yun turned and left behind over 90 afterimages, throwing a barrage of punches at Profound Sky Venerable. Profound Sky Venerable's heavenly metal armor showed signs of collapsing, which shocked him greatly. Lin Yun didn't care about weaknesses and used his movement technique to unleash over 100 punches. Since he couldn't find any weaknesses, he would forcibly destroy it. Profound Sky Venerable roared as hundreds of runes swept over, and the aura he gave off reached the second stage Saint Lord. "You lost," Lin Yun said. "That's a sneak attack, and you lied to me. It doesn't count," Profound Sky Venerable said with his face flushed. As his body trembled, countless afterimages flew out before throwing a punch forth. Lin Yun smiled as he activated 3 Azure Dragon Divine Runes and faced it head-on with a grin. When their punches collided, heaven and earth began to tremble. They were evenly matched. Another 2 Azure Dragon Divine Runes poured into his punch, and immediately formed into a river. This made Profound Sky Venerable's face change as he roared, unleashing a golden radiance with his cultivation increased to a 3rd stage Saint Lord. But before he could catch his breath, Lin Yun continued to attack, which made Profound Sky Venerable barely hold on, even after increasing his cultivation to a 7th stage Saint Lord. When Lin Yun flew out, a dragon's aura appeared with the Azure Dragon constellation faintly being seen. Lin Yun instantly knew that his ability to take a beating had increased by a few times compared to before, which was ridiculous. The difference was massive between the Azure Dragon Divine Physique and Divine Dragon Physique. When they fought, Lin Yun could faintly sense the connection with the Azure Dragon constellation. Profound Sky Venerable took a deep breath, and saw that when Lin Yun landed on the ground was split into 2. But Lin Yun looked fine, so he stomped his foot and came before Lin Yun. When their punches clashed, Profound Sky Venerable increased his cultivation again to an 8th stage Saint Lord. Even so, the heavenly metal armor still showed signs of collapsing, which Profound Sky Venerable couldn't believe as he increased his cultivation to a Saint Sovereign. This made Lin Yun squint as he felt immense pressure. He roared, and a golden seal appeared on his forehead. Divine Dragon Sovereign Seal. When they clashed, a dragon's claw from the Azure Dragon constellation descended with a light beam enveloping Lin Yun as he connected with it. As they fought again, the heavenly metal armor shattered. This made Profound Sky Venerable take 7 steps back before he regained his footing. He might not have suffered any injuries, but he was embarrassed. As for Lin Xianxia and the others, they were completely dumbfounded with disbelief. "I'm lucky that I'm not the one fighting him." Xiong Tianan felt fortunate. "Profound Sky Venerable, you lost?" Lin Yun smiled, cutting his fists as he dispersed the Divine Dragon Sovereign Seal. Profound Sky Venerable was stumped, before he sighed. "I initially wanted to give you a lesson to tell you that a young man shouldn't be too arrogant, but I was the one taught a lesson instead." Lin Yun awkwardly smiled, but said nothing. Zishi said, "It's fine. You're the one who taught Big Brother Lin about the Divine Dragon Sovereign Pellet, and it's not embarrassing. It has nothing to do with me or the Divine Sovereign Dragon Pellet, but he's destined," Profound Sky Venerable said. Lin Yun was stumped. Profound Sky Venerable was an emperor, so he must have noticed something. "All right, it is my loss. What request do you want?" "I can agree to it as long as it's not too much," Profound Sky Venerable said. Lin Yun smiled and asked, "How many days till we go to Heaven's Gate?" 5 days, Profound Sky Venerable replied. "For the next 5 days, can you lend me the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron?" It's not too much, right? Lin Yun asked with a sincere and harmless expression. What are you planning? Profound Sky Venerable looked at Lin Yun doubtfully. What can I possibly do? I just grasped some profundity of the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, and I might be able to grasp the Yin-Yang Dao if you lend it to me? Lin Yun smiled. The Yin-Yang Dao was an eternal Dao, and Profound Sky Venerable would sneer at them if someone else said that. But Profound Sky Venerable witnessed Lin Yun's fight with Qin Yun, so he said, "That's not impossible. The Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity will bless you." "Thank you, Venerable." Lin Yun rejoiced. Profound Sky Venerable said, "You're not allowed to go after the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. It's the treasure of Heaven's Gate. Do you think I can subdue the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron?" Lin Yun smiled. "You? Not even in 100 years." The Profound Sky Venerable smiled. Lin Yun rubbed his nose and said nothing. He immediately came over to the stage before Profound Sky Venerable could take back his words, and he looked at the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. He still couldn't take the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron away now, so he could only plan it step by step. He would first imprint the Blue Dragon Divine Seal on it along with his blood essence, and 5 days should be enough to do that. As for the Yin-Yang Dao, it was just an excuse he came up with, but he could also give it a try. If he could succeed, he would have grasped 2 eternal Daos. Lin Yun circulated the Blue Dragon Divine Seal and injected his aura into the cauldron. In the meantime, he also practiced with the flaming Yin-Yang painting. When 5 days passed, everyone was shocked when they came over with Profound Sky Venerable. They saw that Lin Yun was seated on the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron with a perfect flaming Yin-Yang diagram that had perfectly fused with his sword aura and the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. It looked like a massive sword was behind Lin Yun from afar. Holy shit! Don't tell me that Lin Yun really subdued the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron? Xiong Tianan was shocked. What are you dreaming about? Even I can only control the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron on the outside, and he's using it to comprehend Yin-Yang Dao, Profound Sky Venerable said with disdain. He could tell that Lin Yun already entered the threshold of Yin-Yang Dao, and he could grasp it if he took another step forward. To grasp an eternal Dao before becoming a saint sovereign, it will surely catch the ancestral deity's attention. Profound Sky Venerable was more satisfied as he looked at Lin Yun. He smiled. All right, you will also have time with the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron in the future. Let's go now. Profound Sky Venerable was confident in himself, while Lin Xianxia fell into deep thoughts because Lin Yun didn't look like he was only practicing Yin-Yang Dao. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun nodded at the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. Come on. Profound Sky Venerable brought everyone to the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. The runes lit up on the cauldron before it flew to the sky, leaving the heavenly barren realm. 3 days later, at the Heaven's Gate star realm. This was a dazzling star that was the core of Heaven's Gate. Around the Heaven's Gate star realm were 19 smaller stars revolving around the Heaven's Gate star like satellites. The Heaven's Gate star was massive, and it looked grander than the Kunlun realm's holy lands, which amazed Lin Yun. He once heard that some immortal holy lands had stars as satellites, which looked true. The Heaven's Gate star was crowded with countless experts who had gathered together. There were many flying saint artifacts in the sky, but the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron naturally stole everyone's attention. On the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron stood Profound Sky Venerable and Lin Yun's group. They traveled all the way here from the Heavenly Barren Realm, which could also be called the Heaven's Gate Star Cluster, and the Heavenly Barren Banquet would be held here. Through the baptism of the battle in the Heavenly Barren Realm, Lin Yun now possessed the fangs and temperament of a saint instead of a young swordsman's tenderness, not to mention that he was a sword saint. His temperament underwent a drastic transformation, looking even more extraordinary than when he was in the Kunlun realm. That was the same for Ji Zishi as well. Through this experience, she also got rid of her tenderness, becoming more mature and beautiful. Life and death battles were the easiest way to let someone grow. We're finally here, Lin Yun said. The Heaven's Gate star was more majestic than he had imagined. It was bigger than any sect he had seen in the Kunlun realm. Even a simple pillar had a history of 10,000 years and was engraved with saint runes. Even a saint couldn't do anything to them. Looking around, they could see saints, and those with lower cultivations were generally servants. This surprised Lin Yun. But thinking that there was an ancestral stage expert residing here, he wasn't that surprised anymore. Even among the 3,000 realms, there probably weren't many places comparable to the Heaven's Gate since this was the Heaven's Gate star. I'll have to meet the sect master after arranging a residence for you guys. As for the Heavenly Baron banquet, you guys will have to rely on yourselves to go, Profound Sky Venerable said. You're not going to bring us over? Ji Zishi was surprised. I'm an emperor, one of the 36 venerables of Heaven's Gate. So, how can I possibly accompany you guys? Furthermore, Profound Sky Venerable smiled and looked at Lin Yun. This brat killed the Dao Sect's Qin Yun, Shadow Divine Palace's Heavenly Book, and Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Xianxia. Not to mention that he crippled a batch of geniuses from the divine clans. Someone will have to clean up his mess. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. You can't blame me for that. That's for sure, Profound Sky Venerable said. He then continued. The 9th testing ground only filled 5 quotas, and the uproar this has caused is bigger than you think. So I have to explain this to the sect master. Lin Yun said nothing since his goal was the Heavenly Baron banquet, and aside from the testing ground they were in, there were 8 other testing grounds. Aside from that were the geniuses from Heaven's Gate. The Heavenly Baron banquet wasn't just a banquet for the ancestral deity to pick his disciples. It's also a test for the divine disciples from Heaven's Gate. So all the geniuses from Heaven's Gate would also be there. Why are there so many people? Lin Yun asked. Heaven's Gate spans hundreds of realms, and deities can send a person to participate. Aside from that, some big shots with a good relationship with the ancestral deity would also send their juniors to join the fun. As for the Heavenly Baron realm, the ancestral deity would be fonder of you guys if you put aside everyone's background, Profound Sky Venerable explained. Lin Yun finally understood what was happening, and even the ancestral deity couldn't avoid worldly affairs, but it's still relatively fair. The scale of a banquet held by an ancestral deity was unimaginable to others from the Kunlun realm. Profound Sky Venerable looked at Lin Yun and said, the top 10 on the Heavenly Baron banquet can become the ancestral deity's disciple. As for the top 3, they can make one small request to the ancestral deity. What will you ask for? I want to return to the Kunlun realm, Lin Yun said. The Profound Sky Venerable's face sank before he said, You're messing around. This is no different from slapping the ancestral deity's face. He would take a fancy to you, which is why he would allow you to ask a request from him, and yet you want to leave. I have never seen anyone who dares to speak in such a manner with the ancestral deity before. I have to return to the Kunlun realm, no matter what, for my master's tribulation, Lin Yun said, taking a deep breath. Profound Sky Venerable shook his head and said nothing else. He roughly knew Lin Yun's temperament, but the meaning wouldn't be significant even if Lin Yun returned. Venerable, you don't have to bother about it. He's just joking. Lin Xianxia smiled. I'm not joking. If you stay in Heaven's Gate, you can become an emperor within 50 years. Profound Sky Venerable didn't conceal his liking for Lin Yun, and continued, If I was your master, I would persuade you to stay at Heaven's Gate. Lin Yun said nothing upon hearing that. An hour later, they arrived at Heaven's Gate, and Profound Sky Venerable gave them a medal each. He said, This medal signifies your identity, and you can use it to register to participate in the Heavenly Baron banquet. If you're not going to register, you can rely on this medal to freely enter and observe the banquet. Xiong Tiannan and Ao Ju heaved a sigh in relief upon hearing that. They obtained their quotas because of Lin Yun, so it would be too embarrassing if they relied on their strength to participate in the banquet. After all, the scale of the Heavenly Baron banquet was too grand. After Profound Sky Venerable left, the two opened their mouths and stated that they wouldn't be participating in the banquet. Lin Yun was surprised and asked, You two aren't going to go? Even if you guys can't defeat anyone, participating in such a banquet can quickly increase your strengths. Ao Ju and Xiong Tiannan exchanged a look before they smiled bitterly. Lin Xianxian explained, That's normal. If I wasn't close to grasping the 5 elements Dao, I wouldn't participate in the banquet either. Their strength is decent, but they're still lacking, and they won't be able to obtain much from a fight in the banquet. She continued with her explanation. The heavenly barren realm is divided into 9 regions, and this means that there are 9 testing grounds. The 9th testing ground is mainly for those under the age of 50. They're primarily around their 30s, and they didn't grasp an eternal Tao. This was the ancestral deity's protection to us, as the test is restricted to below 100 years old. After all, there are bound to be saint sovereigns, those who have grasped an eternal Tao, or those grasping a sovereign constellation for those who have reached 100. Those who are qualified to perform at the banquet don't have any weaknesses. They either grasped a sovereign constellation, an eternal Tao, or are prodigies like you. As Lin Xianxia spoke, she looked at Ji Zishi and said, or someone like Zishi, a heavenly phoenix maiden. Lin Yun understood Lin Xianxian's meaning upon hearing that. This meant you either didn't have any weaknesses or had a forte that surpassed others. He was the latter, since his talent in the sword far outperformed his peers. Then again, Lin Xianxian didn't know that he still had 2 trump cards, the Nirvana Tao and Sovereign Constellation. Now, he had to add the Divine Dragon Sovereign Physique as well. Upon entering the city, Lin Yun, Ji Zishi, and Lin Xianxian went to register while Xiong Tianan and Ao Ju went to look for an inn. When they entered the Heavenly Saint Courtyard, they could see many people heading in a particular direction, and someone was registering for something. They were here to participate in the Heavenly Baron Banquet, and it was soon their turn. The 3 took out the medal given to them by Profound Sky Venerable and handed it over. The old man responsible for registering participants held onto the medals as the 3's information was recorded. The old man was surprised, and looked at Lin Yun. You're Lin Yun? Kunlun Realms Lin Yun. That's me, Lin Yun replied. You're only a 7th stage Saint Lord? The old man said after examining Lin Yun for a while. He might have heard of Lin Yun's name, but he didn't expect Lin Yun to be so young and was only a 7th stage Saint Lord. Is there a restriction to the cultivation for the Heavenly Baron Banquet? Lin Yun asked. There's only an age limit, the old man said, before he called a blue-dressed woman over. He continued, they're from the Heavenly Baron realm, and their identities have been verified. They're qualified to partake in the banquet. Show them around. The blue-dressed woman took a few more glances at Lin Yun and was dazed. There were many geniuses in the Heavenly Baron realm, and they were all handsome or beautiful. But she had never seen someone as handsome as Lin Yun, which was rare. When she came to her senses, she smiled. My name is Shi Yuan, a disciple of the Heavenly Saint Courtyard. But the moment she said that, she sensed hostility from the gorgeous lady beside Lin Yun. This made Shi Yuan inwardly laugh. Lin Yun might be handsome, but she was a disciple of the Heavenly Saint Courtyard. So, how could she possibly be charmed by someone's appearance? The Heavenly Saint Courtyard was similar to the Nether Orchid Courtyard in the Heavenly Tao sect, but they were much stronger. There was also no restriction to the gender of their disciples as well. This courtyard had a deity, and the disciples here were peerless geniuses. This young man might be from the Heavenly Baron realm and was talented, but he only came from the 9th testing ground. He definitely couldn't be compared to geniuses from the other testing grounds, such as the Heavenly Scale Divine Son, who caused a commotion earlier. So, the hostility from the lady beside Lin Yun was unnecessary since she didn't like Lin Yun. But she didn't forget her task, and smiled. Come with me. The Heavenly Saint Courtyard is one of the 36 courtyards in Heaven's Gate, and the banquet will be held here each time. The banquet will last for 7 days. So let me bring you guys around the Heavenly Saint Courtyard for now. Lin Yun nodded as many people arrived, and he took this opportunity to look around to see if there were any potential opponents. Although Shi Yuan wouldn't take a liking to Lin Yun, she would respond with a smile whenever Lin Yun had a question. After all, no one would refuse a handsome man, especially one like Lin Yun. That means that after this banquet, the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity would inject the power of Heavenly Tao into the top 10 to increase their fortune? Lin Yun asked. That's right. Strictly speaking, it's not the power of Heavenly Tao, but the ancestral deity's fortune, Shi Yuan said pridefully. Lin Yun was dumbfounded, and he couldn't imagine how terrifying the fortune of an ancestral deity would be. It was already heaven-defying if someone could become a deity, and those who became an ancestral deity would probably be equivalent to heavenly Tao. Lin Yun suddenly stopped as he looked at a pavilion by the lakeside. A woman was playing the zither in the pavilion with many people looking at her. They were all young geniuses, and Lin Yun rejoiced when he saw this person. When Ji Zishi followed Lin Yun's gaze to the pavilion, she squinted and was also shocked because this was an unexpected person. Seeing the changes on Lin Yun and Ji Zishi's faces, Lin Xianxia also looked over curiously. Lin Yun wore a smile with unconcealable shock and joy in his eyes. Ji Zishi was also stumped before her gaze became complicated upon recognizing the person in the pavilion, Yu Weiwei. Ji Zishi was shocked beneath her veil because she never expected Yu Weiwei to be here. She naturally knew this woman's relationship with Lin Yun, and she even kissed Lin Yun on purpose back when they first met, which had a significant impact since she was still young. Back then, she was furious and bashful, but she never expected that her relationship with Lin Yun would increase, nor that Lin Yun would be deeply engraved in her heart. Young Master Lin, you know her? Lin Xianxian asked curiously. When Lin Yun wanted to reply, Shi Yuan smiled. Lady Lin must be joking. How can young Master Lin possibly know her? Ji Zishi was surprised, and Lin Yun was shocked, wondering if he had recognized the wrong person. He asked, Lady Shi Yuan, what do you mean? Shi Yuan smiled. She's the heavenly fragrance divine maiden and from the heavenly demon clan. She came from the third testing ground, and she caused an uproar when she arrived at Heaven's Gate a few days ago. Many people wanted to look at her face, and no words could describe her. I might be a woman, but I must admit her beauty, and I couldn't believe there's such a fascinating woman like her in the world. As Shi Yuan spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration but no hint of jealousy. She looked at Lin Xianxian and smiled. All the geniuses who wanted to go to the banquet with her were rejected. A few days ago, even the heavenly Qilin divine son was rejected. Even so, many geniuses would stand and look at her whenever she appeared. So how can young Master Lin possibly know someone like her? Lin Xianxian awkwardly smiled as she looked at Lin Yun. She believed in Lin Yun, and it was rare for him to show his emotions. Even if this heavenly demon clan's divine maiden was breathtaking, she believed that Lin Yun wouldn't show such shock on his face, so this only meant that they were acquainted. Lin Yun smiled and asked, when did she arrive? 5 days ago. She has been playing the zither since she was here, and she is proficient in music Dao. That zither is also extraordinary, Shi Yuan said. That's the thunderstorm zither, Lin Yun said. You don't even know her. So how do you know it's the thunderstorm zither? Shi Yuan asked. Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing. How could he not know when the thunderstorm zither was given to her by him? Then again, what was Yu Weiwei doing in Heaven's Gate? Was it because of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain? Many thoughts flashed in Lin Yun's mind, but he had more joy seeing Yu Weiwei than doubt. As for the doubts, he could just ask her later. Big brother Lin, she's? Ji Zishi turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely nodded and said nothing. What are you two playing at? Lin Xianxian smiled. I'll tell you about it later. Lin Yun gave Lin Xianxian a wink. Shi Yuan fell into deep thoughts, and she began to find it ridiculous because it looked like Lin Yun knew the heavenly fragrance divine maiden. But how was that possible? Right then, the zither stopped as a group walked towards that woman. When she turned around, Lin Xianxian was shocked by Yu Weiwei's beauty because it was the opposite of Ji Zishi. If Ji Zishi was noble and innocent, Yu Weiwei would be fascinating and charming. She couldn't help praising, she's gorgeous, and I would probably fall for her if I were a man. The heavenly Qilin divine son is here again. He's probably here to invite her as his companion again, Shi Yuan exclaimed. The heavenly Qilin divine son was a genius of Qilin Mountain, and Qilin Mountain was a powerful force in the 3,000 realms, comparable to the Tao sect. The heavenly Qilin divine son was a deity's descendant from Qilin Mountain, looking elegant and noble. Even the many geniuses here couldn't be compared to him in terms of temperament, and many women in the heavenly Saint Courtyard treated him as their dream lover, such as Shi Yuan. When the heavenly Qilin divine son appeared, Shi Yuan looked at him with envy and crush. There were many geniuses with the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, and the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun looked confident as he walked at the front. Lady Yu, you have rejected me 3 times. Are you going to refuse me again? The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's eyes shone brightly. His face would make countless women insane, and no woman would refuse him. Yu Weiwei carried the thunderstorm zither as she looked around as though she was looking for someone. She already knew of the 9th testing ground, and she knew that Lin Yun would come. Hence, she had been waiting for him here, but she couldn't see him anywhere. This made her a little disappointed, but she knew that it was only a matter of time for them to meet again. Lady Yu is looking for someone? The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun smiled. I can help you look around. Yu Weiwei smiled but said nothing. Her smile was so charming that it even left ripples in the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's heart. I am looking for someone, but I don't need to trouble you. I have already said many times that I have a companion, and I'm waiting for him. Yu Weiwei smiled, maintaining their distance. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun wasn't bothered by that and considered it an excuse. Right then, a piece of flute music made Yu Weiwei's face change as she turned her head in that direction. Seeing a swordsman looking at her as he played the divine indigo jade bamboo flute with a smile, Yu Weiwei was briefly stunned before she rejoiced. She looked at the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun and said, Please excuse me. The person I have been waiting for has arrived, so I will take my leave first. She carried the thunderstorm zither and left. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's face changed along with the surrounding geniuses. The heavenly fragrance divine maiden was actually waiting for someone. How is that possible? Let me see who you've been waiting for. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun rushed over. Yu Weiwei landed 100 meters away from Lin Yun. When they looked at each other, Yu Weiwei finally couldn't contain her emotions, and she ran over. When they got close, Yu Weiwei hugged him before Lin Yun could speak, and they maintained this posture. Big brother Lin, I thought that I wouldn't be able to see you again. Yu Weiwei couldn't help tearing up when she saw Lin Yun. When she left Heavenly Fragrance Saint Mountain, she didn't expect to meet Lin Yun again. She made a huge decision because of the words her mother left her before she died, and she also didn't want to let down the Heavenly Fragrance Saint Mountain's teachings. But she regretted it the moment she left until she heard someone mentioning the 9th testing ground 5 days ago, where she heard about flower burial. This made her rejoice since flower burial was naturally Lin Yun. Don't cry. Lin Yun wiped Yu Weiwei's tears for her. This left Shi Yuan dumbfounded. The Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain wasn't only acquainted with Lin Yun, but they even had an extraordinary relationship for them to be so intimate. This made her feel disbelief because the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun tried wooing her for a few days, but couldn't even attract Yu Weiwei's attention. Lin Xianxia, who was next to Lin Yun, was first shocked before she wore a smile. She thought that Lin Yun was a blockhead who knew nothing about love, but it turned out that he had such a side to him. They looked so adorable together that even she was affected by their sweetness. On the other hand, Ji Zishi had a veil covering her face. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control her emotions. But she knew their past, whose love story spread during the Nirvana banquet, which made her envious for a long time. Beneath the Three Lives tree, they determined their love. When Ji Zishi heard someone talking about it, she only found it romantic, and it was a pity that it wasn't her. She knew she couldn't compete with Yu Weiwei, who came before her. Not to mention that she hadn't stepped into Lin Yun's heart yet. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei's intimate actions caused an uproar, leaving everyone shocked with disbelief. So it's flower burial from the 9th testing ground. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun and those from Qilin Mountain said after they recovered from their shock. That's me. Lin Yun pulled Yu Weiwei to the side and asked, Is there anything you need? Nothing. I have heard of you before, and I know that you're from a barbaric realm, the Kunlun realm. My Qilin Mountain is a holy land for swordsmen, and we have the Qilin Sword Immortal around. If you're interested, I can introduce you when the Heavenly Baron banquet ends. It has been a long time since I took in a saint's servant. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun smiled. Everyone was shocked. They never expected the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun to be so frank. The Qilin Sword Immortal was a legend in the 3,000 realms, known for his unrivaled swordsmanship amongst the deities. Since he had the temperament of an immortal, he was called Qilin Sword Immortal. It was the dream for many swordsmen to become a disciple of the Qilin Sword Immortal, but that was hard as it was long rumored that the Qilin Sword Immortal no longer accepted disciples. A saint servant was another term for a divine sun servant, and they wouldn't have to enter Qilin Mountain to cultivate if they followed the heavenly Qilin divine sun. Lin Yun said nothing, but Lin Xianxia was furious as she coldly said, "You want Lin Yun to become your saint servant? The way I see it, it should be the other way around instead." Lin Xianxia felt that Lin Yun was destined to become the sword god with peerless talent in the sword. She was passionate about sword Dao, which was engraved in her bones and soul. Lin Yun was the most talented swordsman that she had seen, and he was destined to reach the end of sword Dao. So even if the heavenly Qilin divine sun had a noble status, wanting Lin Yun to become his servant was an insult to sword Dao. Where did the heavenly Qilin divine sun get the face and guts to say those words? Shi Yuan was startled by Lin Jiangxian's words. Even Lin Yun was stumped since he never expected Lin Jiangxian to have such a huge reaction. Lin Yun looked at Lin Jiangxian and said, "The Qilin Sword Immortal? He might not be stronger than my master, and I have no intention of becoming someone's servant." The heavenly Qilin divine sun shook his head. "You're from the Kunlun realm, so how strong can your master be? If the Qilin Sword Immortal goes to the Kunlun realm, he could level the entire Kunlun realm by himself with his sword." Perhaps. Lin Yun merely smiled. He didn't like to waste his saliva with others, and his attitude made the heavenly Qilin divine sun furious. However, the heavenly Qilin divine sun didn't flare up. Instead, he said, "You don't think that you'll have an opportunity to shine during the heavenly Baron banquet, right? Let me tell you that you won't have that chance. Nor will anyone from the 9th testing ground. Big brother Lin, let's go." "There's no need to pay any attention to him," Yu Weiwei said. "Okay." Lin Yun smiled. He then left with Yu Weiwei. This left the heavenly Qilin divine sun shocked because Yu Weiwei's words were the same as stabbing his heart with a dagger. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation. There were many geniuses in the surroundings, the heavenly saint courtyards by Yi and Li Ding, the divine shade sects Yi Wushuang, and the primordial beast Difeng. They were surprised when they saw this scene. A brief moment later, someone said, "It looks like even a monkey dares to declare itself as a king when there's no tiger around." Difeng came over to the heavenly Qilin divine sun and said, "Brother, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. He will regret refusing your offer." The heavenly Qilin divine sun merely smiled and said nothing. "If he had accepted your offer, I wouldn't have had the chance to deal with him during the heavenly Baron banquet. Don't be heartbroken for a woman, especially for someone who lowered herself to his level." Difeng continued. The heavenly Qilin divine sun shrugged with a smile. "This is nothing. I really appreciated his talent when I invited him, so it's a pity that he won't join Qilin Mountain. That's his loss, not mine." Everyone in the surroundings nodded, feeling that Lin Yun would regret refusing the heavenly Qilin divine sun's offer. Once the heavenly Baron banquet begins, he would know the meaning of embarrassing himself. Once Lin Yun's group returned, Shi Yuan felt like she was dreaming. She would peek at Yu Weiwei and feel that what happened earlier was unrealistic. Along the way, Yu Weiwei and Lin Yun smiled as they walked. Shi Yuan was smiling and didn't neglect Ji Zishi and Lin Jiangxian. When they reached the gate, Shi Yuan said, "I'll not send you guys any further. We can participate in the banquet that will happen here 5 days from now?" Lin Yun asked. Shi Yuan nodded. "We'll meet again 5 days later," Lin Yun said and left. Looking at Lin Yun's group as they departed, Shi Yuan sighed, unable to figure Lin Yun out. She could imagine a clash between him and the heavenly Qilin divine sun 5 days from now. She initially felt that Lin Yun couldn't rival the heavenly Qilin divine sun, but it was different now since she believed in Yu Weiwei's eyesight. It didn't take long before Lin Yun's group came to a nearby courtyard, which they had rented. When they entered, Xiong Tianan and Aoju were casually chatting. "You guys are back." Aoju smiled. "It must be bustling in the heavenly saint courtyard, right?" "It's not bad," Lin Yun replied. He continued, Let me introduce you guys. She's Yu Weiwei. Xiong Tiannan and Ao Ju were shocked when they saw Yu Weiwei, and their hearts began to beat wildly. Ji Zishi was already beautiful, but they didn't expect that Yu Weiwei would be even more beautiful than Ji Zishi. The two were opposites in terms of their beauty. Yu Weiwei was more bewitching, which was why she exceeded the innocent Ji Zishi in terms of beauty. Holy shit. Lin Yun, what did you do? How did you bring back a peerless beauty in such a short time? Xiong Tiannan couldn't help asking, but he soon regretted it because it was a little rude. But Yu Weiwei wasn't bothered and smiled. We're both from the Kunlun realm, and I have been waiting for him in the Heavenly Saint Courtyard ever since I heard that he also arrived. Xiong Tiannan came to his senses and smiled. So it's sister-in-law. I'm Tiannan, and you can introduce me if you have a younger sister. Ao Ju. Ao Ju's reply was more simple. Humph. Ji Zishi snorted, unhappily looking at Xiong Tiannan before she left. This covered Lin Yun's forehead with wrinkles, and he didn't know what to say. Lin Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with sympathy before she left. Xiong Tiannan and Ao Ju also laughed before leaving this place. With that, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei were the only ones left in this courtyard. It looks like she has fallen for you. I'm pretty smart to have predicted it back then. Yu Weiwei winked, looking at Lin Yun with a smile and a hint of murderous intent. Lin Yun bitterly smiled as he told Yu Weiwei about everything between him and Ji Zishi. When he was halfway through his explanation, Yu Weiwei's face became grave. She said, "Your master will have a much higher chance with the Divine Phoenix Holy Master's help, but you can't be careless. Tian Xuanzi is more terrifying than you think. You have to make it into the top 3 no matter what during the banquet. It's best if you can obtain first, then you have to obtain as many benefits as you can from the ancestral deity," Yu Weiwei analyzed. Lin Yun sighed. This was the reason why Yu Weiwei occupied a huge spot in his heart. Despite looking cheerful and playful, she would be analytical when things become serious, and she wouldn't let her emotions control her. He nodded since there were many geniuses attending this banquet, and he had to do his best to obtain as many benefits as he could. Yu Weiwei also shared with him the information she knew for him to be prepared. When she was done speaking, Yu Weiwei smiled. "I'll go look for her." Lin Yun was surprised upon hearing that. Yu Weiwei smiled. "You might not say it, but I can tell that you care about her. Since she's here, I have to help her get into the top 10 no matter what and become the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity's disciple. So I'll take my leave now." After Yu Weiwei was finished speaking, she gave Lin Yun a kiss on his cheek and left, leaving Lin Yun behind. This made Lin Yun helplessly smile because he wanted to spend more time with Yu Weiwei, but she didn't give him the chance. This courtyard was massive, and it was no different to a manor. When Yu Weiwei found Ji Zishi, she saw that Ji Zishi was in seclusion, wanting to calm herself down, but all her attempts ended in failure. Ji Zishi knew that this banquet meant a lot to her, but she couldn't calm down whenever she thought about Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei. Even so, she had to try and calm herself down somehow. Suddenly, Ji Zishi noticed someone gazing at her, so she asked, "Who is it?" Upon raising her head, Ji Zishi saw Yu Weiwei looking at her with a smile. She began to wonder why Yu Weiwei was here. Is she here to warn me? If she is really here to warn me, does that mean that I wouldn't be able to see Big Brother Lin anymore in the future? But there was nothing she could say about that if Yu Weiwei really warned her. Various thoughts crossed Ji Zishi's mind, and she couldn't help feeling heartache. When she came to her senses, she asked, "Big sister Yu, can I help you with anything?" "I'm here to take a look at you," Yu Weiwei said. "If I'm not wrong, you're planning to undo all the seals to your Phoenix bloodline." "How do you know about that?" Ji Zishi was shocked. She was planning to undo the seals to her Phoenix bloodline. If she didn't undo the seals, she wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of her bloodline as the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and it would be tough for her to get into the top 10. You possess the Phoenix bloodline, while I possess the Heavenly Fox bloodline. I also had a seal in my body when I was young, like you, Yu Weiwei smiled. When she said that, the distance between them became smaller. She stepped forth and said, "There's no way you can undo the seal this way. I have almost undone the seal to my heavenly fox bloodline. So let me teach you. Ji Zixi face blushed. She didn't expect Yu Weiwei to be here to help her and said, Big sister Yu, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yu Weiwei smiled. Ji Zixi shared her feelings with Yu Weiwei and nervously said, Big sister Yu, you don't have to warn me. I'm satisfied if I can look at Big Brother Lin from afar. Yu Weiwei was briefly stunned before she started laughing. Patting Ji Zixi's head, she smiled. What are you talking about? If you run into Su Xiao in the future, don't say that in front of her. You share the same thoughts as me in the past, but I thought it through now, and I don't want to care about that. Su Xiao? Who is that? Isn't that the name of the Divine Dragon Empire's 9th princess? Ji Zixi recovered from her shock, and her face became bashful. All right, we can talk about it in the future. Yu Weiwei smiled. Okay. Ji Zixi nodded and cleared her mind. At the same time, Lin Xianxia was focused on trying to grasp the 5 elements Dao. As one of the 9 eternal Daos, it was her trump card. If she couldn't grasp it, she wouldn't be able to go far during the Heavenly Baron banquet, so she had to grasp it no matter what. At that time, her strength would undergo a transformation since the true profundity of the Heavenly Divine Sword required her to grasp the 5 elements Dao. Like her, Lin Yun was focused on the flaming yin-yang painting after Yu Weiwei left, attempting to grasp it. There were only 5 days left until the Heavenly Baron banquet. During that time, under Yu Weiwei's help, Ji Zixi managed to undo the seal on her bloodline, while Lin Xianxian and Lin Yun were trying to grasp the 5 elements Dao and yin-yang Dao, respectively. 5 days later, in Lin Yun's courtyard, there was a yin-yang painting beneath Lin Yun's feet as he performed a fist technique. His punches were slow, but the yin-yang painting would revolve whenever he threw a punch. As the yin-yang painting revolved, the energy coming from Lin Yun accumulated with the Azure Dragon's divine blood coursing through his body and boiled in his veins. The power of the sovereign constellation also gathered onto Lin Yun, with the Azure Dragon constellation faintly being seen in the sky. The fist technique was comprehended from the profundity of yin-yang Dao, fusing the yin-yang Dao with the Azure Dragon constellation to unleash an unimaginable power. Once the terrifying power accumulated in his fists, Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword and started swinging it around. Due to all the amassed power, Lin Yun's sword technique was swift, forming a drastic comparison with his fist technique. Lin Yun would alternate between fast and slow, and even space was dragged over when his sword ray revolved, forming a terrifying scene. The fist technique and sword technique were opposites of each other, but they were connected as well, and this was something Lin Yun comprehended. He gave them simple names, yin-yang fist and yin-yang sword. The names were crude, but they were befitting regardless of the fist or sword technique, since they both came from yin-yang Dao. This was because Lin Yun had grasped yin-yang Dao last night. His trump cards were heaven-defying, possessing 2 sovereign constellations and 2 eternal Daos. Lin Yun stopped at dawn. When he came out, he saw Ji Zixi and Yu Weiwei. He said, It's time to leave. Ji Zixi and Yu Weiwei interacted well in the courtyard, and they looked like 2 sisters, 2 fairies. This left Lin Yun dumbfounded, and he increased his pace when he came to his senses. Walking over, he looked at Ji Zixi and asked, Why did you remove your veil? Ji Zixi looked at Yu Weiwei and smiled. Big sister, you told me to remove it. She said that you will deal with it if anything happens. How am I supposed to deal with it? Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. You deal with it, Yu Weiwei snorted. That's right. Big brother Lin will take responsibility for anything that happens. Ji Zixi smiled, looking like a doll. This made Lin Yun briefly stunned, before he asked, Wait, since when have you 2 become sisters? Why else? Yu Weiwei smiled. Did you expect us to fight? Ji Zixi looked bashful and blissful. She smiled. Yeah. Big sister, you told me a lot about Big brother Lin. What did she tell you? Lin Yun asked curiously. Ji Zixi looked at Yu Weiwei and smiled. She told me about your story with her in the profound Amber Realm. Big brother Lin was really bold to jump down the cliff. She also told me about the heavenly path and how you saw a few girls at the Nirvana Banquets Lake. And That's enough, Lin Yun interrupted. And Su Ziyao, Ji smiled. Big brother Lin has a lot of stories. Lin Yun looked at Yu Weiwei helplessly, before he smiled. Why did you tell her everything? I got big sister Yu to tell me, so don't blame her for it. Ji said. Why would I dare blame her? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. He didn't dare because Yu Weiwei was even more fierce than Su Ziyao, despite how docile she usually looked. In reality, Yu Weiwei was the one he feared the most. The sun is pretty good today. A voice resounded as Lin Xianxia appeared. Lin Xianxia, when did you arrive? Lin Yun asked. I've been here for some time. Lin Xianxia smiled. She then dropped her smile and said, Lin Yun, women have dulled your senses. Lin Yun was stumped while Ji Zishi looked at Lin Xianxia with her eyes shining. That's right. Women have made you dull? Yu Weiwei smiled. Her smile was so charming that even Lin Xianxia was briefly stunned. When Lin Xianxia came to her senses, she smiled. Well, I would be attracted to her even if I'm a woman. Yu Weiwei was happy upon being praised, and Lin Xianxia was more pleasing to her eyes now. When Lin Yun examined Lin Xianxia, he joyfully exclaimed, You succeeded? Lin Xianxia nodded without saying a word. When Lin Yun turned to look at Ji Zishi, he was shocked to discover that Ji Zishi had become unfathomable. Even his sword intent could sense a blazing heat coming from Ji Zishi with a phoenix in the flames. Turning to Yu Weiwei, he could feel she had probably relied on her strength to forge her name as the heavenly fragrance divine maiden. Lin Yun immediately realized that women had dulled his senses, but it was still fortunate that he was stronger than them. Xiong Tianan and Aoju also came over. Xiong Tianan first looked at the three women before he turned to Lin Yun with a smile. Lin Yun, when are we going? Now. You guys want to come along with us? Lin Yun asked. Of course, Xiong Tianan said excitedly. This is the Heavenly Baron Banquet. Aoju and I might not be able to participate, but we won't miss the performance of you and the sister-in-laws. Aoju smiled. Sister-in-laws? How many are there? Xiong Tianan was about to reply, but he shut his mouth when his gaze swept through Yu Weiwei, Ji Zishi, and Lin Xianxia. 1, 2, or 3? He immediately tossed that to the back of his mind, as if it hadn't happened before. He looked at Lin Yun for help, who pretended not to see him. Right then Yu Weiwei smiled. You can treat it as 3. Everyone was shocked upon hearing that, including Lin Yun. Ji Zishi was bashful, while Xiong Tianan and Aoju were surprised before they enviously looked at Lin Yun. Lin Xianxia was briefly stunned, before she smiled. That works. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and Heavenly Fragrance Divine Maiden are mine. Lin Yun can be the lackey, and I don't have to use my sword with him around. Xiong Tianan's jaw dropped, before he said, What a surprise, Lin Xianxia. Everyone laughed as they headed to the Heavenly Saint Courtyard. There would be a huge battle during the Heavenly Baron Banquet, but they didn't look worried as they laughed while they headed over. This was probably Lin Yun's final battle before returning to the Kunlun realm. This made him feel a little more relaxed with a hint of concern. When they left, they saw that the entire city was filled with figures and that everyone was headed to the Heavenly Saint Courtyard through various means. On the spacious streets, there were even carriages bolting through the streets, and they were all heading in one direction. Not only was the entire Heaven's Gate Star alarmed, but many seniors and geniuses from the 3,000 realms as well. This scene even left Lin Yun in shock. Even the Kunlun realm at its prime might not have been able to surpass this scene. When the Heavenly Saint Mountain was within sight, a figure streaked across the horizon that caused an uproar. That's the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. This person was the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, whom Lin Yun met a few days ago. More people streaked across the horizon, following the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. They were the disciples from Qilin Mountain. Many people raised their heads, since it was rare to see a legend like the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, especially when the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was barely 30 years old. They exclaimed, It looks like Qilin Mountain is confident about this. The Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was a dazzling figure even in the 3,000 realms, but disagreement soon resounded, saying how the heavenly Qilin divine son suffered a huge loss from the heavenly fragrance divine mountain and a swordsman. Big brother Lin, they're talking about you. Yu Weiwei smiled. She and Ji Zishi were wearing veils because everyone turned to look at them the moment they stepped out. Yeah, they're all talking about you. Ji Zishi smiled, acting as if she had become a lackey behind Yu Weiwei. She had also become bolder than before. Lin Yun glanced at them from afar and said, "A good show is about to start." Amongst the group, there was someone who looked young and arrogant. This was Di Feng, who was a primordial beast and was the influential figure from the third testing ground. Shortly after, a golden-winged rock flew over with a beauty standing on it, captivating everyone's attention. Her appearance instantly made everyone excited, with their gazes becoming heated. Lin Yun couldn't help looking at this person. This woman donned a silver dress that outlined her perfect figure. Yu Weiwei explained, "She's Xia Qingyun, known to be the most beautiful woman in Heaven's Gate, and she's also the descendant of a deity." Lin Yun merely smiled and recollected his gaze. They saw more geniuses from the other testing grounds, and this was an eye-opening experience for spectators like Ao Ju. But compared to them, Lin Yun looked more composed and insignificant. "It's unlike you to keep such a low profile." Flower burial. A white-clothed youth appeared beside Lin Yun, wearing a smile. Lin Yun didn't know this person, but he looked young, in his teens. However, he used a mature tone in his speech, and Lin Yun noticed that this person was a swordsman with an extraordinary cultivation. He asked, "I don't think I know you. You've seen me at the 9th testing ground." "It's enough for me to know you," the white-clothed youth smiled. "Where did this brat come from?" "Big brother Lin isn't keeping a low profile. He's just waiting to soar," Xiong Tiannan said, looking at the white-clothed youth. He continued, "Just you watch. After the Heavenly Baron banquet, Flower Burial's name will spread throughout the Heaven's Gate star and 3,000 realms." Lin Yun awkwardly smiled upon hearing that, while the white-clothed youth smiled. "Okay, I'll wait for when that happens." The white-clothed youth left after that. "He looks familiar for some reason," Lin Yun muttered as he headed over to the Heavenly Saint courtyard, where he saw Shi Yuan waiting for them. With Shi Yuan leading, the remaining journey was smoother before they came to a massive stage, the Heavenly Baron Divine stage, where saints could fight. The stage had a long history, and it was also used to hold various martial competitions, aside from the banquet. In front of the Heavenly Baron Divine stage was a massive platform with a throne at the far end of it. That throne belonged to the sect master, who released a powerful aura. On both sides of the throne were key figures of Heaven's Gate, such as Profound Sky Venerable and other guests who were invited over. The golden-winged rock was beneath the throne, and Xia Qingyun was in her seat. Beside her was a handsome youth, looking around without concealing his arrogance. He stood next to Xia Qingyun, and they looked like a perfect couple. When everyone saw him, their eyes trembled. Someone whispered, "He's Yi Wuhan, right?" Yi Wuhan was the most talented disciple of Heaven's Gate, and he had long been accepted as a direct disciple of the ancestral deity. He might be young, but he was famous throughout the 3,000 realms, outshining his peers. It was also said that he was now the most beloved disciple of the ancestral deity. "Wuhan, you won't become Master's most beloved disciple after this banquet," Xia Qingyun said with a smile. "Someone who can compete with me isn't born yet," Yi Wuhan said, exhibiting his pride. Xia Qingyun merely smiled but said nothing because this junior brother was entertaining to tease. It didn't take long for the other disciples of the ancestral deity to arrive. They stood on the same level as the throne and were even higher than Profound Sky Venerable. This was because the sect master was also the ancestral deity's disciple and was much older than them. They were calm and composed, but they shone brightly by just standing there. This made many people envious because who wouldn't want to become the ancestral deity's disciple like them? As long as they could become the ancestral deity's disciple, they would be on the same level as those older generations who were a few thousand years old. As time passed, more people began to gather, and the surrounding area was soon filled with people. Because of the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity, The Heavenly Baron banquet would be the focus of the 3,000 realms each time, and many people have been preparing for many years for this day. 10-odd figures flew out from the Heavenly Saint courtyard, and each of them gave off a powerful aura as an emperor. They stood on a cauldron, and the patterns began to light up, forming into multiple dragons. This was the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. At the center was the sect master Luo Tianxi, with 36 venerables around him, including Profound Sky Venerable. This immediately captivated everyone's attention, including the other disciples of the ancestral deity, who respectfully looked at Luo Tianxi. Luo Tianxi was also called the Heavenly Seal Emperor, the strongest beneath the deity realm, and he was only 300 years old. It was an unfathomable achievement to reach the limit of the Emperor realm in just 300 years. But the ancestral deity personally taught him, so it was understandable. We greet the sect master. Greetings, Heavenly Seal Emperor. Everyone respectfully greeted Luo Tianxi. Luo Tianxi looked young, like he was in his 20s, but he gave off a powerful aura. With a wave of his hand, the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron landed not far from the Heavenly Baron Divine stage. When the ground trembled, the dragons in the surroundings returned to the cauldron. When Lin Yun sat down, his eyelid twitched while his attention was captivated by the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, since he had seen it again. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to see it again. It's no wonder why Profound Sky Venerable warned me not to go after the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. So, the master is the sect master. I wonder if the sect master has discovered what I did. I hope not, Lin Yun inwardly muttered. The Blue Dragon Divine Seal was taught to him by the Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity, so no one should be able to discover it, aside from the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity. Just when he was pondering, he noticed a gaze directed at him. This alarmed Lin Yun, and he saw that it was from Profound Sky Venerable when he raised his head. The Profound Sky Venerable was glaring at him because everyone was showing their respect for the sect master, while Lin Yun's attention was on the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. This startled Lin Yun into shifting his gaze, pretending he didn't see Profound Sky Venerable. On the throne, Luo Tianxi smiled. All of you aren't here for me anyways, so there's no need to be so respectful. With all the geniuses in the 3,000 realms gathered in the Heavenly Baron banquet, you can perform yourselves during this banquet, and you don't have to care about the identity of your background. If anyone dares to take revenge for it, I will slay that person myself. His words were calm, but it made everyone quiet, and they could sense a terrifying murderous intent coming from Luo Tianxi. After all, everyone who came to the Heavenly Baron banquet had a vast background, and who knew if someone would take revenge for what happened during the banquet. So, Luo Tianxi's words were equivalent to a layer of guarantee. My master has injected Heavenly Tao Fortune to create a monument, and the top 30 can enter the Heavenly Baron monument. The top 10 can become my master's outer disciple, and the top 3 have a chance to become his direct disciple. At the same time, my master has a fair request. Everyone became excited after hearing what Luo Tianxi said. The rumors were true, and the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity had created a monument himself, and they would receive huge benefits if they could engrave their names on it, which was Heavenly Tao Fortune. Even Lin Yun's eyes lit up since the fortune from 3,000 realms must be much stronger than the Kunlun realm. But he also noticed that only the top 3 would have a chance to become the ancestral deity's direct disciple. All the geniuses were excited with fighting spirits blazing in their eyes. After Luo Tianxi was done speaking, he simply introduced the rules before the banquet began. Aside from those who came from the 9 testing grounds, there were also those invited and geniuses from Heaven's Gate. But the disciples of Heaven's Gate took a considerable portion. But they were required to partake in a test before they could be at the banquet. They didn't have to go to the Heavenly Baron realm and had received special treatment. The main things in the Heavenly Baron realm were the treasures and opportunities, as great opportunities followed significant risk. Profound Sky Venerable led the deacons of the Heavenly Saint Courtyard, flew down from the Heavenly Baron Divine stage, and approached the nearby bookstand with many jade slips on it. Each jade slip had a name, and those called out would have to go on the Heavenly Baron Divine stage. When 100 people appeared on the Heavenly Baron Divine stage, Profound Sky Venerable said, "You guys will fight amongst yourselves. Only 10 people will move on to the next round. This was a brutal competition, but there was nothing they could do since there were too many people participating in the Heavenly Baron banquet. So they had to filter out the true geniuses quickly. When Profound Sky Venerable was done speaking, a fight immediately occurred with constellations and Tao flowers opening, attracting everyone's gazes, including Lin Yun. The outcome was soon determined. Those who could make it to the next round were all 9th stage Saint Lords. It was no wonder that Xianxia and Aoju decided to give up, since they couldn't fight these people. 9th stage Saint Lords were on a whole new level after going through 3 tribulations. Lin Yun muttered, "There aren't any 9th stage Saint Lords from the 9th testing ground." According to Lin Xianxian, those in the 9th testing ground were the youngest, meaning they also had a lower cultivation. The next few rounds were also brutal, and everyone became heated when names from the 9 testing grounds were called out. After all, those people fought their way out of the Heavenly Baron realm. Those from the Heavenly Baron realm are on a whole new level. Not many geniuses from Heaven's Gate can fight with those from the Heavenly Baron realm, and they would only die if they ran into each other. I fathom that the protagonists are probably those from the Heavenly Baron realm. Many people noticed that those from the Heavenly Baron realm could quickly suppress disciples from Heaven's Gate. Finally, Lin Jiangxian's name was called out. No one paid much attention to her, since most people would neglect the 9th testing ground when mentioning the Heavenly Baron realm. Of the 100 people who were called out with Lin Jiangxian, Di Feng was one of them. He was a primordial beast and from the same clan as Tuoba Hong. He might seem young, but he was stronger than Tuoba Hong. Who's stronger? He or Tuoba Hong? Aoju asked in concern. He's stronger. Xiong Tianan was also nervous. The Heavenly Baron banquet's intensity was high, and many people were killed before they could even admit defeat. But Lin Yun was calm as he wore a smile. He was confident in Lin Jiangxian. On the Heavenly Baron divine stage, Di Feng's presence soon attracted everyone's attention, and he said, "You guys are unfortunate to be on the same stage as me. Aside from me, no one will make it to the next round." Everyone became furious after hearing what Di Feng said because that was too arrogant. They didn't hesitate to charge at Di Feng together. "Let's go! Kill him first." When everyone soared to the sky, they summoned their constellations, which shocked everyone because they had never seen so many people ganging up on one person before. "Great!" Di Feng became excited as he let out a roar. As a silver radiance swept out, the attacks from everyone were stopped. But that wasn't all. Di Feng began to flash around, throwing out a punch each time. This punch was simple, containing pure strength without any techniques. Explosions resounded on the Heavenly Baron divine stage as multiple people were sent flying before they could even admit defeat, and it didn't take long before the Heavenly Baron divine stage became clear. As expected, no one could conceal the shock in their eyes, but they weren't too surprised since they had already expected this outcome. "You guys want to participate in the banquet with only this much strength? The ancestral deity doesn't accept any garbage." Di Feng was arrogant to mock the failures, but he soon noticed that there was still one person standing on the stage, and this person was Lin Jiangxian. Di Feng was shocked because his attacks should have enveloped the entire stage, with no one being spared. But he soon thought of something, and sneered, "Interesting. I didn't notice you earlier, but it's a pity you ran into me. I won't let anyone be promoted to the next round with me. I don't have that habit, but you can come if you want to see if my sword is fast enough," Lin Jiangxian said indifferently. Lin Yun smiled. Lin Jiangxian was as heroic as before. He sometimes felt that Lin Jiangxian's sword Dao was purer than his own. She endured for so many years, and now she could finally shine after grasping the 5 elements Dao. Di Feng appeared before Lin Jiangxian in the next second and let out a roar, leaving behind ripples in the surrounding air. But when those ripples were about to come in contact with Lin Jiangxian, they were blocked by her sword intent. Finally, a decent opponent. Di Feng's eyes lit up with a smile as he threw his punch forth, leaving behind cracks in space and causing it to distort. But Lin Jiangxian easily dodged his punch, carrying her sword. She indifferently said, "You're too slow." Di Feng's face became sinister as a constellation flew out, and a heavenly moonhowl wolf leaped out from the painting, wanting to tear Lin Xianxia into pieces with its claws. The claws tore cracks in space, but they were stopped by an invisible sword intent when the cracks wanted to spread to Lin Xianxia. No matter how Di Feng used his constellation, he couldn't touch Lin Xianxia no matter what. Everyone's faces changed to shock. This made it look like Di Feng was weak, seeing how Lin Xianxia easily dealt with his attacks. Is that the best you can do? It's disappointing, Lin Xianxia said with a cold light flashing in her eyes when she raised her head. Not good. Di Feng felt an extremely dangerous aura and quickly retreated. But it was already too late as Lin Xianxia's sword stabbed into his chest. When an explosion occurred, a sinister wound appeared on Di Feng's chest as he rolled on the ground. This was a shocking scene that nearly made everyone's jaw fall. How is that possible? Her sword is really fast. I can't even keep up with it. It's not just fast, but it seemed to contain a certain profundity that overlapped space together before piercing with a sword. Who is she? Which clan did she come from? Everyone was shocked as they began to look into Lin Xianxia's background. Luo Tianxi's eyes lit up from his throne. Even Xia Qingyun and Yi Wuhan beside her were shocked as well. Sect Master, she's Lin Xianxia, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Her master is Firmament Nether, a venerable said, recognizing Lin Xianxia's origin. Luo Tianxi fell into deep thoughts, then asked, She's with Flower Burial from the 9th testing ground, right? Yeah. Luo Tianxi smiled as he looked forward to Flower Burial's strength. Di Feng's face was pale as he lay on the ground, and he was stopped by a gaze just when he wanted to release his heavenly moonhowl wolf's bloodline. The look came from Profound Sky Venerable. Profound Sky Venerable was shocked by Lin Xianxia's strength, realizing that Lin Yun was shining too brightly to outshine her during the 9th testing ground. That's enough. It's not embarrassing for you to lose to someone from the 9th testing ground, Profound Sky Venerable said coldly. That old man is pretty prideful, Lin Yun smiled. Then again, the 9th testing ground should be the weakest, and they were brought here by Profound Sky Venerable. So, it was no wonder that Profound Sky Venerable looked so prideful. The 9th testing ground? Someone from the 9th testing ground defeated Di Feng? Profound Sky Venerable's words caused an uproar, with everyone shocked. Di Feng's face became ashen, and he knew that Profound Sky Venerable was striking a blow to his arrogance. Hence, he could only leave with a dark face. On the other hand, Lin Xianxia was calm as she sheathed her sword. Lass, you've hidden yourself pretty deeply? Profound Sky Venerable smiled when Lin Xianxia walked past him. Lin Xianxia merely nodded and left without saying a word. On the other hand, an uproar broke out in the surrounding area. The Heavenly Baron banquet had finally become interesting, with everyone feeling their blood boiling with fighting spirits. Lin Xianxia turned around and left. She was like a sharp sword as she came over to Lin Yun's side. This battle made her famous. Very quickly, many people heard of her origins and felt unbelievable that the branch of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion would produce such a genius. One must know that many people had high hopes for Di Feng, but he became Lin Xianxia's stepping stone. She's the true prodigy swordsman. I heard Flower Burial was a prodigy swordsman, but it looks like they recognized the wrong person. How is that possible? I heard Lin Xianxia didn't move during the 9th testing ground and gave Flower Burial a chance to shine. Let me see how strong that Flower Burial is. Lin Xianxia's performance made many people discuss the 9th testing ground. When they discussed the 9th testing ground, Lin Yun was naturally someone who couldn't be avoided. After all, he dealt with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Dao Sect, and Shadow Divine Palace by himself and left 5 spots empty. But no one had seen Lin Yun fight before, so many people began to doubt him. Shi Yuan was deeply shocked as she watched Lin Xianxia coming over. She was the one responsible for receiving Lin Yun's group, so she wasn't bothered by them initially, but she was shocked now. Your sword was so fast that even I couldn't keep up with it, Lin Yun said, looking at Lin Xianxia. That means you've managed to keep up with it, Lin Xianxia said. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled as he was praising Lin Xianxia. On the other hand, Everyone's faces became ugly on Difeng's side when he returned. They wanted to take revenge for Tuobahong, but they didn't expect that they would fail. The subsequent few battles were breathtaking, and the atmosphere became heated when Duguju, from the first testing ground, swept the stage with his sovereign constellation. Duguju was a ruthless person from the first testing ground, and it was no secret that he grasped a sovereign constellation. But they were shocked after witnessing it with their own eyes. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Since a sovereign constellation baptized his divine dragon physique, he could summon the Azure Dragon constellation. Could that also be treated as a sovereign constellation? If that was considered a sovereign constellation, then he had grasped two sovereign constellations. While he was pondering, Ji Zixi name was called out and she went on the stage, causing an uproar. Where did this beauty come from? She's not inferior to Xia Qingyun. She's also from the 9th testing ground, and Lin Yun brought her over. So she's a vase. What a pity. Everyone's gazes became playful when they learned about Ji Zixi's background. Ji Zixi's smile disappeared. She would be furious upon hearing that, even if she had a good temper. When the fight began, Ji Zixi didn't hide her strength and immediately used her bloodline as the heavenly phoenix maiden. A pair of rainbow wings that appeared behind her made her look noble and dignified, leaving everyone stumped and they couldn't shift their gaze from her. She's so beautiful? Why didn't I realize it before? Lin Yun muttered to himself. Big brother Lin, do you like what you see? Yu Weiwei smiled. She's going to make a move. Lin Yun changed the topic. After Ji Zixi released her bloodline, not only did her temperament change, but her strength as well. She gave off a powerful phoenix aura, and she would leave ripples in the surrounding space whenever she flapped her wings. This made her look blurred, and Lin Yun was shocked. Ever since they came to the heavenly barren realm, Lin Yun realized he could sense an ancient power coming from Ji Zixi, allowing her cultivation to progress rapidly. Even after she gave most of the resources to him, her cultivation speed was still faster than his, so there was no question that Ji Zixi made it through this round. When everyone saw how Ji Zixi returned to Lin Yun's table like Lin Xianxia, an uproar broke out. Something isn't right. Aren't there too many beauties around Lin Yun? It's true, now that you mentioned it. Many soon noticed that something wasn't right. Ji Zixi and Yu Weiwei were peerless beauties. A heavenly phoenix maiden and a heavenly fragrance divine maiden. Lin Xianxia wasn't bad either, since she had a heroic temperament that added to her beauty, and yet the three of them revolved around Lin Yun. Can he even take it? What did he do? He's nothing aside from being handsome. Jealousy soon aroused everyone's unhappiness against Lin Yun. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lin Xianxia smiled. Flower burial. You have become the public enemy. Lin Yun bitterly smiled since he was already keeping a low profile. You must be careful later because many people might come after you. Lin Xianxia smiled. Shi Yuan's eyes shone with splendor when she looked at Lin Xianxia. She was shocked by Lin Yun's outstanding appearance when they first met, but she now sensed that he was exuding boundless charm as they interacted. Xiong Tianan poured. Why didn't anyone scold me? My biggest dream is to be scolded by others, saying I'm nothing aside from looking handsome. Everyone around him smiled when they heard what Xiong Tianan said. Ao Ju was speechless. Before he smiled, others are targeted because they're too strong, but Brother Lin is targeted because he's too handsome. Lin Yun helplessly smiled because that was true. What Xiong Tianan and Ao Ju said wasn't false, and he could sense the surrounding hostile gazes when Lin Xianxia and Ji Zixi shone brightly on the stage, such as the one coming from the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, whose attention was on him the entire time. Whenever Yu Weiwei talked to Lin Yun, the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun felt as though he was being stabbed in his chest. When Lin Yun's name was called out, Yu Weiwei's name was also called out and they went to the heavenly barren divine stage together. As they smiled, an uproar exploded from the surroundings. So the legend is true. The heavenly fragrance divine maiden was waiting for flower burial. What gives? Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei looked intimate as they went on the stage. When the two held hands together, it shattered everyone's dream that they were just friends. Before the fight, The remaining 98 people's gazes already fell on Lin Yun with hostility. Everyone was looking forward to giving Lin Yun a beating later. Flower burial? His reputation is probably fake. He's only relying on women. If not for the heavenly fragrance divine maiden, who would pay attention to him? He will be exposed later. Trample on him. Discussions resounded from the surroundings that made Xianxia, Ji Zishi, Ao Ju, and Lin Xianxia nervous because what Lin Xianxia said earlier came true. Lin Yun became the target of everyone. Standing on the heavenly barren divine stage, Lin Yun looked around and smiled. What dense murderous intent. How terrifying. The judge was profound Sky Venerable, who sneered in disdain upon hearing what Lin Yun said. If he were younger, even he would want to give Lin Yun a beating. But Yu Weiwei suddenly turned around and smiled. Big brother Lin, can you let me handle them? Lin Yun was briefly stunned upon hearing that, before Yu Weiwei continued. Big brother Lin suffered so much, so it's time for you to take a rest. The murderous intent directed at me will only become stronger if you do this. Lin Yun smiled. Hehe. Weiwei wants to make everyone envious of Big Brother Lin, and I want Big Brother Lin to feel like the most blissful person in the world. Yu Weiwei smiled. As she spoke, she got close and kissed Lin Yun on his lips. Let the battle begin. Profound Sky Venerable couldn't hold it any longer and announced the beginning of the fight. And the resentment in this battle was much stronger than in the past. The other 98 competitors were dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, rage blazed in their hearts as they summoned their constellations, releasing powerful auras that made the heavenly barren divine stage tremble. Holy shit! Xianxia exclaimed. He had never seen everyone so united before. Everyone watching this fight was also shocked. But they soon calmed down because no one could endure it. Not only did Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei hold hands, but they even kissed on the stage before their eyes. Who knew how many men had their hearts shattered because of that? You're not allowed to move. Yu Weiwei winked, before she turned around to face the 98 people. When she turned around, she wore a charming smile that made everyone's hearts tremble. As ribbons flew around her, the ribbons bloomed like flowers, pushing back everyone in a split second. She began to dance around Lin Yun, and no one could approach him. This left everyone dumbfounded, and the 98 people were furious. This was ridiculous. Not only did those two show their love in public, but the goddess in their hearts came around to attack them. She's gorgeous, everyone commented after they recovered from their shock. When Yu Weiwei danced, she looked like a fairy, and everyone couldn't help becoming even more jealous of Lin Yun upon thinking about it. Lin Yun was also dumbfounded before he smiled and took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, playing the Ni Chong dress song. As he blew, snowflakes descended from the sky, which pulled everyone into his music. Threads also descended from the sky, forming a dress and enveloping Yu Weiwei. As Yu Weiwei danced, she turned around and gave Lin Yun a smile with her hair fluttering amongst the snowflakes. Under the music, Yu Weiwei became even more bewitching, but she was also ruthless in her attacks, which was unfortunate for the 98 people. The flute music continued on the heavenly barren divine stage with various phenomena forming and gathering on Yu Weiwei, forming into a beautiful dress, the legendary Ni Chong dress. As the flute music echoed throughout the heavenly saint courtyard, everyone was captivated by the music and dance. Yu Weiwei was breathtaking to begin with. With the Ni Chong dress, this only made her dance even more outstanding. How beautiful! Xia Qingyun sighed at this scene. The music was beautiful, and the dance was even more attractive. Just like that, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei joined forces, and the 98 people couldn't get close. They're a perfect match, Xia Qingyun said. On the throne, Luo Tianqi wore an expression of admiration with a smile. Everyone was asking why Yu Weiwei and Lin Yun could be together, and they were jealous of Lin Yun. But this was because they experienced countless life and death situations together. So the rumor is true. Ji Zishi became excited when she looked at the performance. It was rumored that Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei joined forces to perform a dance and song during the Nirvana banquet, which let the 3 lives tree bloom. Lin Xianxian was also stunned. Before she muttered, Young Master Lin is really unique. Xianxia became emotional as though he was the one on the stage, and exclaimed, "Holy shit!" Ao Ju couldn't help smiling, but there was nothing he could say about it. These people asked why. He could only say that the Ni Chong dress song was enough to prove the relationship between Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei. When the song finished, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei were the only ones standing on the Heavenly Baron Divine stage. Yu Weiwei turned back with a smile before the seven-colored dress disappeared. Profound Sky Venerable was shocked. But just when he was about to announce their victory, Luo Tianqi stood up from his seat and looked at Lin Yun with admiration. "Flower Burial? Nice song." "Thank you, Emperor." Lin Yun smiled after a brief stun. "I heard from Profound Sky Venerable how you performed on the 9th testing ground." Luo Tianqi smiled. Lin Yun smiled but said nothing else. Profound Sky Venerable said that you're a peerless prodigy swordsman, but it's a pity that I didn't see you use your sword. Luo Tianqi smiled. His words caused an uproar because the peerless prodigy swordsman was the same as a sword Dao legend. But if that was the case, there should be phenomena that accompanied it. But no one could believe it since everyone here was a genius, and there was no lack of prodigy swordsmen amongst them. "There will be a chance," Lin Yun said. "I look forward to it, and so is my master." Luo Tianqi smiled. He looked at Yu Weiwei and said, "Yu Weiwei, I'm here." Yu Weiwei smiled. Looking at Yu Weiwei seriously, Luo Tianqi said, "You're the heavenly fragrance divine maiden, and my master has already made arrangements for you. Regardless of your performance, you can become his direct disciple. This is my master's respect for the heavenly fragrance divine mountain." "It's an honor for the heavenly fragrance divine mountain," Yu Weiwei smiled. But their conversation caused an uproar that was even greater than Luo Tianqi's evaluation of Lin Yun. Many came here competing to become the ancestral deity's disciples, but Yu Weiwei was already accepted before the outcome. Luo Tianqi said nothing else and slowly sat down. The nearby ancestral deity's disciples turned to look at Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei curiously. They were curious about this couple. One was evaluated as a peerless prodigy swordsman by an emperor, while the ancestral deity already accepted the other as his disciple. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei exchanged a smile before they left the Heavenly Baron Divine stage holding hands. The banquet continued as countless geniuses stood out, showing everyone the meaning of peerless geniuses. The battles made many people's blood boil, and soon the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun also went on stage. Lin Yun finally knew why the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was so popular at the Heavenly Baron banquet. After all, the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun grasped one of the eternal Daos, Space Dao. The Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was unbelievably powerful with his Space Dao, making Lin Yun recall Yi Guhan and Tian Xuanzi. The Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun didn't even use his constellation to suppress everyone. When he made his move, space would distort into a spatial vortex, and the outcome of those people swept into it was pitiful. Then again, the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun held back to display his excellent control over Space Dao. If he had poor control over Space Dao, those people would only be dead. There were also saint spiritualists who drew 9th-grade saint runes or created a diagram with a wave of their hand. Lin Yun had practiced the art of spiritual runes before, and he was shocked after witnessing those saint spiritualists' means. But it was fortunate that he gave up spiritual runes soon after because the Kunlun realm was lacking when compared to the 3,000 realms. There were also geniuses proficient in music, using the Saint King tune that created a grand phenomenon. Several swordsmen left a deep impression on Lin Yun and even made him feel slightly afraid. According to Lin Xianxia, those people were all in their 80s, and they cultivated longer than Lin Yun. Not to mention that they were geniuses to begin with. But the Heavenly Baron banquet was only open to those under 100 years old, which showed what Lin Yun lacked: time. When the last battle finally came to an end, there were only 200 people who managed to go to the next round, which would take place tomorrow. Some people were ferocious and only cared about shining brightly on the banquet, clearing the entire stage. When Luo Tianqi stood up, he announced the end of the banquet, which would resume tomorrow. After he left, a youth beside Yi Wuhan and Xia Qingyun stood up. This person was Feng Bumao, a direct disciple of the ancestral deity, and could be considered the Heavenly Saint Courtyard's holy son. The 36 courtyards in Heaven's Gate have a holy sun each, and the Heavenly Saint courtyard had the highest position. Don't be in a hurry to leave. There will be a gathering to host everyone tonight, so please participate. Feng Bumao smiled, giving an invitation to everyone. He was the Heavenly Saint courtyard's holy son, and the gathering was held here. So, he naturally had to host everyone. People like the Heavenly Qilin Divine Son already knew there would be a gathering. So he cupped his fists together and expressed his gratitude. Big brother Lin, do you want to go? Yu Weiwei asked. Lin Yun didn't want to go, since he would receive mockery if he was there. But just when he was about to leave, Xia Qingyun and Yi Wuhan flew over. One was the most beautiful woman of Heaven's Gate, while the other was the most talented genius and the youngest disciple of the ancestral deity. So many people wondered if he could become the Heaven's Gate Divine Son, the youngest divine son in history. Greetings, Senior Brother Yi and Senior Sister Yi. Shi Yuan was shocked and didn't dare to delay her greetings. She was a disciple of Heaven's Gate and knew their status within the sect. Xia Qingyun nodded, then looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Flower burial. Please give me face and attend the gathering tonight. Her smile was bright and beautiful. She continued, I have long heard of Flower Burial's name, and even my master mentioned you frequently. He has paid attention to your performance in the heavenly barren realm. Lin Yun was surprised that the ancestral deity paid attention to him. Xia Qingyun smiled. No need to find it weird. Our master is friends with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity, and he has long calculated your connection with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. So it's hard not to take note of you. She didn't just invite Lin Yun, but invited the rest as well. On the contrary, Yi Wuhan was calm as he observed Lin Yun and fell into deep thoughts. I do want to go, but the sect master probably drew a lot of hatred for me with his words. Lin Yun smiled. So, you're afraid? Yi Wuhan smiled. You can just give whoever dares to question you a beating, and this is the path of a genius. I have also received more doubts than you. He was younger than Lin Yun, and he was arrogant, judging from his words. Don't listen to him. There won't be a fight at the gathering, so you don't have to worry about it. Xia Qingyun smiled. Yi Wuhan sneered, before he continued. I'm not bullshitting. The sect master said he was a peerless swordsman, but he didn't even use a single sword. So it's hard for him not to be doubted. I also know how to use the sword, so I can't see how you're a prodigy swordsman. Lin Jiangxian's face became cold, before she said, That's because you're not worthy. Sensing the chill, Yi Wuhan's heart trembled. So he smiled. You want to fight? Any time, Lin Jiangxian said fearlessly. Lin Yun smiled. Lin Jiangxian's temper was the same as her sword, fearless. But there was no need for them to fight, so he stopped Lin Jiangxian before looking at Yi Wuhan with a smile. A fight can save a lot of trouble, but it's also troublesome. The flowing water doesn't vie to be first. What it contends for is its unceasing abundance. You're still young, and naturally you won't think that way. The flowing water doesn't vie to be first. What it contends for is its unceasing abundance. Yi Wuhan was stumped with unhappiness on his face. But Lin Yun didn't care about him, and turned to Xia Qingyun. All right, I will go to the gathering, so please lead the way. Yi Wuhan's face became dark. Why did Lin Yun want Xia Qingyun to lead the way when Shi Yuan was here? But Xia Qingyun didn't mind, and smiled. Shi Yuan, you can leave first. I'll bring young Master Lin and his companions to the gathering. Shi Yuan didn't dare to refuse an order from Xia Qingyun, but she was deeply shocked in her heart. Beyond the heavenly barren divine stage was a pavilion of the heavenly saint courtyard, and there was a long path of blue slabs. The style of the buildings was grand, with various stone statues and pillars. They gave off a faint radiance, filled with a divine rhythm. The gathering was held in the Fuyao Palace, where everyone came over with Feng Bumao. Zither music and dance could be seen as everyone gathered in clusters. As the host, Feng Bumao was naturally at the center of attention with several geniuses around him. When Xia Qingyun led Lin Yun's party, everyone's attention turned to Xia Qingyun. This was because Xia Qingyun was the first beauty in Heaven's Gate, and she was the center of attention wherever she went, not to mention Yu Weiwei and Ji Zishi behind her. Everyone wore a smile with the intent of coming forth to greet her, but they were stumped when they saw Lin Yun. Xia Qingyun personally brought Lin Yun over. When they came to their senses, their minds blew with their faces becoming playful. Flower burial, I advise you to consider again if you want to become my servant, and I can recommend you to cultivate with the Qilin sword immortal. A cold voice resounded, coming from the heavenly Qilin divine sun. He had shocked everyone when he displayed his space Dao, and many people wanted to get acquainted with him. He was lifting a cup of wine as he looked at Lin Yun with a smile. After all, the emperor said that you're a peerless prodigy swordsman, and it would be a pity if you don't follow the Qilin sword immortal. The heavenly Qilin divine sun said. But when he mentioned peerless prodigy swordsman, many people wore mocking smiles. Before Lin Yun could speak, a cold and domineering voice resounded. Become your servant? Who do you think you are? Get lost. No one asked you to speak. Everyone was shocked when they heard that and saw that it was Lin Xianxia who spoke. But her gaze was sharp, which made everyone feel a chill down their spines. No matter what others think, the heavenly Qilin divine sun was nothing in Lin Xianxia's eyes, and he could only try and flaunt his existence after being rejected by Yu Weiwei to prove that Yu Weiwei chose the wrong person. Lin Xianxia's persistence for Sword Dao was pure, and she was filled with admiration for Lin Yun. So, she naturally wouldn't watch as someone tried to humiliate him. Everyone was surprised because Lin Xianxia's words were too ruthless. Most importantly, she left a deep impression on everyone, and no one could look down on her. Lin Xianxia, you're merely someone chased out from the heavenly sword pavilion. So who do you think you are? Someone from Qilin Mountain coldly spoke out. My sword can easily kill dogs like you, Lin Xianxia said, domineering. You! That person looked at Lin Xianxia. He wanted to make a move on the spot, but he didn't dare. Right then, an indigo-clothed youth stepped out, and anyone could tell that this person was a swordsman. This was the swordsman that even made Lin Yun feel a little afraid during the day. The indigo-clothed youth said, Lin Xianxia, the divine sun is just trying to express his goodwill and save him. You don't think that there are no consequences for him killing those people during the 9th testing ground, right? The Dao sect, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and Shadow Divine Palace won't let this matter rest so easily. His only chance is to stay with the Qilin Sword Immortal and cultivate for 100 years. Everyone recognized this indigo-clothed youth, who was from the 6th testing ground, Ji Zhongkong. He also had a terrifying origin as Ji, was an ancient surname that produced a ruthless genius in each generation. Lin Xianxia coldly said, We don't need his goodwill. Ji Zhongkong was stunned. Before he looked at Lin Xianxia with admiration, he smiled. A peerless prodigy swordsman? You're the true prodigy in my eyes. I'm not even 1,000th of him, Lin Xianxia said seriously, and her words caused an uproar. This was because everyone had witnessed Lin Xianxia's strength when she defeated Di Feng, so they couldn't figure out why Lin Xianxia was protecting Lin Yun. Hearing what she said now, they only felt that she was exaggerating it. Brother Ji, don't bother. Let's just watch how he'll die since he's not willing to accept my goodwill. The heavenly Qilin divine sun shrugged and drank the wine in his cup before leaving with Ji Zhongkong. Everyone here is a guest, so let us put aside the grudges today. I'll give everyone a toast. Feng Bumao smiled as he raised the cup in his hand, and the atmosphere in the hall recovered. Lin Yun and Lin Xianxia exchanged a look, nodding at each other. Since Lin Xianxia was willing to stand out for him, he could have an easier time here. He looked at the others and smiled. There is great wine here. Come, let's have a drink. The group sat together as they enjoyed themselves without interacting with anyone else. Far away, the heavenly Qilin divine sun, who pretended to be calm, had his face becoming dark when he saw this scene and he was being ignored. Lin Yun only got Lin Xianxia to deal with him, so this was the same as saying that he wasn't worthy of talking to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's group was arrogant even though there were many geniuses here. Flower burial, we meet again. A voice resounded as a white-clothed youth looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Looking at this person, Lin Yun finally recalled that this was the white-clothed youth he encountered earlier in the street. The youth even asked him why he kept such a low profile, since it was unlike him. They only met once, so Lin Yun never expected to see him here. "How did you come here?" Lin Yun smiled. He didn't recall this youth being amongst the 200 who made it to the next round. The white-clothed youth smiled. "I came here openly, and no one will suspect me upon seeing how young I look. What's your name?" Lin Yun smiled. "Feng Qingyu. Do you know the Trigram Star Cluster's Feng clan?" The youth asked with a smile. He naturally heard of it, but only bits and pieces. Feng Qingyu laughed. "This is the Heavenly Jade Saint wine of the Heavenly Saint Courtyard. I'll go steal some. This fellow looks familiar," Yu Weiwei muttered, looking at Feng Qingyu. "The Trigram Star Cluster's Feng clan? Lin Xianxia, do you know about him?" Lin Yun asked. Lin Xianxia shook her head. "Then there's no need to care about him. This person is sincere, unlike others." Lin Yun smiled. He could sense goodwill from this youth, and he was carefree, unlike the other geniuses here. Halfway through the banquet, Xia Qingyun returned and finally said why she invited Lin Yun. She smiled. "Young Master Lin, were you playing the Ni Chong dress song during the day?" Lin Yun nodded, and Yu Weiwei instantly knew what was going on. She looked at Xia Qingyun with a playful smile. Xia Qingyun's eyes shone brightly, and she smiled. "I wonder if young Master Lin can play it for me? I'll dance for you, and I also know the 9 profound heavenly dance." The dance that Yu Weiwei performed during the day was called the 9 profound heavenly dance, and any woman would be anxious about it, not to mention a beauty like Xia Qingyun. The hall became silent from being shocked that Xia Qingyun would look for Lin Yun to play a song for her, and she would dance for it. This was something that no one could expect. "I'm sorry, but I can only play it for someone I like. Otherwise, I won't be able to weave the dress." Lin Yun refused. Everyone took in a breath and became nervous. Even Xiong Tiannan shivered and nearly dropped his cup after seeing Lin Yun refusing the first beauty of Heaven's Gate. Xia Qingyun's smile froze, but she still retained her manners and smiled. "So, the Ni Chong dress song can only play for the heavenly fragrance divine maiden?" Lin Yun said nothing while Yu Weiwei smiled. "Big Sister Xia, you can pick other songs. Big Brother Lin knows a lot of songs." "It's a pity, then." Xia Qingyun rejected it since she only wanted the Ni Chong dress song. After rejecting Xia Qingyun, Lin Yun was bored and left the Fuyang Palace with everyone, leaving carefreely. "Big Sister Yu, why did Xia Qingyun want Big Brother Lin to play the Ni Chong dress song? Can't other songs do?" Ji Zishi asked curiously. Yu Weiwei didn't reply, but Lin Xianxian replied, "That's because she was shadowed during the day. She was the first beauty of Heaven's Gate, with her name spreading far and wide throughout the 3,000 realms for her beauty. But I didn't expect young Master Lin to reject her so openly." Lin Jiangxian couldn't help smiling as she looked at Lin Yun with a playful gaze. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, recalling how he re-encountered Yu Weiwei at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He said, "I didn't lie to her. The Ni Chong dress song can only be played to someone you love, requiring the dance to match perfectly." She thought it was so simple. As he explained, he looked at Yu Weiwei, and they smiled at each other. After being together for so many years, how could their relationship be as simple as what others think? Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Yun didn't rest and planned to break into the 8th stage Saint Lord. Now that he possessed the divine dragon physique, he wouldn't have to worry about his tribulation, and his Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon also smoothly reached the 11th stage. The night was quiet as Lin Yun closed his eyes to play the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, playing the Dragon Phoenix score that Lil Purple taught him to consolidate the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. This meant Lin Yun was only one step from reaching the pinnacle of Saint Lord, the 9th stage Saint Lord. But if he didn't have any opportunities, it would take a long time for that breakthrough. After all, Lin Yun was only 27 this year, unlike those who were in their 50s or close to 100 who had accumulated their cultivation over time. But it was fortunate that Lin Yun had a lot of trump cards. He had 2 eternal Das, 2 sovereign constellations, unrivaled talent in the sword, and the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon reaching the 11th stage. He blew the divine indigo jade bamboo flute for an entire night before stopping when the day came. His sword intent was stuck at quasi-bright sun sword intent for a long time, and he could sense that the bottleneck had loosened up after his breakthrough on the sword cannon. He wanted to rely on music to make a breakthrough, but he was just one step away. "What a pity," Lin Xianxia said as she stood on the roof, watching him the entire night. She could see Lin Yun being enveloped by a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix, with his sword intent shining brightly like a sun. When dawn came, she couldn't tell if Lin Yun had made a breakthrough, but it was a pity he couldn't do it. Even so, she could tell that Lin Yun could reach the bright sun sword intent at any time. Not long later, Ji Zishi, Yu Weiwei, and everyone else came out and headed to the Heavenly Saint Courtyard. There were only 200 people participating today, and the scene wasn't as grand as yesterday. But everyone knew the 200 who remained were true geniuses, and they have grasped many trump cards. When Lin Yun's group arrived, the other geniuses were waiting. When Luo Tianxi arrived, the atmosphere became heated. Luo Tianxi looked at Profound Sky Venerable, who nodded, "Let's begin." The deacons on the Heavenly Baron Divine stage began making preparations and took out jade slips with names engraved on them, dividing them into groups. Profound Sky Venerable said, "The rules today will be different. This round, we will determine the top 30. These 30 will be able to leave their names on the Heavenly Baron Monument and receive Heavenly Tao Fortune from the ancestral deity. You guys will be divided into 6 groups, meaning each group will only have 5 spots." Lin Yun quickly understood the rules, and the 200 people were swiftly divided into 6 groups. Lin Xianxian and Ji Zishi were in the first group, and they were fortunate as they could take care of each other, which meant that they had a higher chance of making it into the top 30. When the battle began, everyone finally saw a high-intensity fight. There was no room for 7th-stage Saint Lords here, since the 9th-stage Saint Lords were using their cultivation to suppress everyone. At this moment, everyone finally understood how terrifying 9th-stage Saint Lords were. Their auras and constellations combined, and it looked as though the entire sky was being dragged down when they waved their hands. This was an unbelievable scene. But that wasn't all, as they even fused their auras with Daos to form domains, easily defeating 7th-stage Saint Lords. In just a few breaths, half of the people on stage were gone. Lin Yun frowned with concern flashing across his eyes. He wasn't worried about Lin Jiangxian but Ji Zishi because he couldn't see through her cultivation. So, her bloodline might not withstand the power of a 9th-stage Saint Lord. No need to worry about her. Yu Weiwei winked, seeing through Lin Yun's concerns. Lin Yun smiled and chose to believe in her. Facing a 9th-stage Saint Lord, a divine seal bloomed on Ji Zishi's forehead as a divine phoenix descended from the sky, withstanding the aura from the 9th-stage Saint Lord. Lin Jiangxian also heaved a sigh in relief when she saw this scene, as she couldn't afford to be distracted in this fight. Ultimately, Lin Jiangxian and Ji Zishi bore the pressure and successfully emerged. This was shocking because if they were lucky yesterday, there was no luck today. Lin Yun's women were promoted again. They're in the top 30 now, and they can leave their names on the Heavenly Baron Monument. Isn't the 9th testing ground the weakest? This is unbelievable. Amidst the discussions, the second group's fight was about to begin, and Yu Weiwei's name was called. She instantly became the center of attention when she stood out. Yu Weiwei can probably make it through. She made it through the testing ground herself, and her foundation is only stronger than the other 2. But it's a pity that such a beauty chose Lin Yun. What if the women made it through, but Lin Yun couldn't? Yu Weiwei smoothly made it to the next round and returned to Lin Yun's side. "You're the only one left, Big Brother Lin," Yu Weiwei smiled. Lin Yun nodded calmly. When his name was called out for the 3rd round, there were many formidable foes in this round, including were Defoam, a Chilan Mountain swordsman, and other testing ground geniuses. When Lin Yun went on the stage, he instantly felt the surrounding hostility as all the swordsmen looked at him with hostility. Those from the Chilan Mountain even looked at him with murderous intent flashing in their eyes. As for Defoam, Lin Yun had already formed a grudge against the Heavenly Moonhowl Wolf clan during the 9th testing ground. Without Yu Weiwei, who can you depend on this time? The Qilin Mountain's swordsman smiled. Lin Yun raised his head and smiled. You are the Qilin Mountain's disciple? Let me experience your strength, if there's an opportunity. His smile left many people baffled. But the blue-clothed swordsman from Qilin Mountain said, There's no need for Qilin Sword Immortal's disciples to move against you. Lin Yun was disappointed upon hearing that. This group only had 40 people, and they were the strongest, with practically everyone being a 9th stage Saint Lord. Many people exchanged gazes before they looked at Lin Yun, planning to join hands to deal with him. Many people paid attention to this round since Luo Tianqi said that Lin Yun was a peerless prodigy swordsman. So, everyone wanted to see how strong Lin Yun was. When Profound Sky Venerable announced the beginning, half of the people charged at Lin Yun with their auras and attacks released. This was an unbelievable scene as Lin Yun was completely enveloped by their aura. Aren't you a peerless prodigy swordsman? Draw your sword, and let us see your strength. Di Feng roared. You want me to make a move that much? Lin Yun smiled, but he didn't want to draw his sword upon seeing this. He took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and planned to try to grasp the bright sun sword intent. He wanted to use music to wield his sword to break the bottleneck of the bright sun sword intent. A heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix flew out, coiling around Lin Yun. When the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix released their auras, Lin Yun's sword intent began to rise. That fellow? Lin Xianxia instantly knew what Lin Yun was trying to do, and she could only say that Lin Yun was bold. Then again, it made sense since it was an excellent opportunity to make a breakthrough under tremendous pressure. When the battle unfolded, a bizarre scene occurred. Lin Yun didn't use his sword, but it felt like swords were everywhere, with his sword intent bearing the 9th stage Saint Lord's pressure. All of their attacks were resolved by the Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix, unable to get close to Lin Yun. This left everyone dumbfounded. They thought Lin Yun wanted to play the Anai Chong dress song. They didn't expect Lin Yun to have such high attainment in music, and many people felt as though they were in a grand world with a bright sun at the center of this world under the music. The sun released a dazzling radiance that made everyone shut their eyes, and they couldn't see Lin Yun. Lin Yun had forgotten everything as he focused on playing the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, sensing the dragon phoenix score. The incoming attacks were terrifying, but Lin Yun closed his eyes with his clothes fluttering as he played the flute, using the dragon phoenix score to wield his sword and attract everyone's attention. Finally, someone couldn't hold it any longer and used their trump cards, creating various phenomena on the stage with the aura they gave off, making the stage tremble. In that split second, the flute music, sword vibration, dragon's roar, and Phoenix's cry became quiet. This was a terrifying scene, but it made Lin Yun excited instead. He opened his eyes and gradually approached the incoming attacks. When he took 9 steps forth, the suppressed flute music exploded with his hair fluttering violently. The heavenly dragon and divine phoenix began to fuse and became a massive cauldron that enveloped Lin Yun. When all the attacks landed on the cauldron, they dissipated as the cauldron stood firmly without a crack. This scene left everyone who was ganging up on Lin Yun dumbfounded. Lin Yun laughed as the cauldron opened up, and he reappeared once more before everyone. His flute music was like a tidal wave that swept out, making multiple geniuses on the stage throw out blood with their faces becoming pale. It wasn't long before Di Feng and the Qilin Mountain swordsmen were the only ones left on the stage. Lin Yun smiled. The Qilin Mountain swordsman is rather impressive. Perhaps I should consider taking the Qilin Sword Immortal as my master, or become Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's servant. When he said that, the Qilin Mountain swordsman threw out a mouthful of blood and fell onto one knee with his face pale. Everyone knew Lin Yun said that on purpose, and he was already so strong without using his sword. So why would he take the Qilin Sword Immortal as his master? This made the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's words a laughingstock. Lin Yun's words made the faces of everyone from Qilin Mountain dark. It was long spread that the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun wanted to take Lin Yun as his servant. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was trying to humiliate Lin Yun after being humiliated by Yu Weiwei. They didn't expect that Lin Yun would slap his face so ruthlessly now when he didn't say anything before. He didn't use his sword and only used his flute to suppress everyone, including the Qilan Mountain swordsman. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with shock as he only used one song to defeat the Qilan Mountain swordsman along with the other geniuses on the stage. And he had always been the one suppressing others. The face of the Qilan Mountain swordsman was ugly as he looked at Lin Yun. He said, "You did win, but I'm not from the Qilan Sword Immortals lineage. So why are you trying to humiliate my Qilan Mountain? I'm not humiliating you, and I sincerely wanted to experience the strength of Qilan Mountain swordsmen. After all, your divine son said that the Qilan Mountain is known for their sword, so I'm curious about how strong you guys are. I'm baffled if they will be so easily defeated like you." Lin Yun smiled. The blue-clothed swordsman threw out another mouthful of blood upon hearing that. The heavenly Qilan divine son's face was dark when he heard that. Qilan Mountain had humiliated themselves greatly, regardless of this fight's outcome. Ultimately, Lin Yun and Difeng were the only ones left. Difeng was forced to reveal his true form as the heavenly Moonhowl Wolf. The upcoming battles were intense, with geniuses shining brightly, such as the swordsman Ji Zhongkong, whom Lin Yun met yesterday. No one could take 3 attacks from him. He didn't even summon his constellation and relied on his sword so his opponent couldn't retaliate. The heavenly Qilan divine son, Duguju, Ao Jiang, Long Xie, and the other geniuses also shone brightly as they became the top 10 candidates for this heavenly baron banquet. Aside from that, Yi Wushuang, Bai Yi Li Ding, and others also shone brightly at the banquet. They didn't come from the heavenly baron realm but were invited to join. There was naturally nothing to say about Bai Yi and Li Ding, since they were disciples of Heaven's Gate, and they could compete with holy sons in terms of talent. Yi Wushuang was famous and was known to be the fastest amongst those of the younger generation, and no one could defeat him even if he ran into a powerful opponent. When it was noon, the top 30 were announced. They received the opportunity to leave their names on the Heavenly Baron Monument. Regardless of whether they would be taken in as a disciple by the ancestral deity, this was a massive harvest for them. Among the 30, Lin Yun, Ji Zishi, Yu Weiwei, and Lin Xianxia had the lowest cultivation. Ji Zishi and Yu Weiwei possessed the bloodline of divine beasts and were at the pinnacle of the 8th stage Saint Lord. If they used their secret techniques, they could even reach the 9th stage Saint Lord shortly. Lin Yun was at the 8th stage Saint Lord, while Lin Xianxia was at the pinnacle of the 7th stage Saint Lord. It was weird talking about it because only more people were optimistic about Lin Xianxia, who had the lowest cultivation amongst the 4. Many people noticed she could come this far with her cultivation as a 7th stage Saint Lord. The heavenly divine sword was famous in the 3,000 realms, and one could unleash the true power of this sword technique upon reaching a particular stage. Many people speculated that Lin Xianxia had reached that level, grasping an eternal Tao. On the throne, Luo Tianqi said, "Congratulations on reaching the top 30. Honestly speaking, it's the honor of Heaven's Gate since you guys are fully worthy of becoming my master's disciples based on your talents. But the slots are limited, and we have to pick the elites of the elite, so please don't take it to heart." None of the people who could reach the top 30 were weak, and everyone wore a smile upon hearing that as the emperor had given them face. All of you can rest for 2 hours before the fight resumes. The last 10 will have an opportunity to meet my master. Aside from the top 3 who my master will accept, you guys must do your best to display yourselves. You can also catch my master's attention that way, Luo Tianqi said. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they became excited. The fight's outcome might be important, but one's potential was also important when the ancestral deity picks his disciple. Even if defeated, they might be chosen if they displayed sufficient potential. Luo Tianqi left when he was done. They only had 2 hours to rest, so Lin Yun's group didn't leave. The other geniuses also stayed here with no intention of leaving the Heavenly Saint Courtyard. The spectators were excited because the top 3 and champion would soon be determined. Over on Lin Yun's side, Ji Zishi looked nervous. "There's no need to worry when you've come this far," Yu Weiwei smiled. "The emperor already said that there's a chance you can be picked by the ancestral deity even if you lost, not to mention that you're the youngest here." Ji Zishi had already reached her limit by coming this far. "Don't worry about it. I will fulfill my promise to the Divine Phoenix Holy Master, and ensure that you become the ancestral deity's disciple to repay the divine Phoenix Mountain's help for the Kunlun realm for the past 10,000 years. Lin Yun said. Since the champion could ask for a request from the ancestral deity, this was what he planned to do. Big brother Lin, I know that the journey here wasn't easy, and I will repay you. Ji Zishi looked at Lin Yun seriously. Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll come find you once I have reforged the heavenly path. Lin Yun smiled. Yeah. Ji Zishi nodded. As they spoke, many people came over in their direction. Flower burial. Are you interested in joining other sects? Our sect still lacks a holy son. Your music isn't bad, and you can even achieve the divine dragon tune in the future. A middle-aged woman came to express her goodwill. Our sect has a deity running out of lifespan and requires an heir. You can receive the best resources if you come. The heavenly saint courtyard was filled with people and many forces from 3,000 realms, and even some immortal Holy Land's emperor elders were here. Some people might be eliminated, but they were still geniuses. Not only were the other sects competing for them, but Heaven's Gate as well. After all, only 5 people would be accepted by the ancestral deity at best, and they naturally had to compete for geniuses to join them. This was the case with Lin Yun, since many ancient clans came forth to invite him, wanting him to marry into their clans. Amongst the heavenly saint courtyard spectators, there were many ladies from prestigious clans. No matter what the outside world thinks, Lin Yun possessed an outstanding appearance, and it was natural that he was attractive to those ladies. They were frank, and they didn't mind that Lin Yun had Yu Weiwei with him. Are the 3,000 realms that straightforward? Lin Yun smiled helplessly and refused them under Yu Weiwei's friendly gaze. Big brother Lin is really popular, and you can even join some immortal holy lands as their holy son, Xianxia said enviously. On the other hand, Lin Xianxia was calm and said, that's because they feel that it will be hard for Lin Yun to be chosen by the ancestral deity when compared to the other 8. What? Xianxia finally realized what was going on now. You only realized it now? Lin Yun smiled. Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. 2 hours swiftly passed and Luo Tianxi returned. Just when the crucial round of the Heavenly Baron banquet was about to take place, Luo Tianxi nodded at Profound Sky Venerable. Profound Sky Venerable landed on the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron and looked at everyone. He said, you guys will pick your opponents for the last round. The victor can continue challenging others, and you can't challenge anymore if you lose, thus being eliminated. There's no need to be concerned about the outcome because the Heavenly Seal Emperor already said that you can also be chosen by the ancestral deity as long as you display enough potential. When he said that, everyone's gazes fell on Lin Yun and Ji Zishi. There was nothing to say about Lin Yun since he had become a public enemy, with many people wanting to teach him a lesson. As for Ji Zishi, she was the weakest here and only relied on her Phoenix bloodline to come this far. But the Phoenix bloodline wasn't invincible, and it was the safest option to challenge her. Even so, the surroundings were silent since no one was in a hurry to choose. Big brother Lin, I want to fight. Ji Zishi looked at Lin Yun firmly. Okay. Lin Yun smiled. He knew Ji Zishi's temper. She might seem weak, but she had a strong heart. Everyone thought that she was the weakest and youngest and relied on her bloodline to come this far. But she was a phoenix and she had her pride. Lin Yun was also curious about how far Ji Zishi could go by relying on herself. Back in the Heavenly Baron realm, he often sensed that Ji Zishi had endless energy that gave him an unfathomable feeling. Thinking about how the Divine Phoenix Holy Master taught him and how Ji Zishi was his daughter, there was no way that she was weak. Hearing Lin Yun's reply, Ji Zishi smiled brightly with all her uneasiness gone. She soared to the sky and landed on the Heavenly Baron Divine stage. She looked innocent, and she instantly became the center of attention when she appeared. No one expected Ji Zishi to stand out first and even thought that she would be the last. Ji Zishi? Let me face you then. The moment Ji Zishi landed on the stage, someone already rushed over with laughter. Everyone's eyes also lit up when they saw Ji Zishi on the stage. But someone was ahead just when they wanted to make a move. Yi Wushuang was at the pinnacle of the Saint Lord. He was proficient in Wind Dao, which made him unrivaled in speed. He had already reached an unimaginable height in Wind Dao. Ji Zishi was beautiful and gave off a noble air to those around her. If it was a normal setting, Yi Wushuang wouldn't make a move against a woman, but it was a pity that they were at the Heavenly Baron banquet. Yi Wushuang said, "Sorry about this. I might have a higher cultivation and an older age, but this is the Heavenly Baron banquet, and you're the easiest opponent." He was frank and didn't hide his intent. There was something else he didn't say. The first battle would significantly boost his momentum if he won. "No need to apologize. Let's begin," Ji Zishi said. The moment she finished speaking, she released dazzling flames as her constellation appeared. This was the first time she summoned her ancient constellation of the Phoenix lineage. When the painting unfolded, boundless divine phoenix fire gushed out and formed a crown on her head. This was a sovereign constellation, the Phoenix King Crown. When the Phoenix King Crown landed on Ji Zishi's forehead, starlight shone, and a powerful aura swept out. Yi Wushuang stood the closest to Ji Zishi, and he could sense a terrifying heat wave that made him frown. While Ji Zishi was still enveloped in Saint Radiance, Phoenix fire swept out with her at the center. What power! It's a sovereign constellation, but that's not surprising since she's the heavenly Phoenix Maiden. Alas, she's too young. If she had a few more years, she might grow to a formidable height. Everyone knew Yi Wushuang picked a tough opponent for the first fight, and Ji Zishi wasn't as weak as she looked. As expected, Lin Yun smiled. He watched Ji Zishi grow to this point, and it really wasn't easy. Yi Wushuang felt danger as he released his constellation and pushed his cultivation to the limit, releasing his aura that was at the pinnacle of the Sword Lord. With a loud explosion, the power of wind burst forth and Yi Wushuang disappeared. Everyone knew that Yi Wushuang didn't disappear but had pushed his speed to the limit. As Saint Energy exploded on the stage, Ji Zishi and Yi Wushuang began to clash. Ji Zishi stood on the spot and could only defend since she couldn't compete with Yi Wushuang in regards to speed. But that didn't mean that she was utterly powerless against Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang might be fast, but he would be significantly restricted if he entered a 100-foot radius of the Phoenix King Crown, and they exchanged a few hundred moves in the blink of an eye. While Ji Zishi held the advantage in the fight, this made Yi Wushuang anxious, and it was troublesome when he was caught by the Phoenix fire. He couldn't remove it anytime soon, which would be dangerous if it accumulated. He began to use his trump card and released a sonic boom as he moved, causing the surrounding space to distort. Wind blades flew out from him, and this usually gave trouble to his opponent. But Ji Zishi responded as though she had expected it, and a terrifying power swept out from the crown. Flames formed into a phoenix and slowly became purple. Before Yi Wushuang came to his senses, the phoenix turned into an ice phoenix with boundless chill sweeping out from her. Indigo Ice Phoenix. Ji Zishi activated her phoenix bloodline as her eyes became purple, sealing off Yi Wushuang's path of retreat. A chill began to accumulate and formed into a layer of ice on Yi Wushuang, and the ice slowly became thick, soon turning Yi Wushuang into an ice statue under everyone's eyes. This brought a massive shock to everyone because no one expected Yi Wushuang, who had the fastest speed, to have his speed restrained. Yi Wushuang still wanted to struggle, but there was nothing he could do since he was enclosed in ice. Not to mention the bizarre violet sacred frostfire. Even a pinnacle saint lord like him couldn't move. When Ji Zishi let out a roar, the ice statue exploded, and Yi Wushuang fell on one knee, throwing out blood with his face becoming pale. When he raised his head, he looked at Ji Zishi with disbelief. "You lost," Ji Zishi said. The surrounding atmosphere froze since no one expected this battle to end this way, and Ji Zishi became famous because of this battle. Looking at Ji Zishi, Lin Yun smiled. She had suffered a lot after coming with him to the heavenly barren realm, but the divine phoenix holy master could finally feel relieved. Luo Tianqi's eyes lit up on the throne. Not only he, but most big shots looked at Ji Zishi with admiration. Luo Tianqi gave his evaluation. She might not be the strongest at her age, but she has the greatest potential. I admit defeat. Yi Wushuang smiled bitterly. He had many means that he didn't use, but he lost so quickly. This meant he wouldn't even be able to make it into the top 10. He left the stage and said in a self-mocking tone, "I still wanted to face flower burial, but I couldn't defeat a little girl who was by his side. How humiliating." When Yi Wushuang finished speaking, a voice sounded like it came from Bai Yi. This person was a good friend of Yi Wushuang, and he was long unhappy with flower burial. So he began to comfort Yi Wushuang. The heavenly Qilin divine son spoke out, "That's right. The ancestral deity won't just go for the bloodline if he's picking someone. If that was the case, I wouldn't have to participate in the banquet since I possess the Qilin bloodline. Brother Bai, you should make a move and tell everyone there's nothing impressive about the Phoenix bloodline." He was long unhappy with Lin Yun, and his hatred for Lin Yun spread to those around him. "Let me face you." Bai Yi knew that the heavenly Qilin divine son was goading him, but he also wanted to teach Ji Zishi a lesson. He soared to the sky and landed on the heavenly Baron divine stage. "According to the rules, you can pick your opponent after winning, and you can avoid my challenge or back down. But what I said earlier was directed at you. The Phoenix bloodline doesn't equate to talent, and you can't just eliminate Yi Wushuang with your background," Bai Yi said impolitely to Ji Zishi. "Your sovereign constellation also came from your bloodline, and you didn't cultivate it." Ji Zishi panicked because the Phoenix bloodline was her biggest trump card, which allowed her to gain a lot of advantage, and she felt ashamed after facing what Bai Yi said. "Choose if you want to fight me, challenge someone else, or back down," Bai Yi said, taking a step forth. He continued, "I won't force you to choose, and you can decide for yourself." Lin Yun frowned because Bai Yi was shameless. Despite saying that he would let Ji Zishi pick, he was slowly pushing her. Ji Zishi was only 18, and those words were hurtful to her. "This is bad," Yu Wiry said. "I'll fight you." Ji Zishi gritted her teeth. She didn't like Bai Ye's statement that bloodline doesn't equate to potential, especially when he said she didn't rely on her strength to grasp the sovereign constellation. Her Phoenix King crown might have been bestowed on her as the previous heavenly Phoenix Maiden received the sovereign constellation's blessing back then. Ji Zishi was so nervous that her lips moved, and she didn't know what to do. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, with rage blazing in his heart. Bai Yi was too much. When the heavenly Qilin divine son saw Lin Yun's expression, he smiled. Taking a deep breath, Ji Zishi calmed herself, and she said, "I'll fight you." At the same time, the Phoenix King crown disappeared as she called off her sovereign constellation. "Good. Come at me. If you can take 10 moves from me, consider it your win," Bai Yi said arrogantly as he looked at Ji Zishi. Heaven and earth began to tremble as a massive sword broke through the sky and appeared behind Bai Yi. The next moment, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Bai Ye's back, giving off a powerful aura as they flapped. When Bai Yi punched forth, flames condensed with his sword aura concentrated. Ji Zishi grabbed onto a sword and calmly swung it. Listening wind chime. This was the Divine Phoenix Holy Master's sword technique, and Ji Zishi also knew it. When she swung her sword, a howling roar echoed as she blocked the incoming flaming palm, bringing joy to her eyes. She didn't use her Phoenix bloodline or sovereign constellation to take this palm head-on. But Bai Yi sneered instead. "As expected, you're nothing without your bloodline, just like flower burial. Look carefully. I have yet to bring out half of my strength." Before anyone could respond, the flaming palm exploded as hundreds of sword rays flew over. Each sword ray was blazing with flames as they streaked across the stage, bringing shock to everyone. Everyone was shocked by Bai Ye's strength, who was the chief disciple of the heavenly saint courtyard. Those worried about Ji Zishi became even more worried, and Xianxia nearly threw out a mouthful of blood for Ji Zishi, who fell for Bai Ye's words. If he was in Ji Zishi's position, he would do the opposite and tell Bai Yi to change fathers if he wanted a better bloodline. Xianxia was nervous, but he saw Lin Xianxia, who was terrifyingly calm. He asked, "Why? Aren't you worried?" "It doesn't matter since Lin Yun will make a move," Lin Xianxia said. Sword rays suddenly streaked across the stage and flew at Ji Zishi. One could only imagine how Ji Zishi could block this attack using the Phoenix King crown. Just when Xianxia was baffled after hearing what Lin Xianxia said, a wind blew as Lin Yun disappeared. When he turned around, Lin Yun came to the heavenly Baron Divine stage, taking Ji Zishi into his embrace, and retreated. The sword rays unleashed by Yi landed on the ground, and the swords managed to stab into the stage forged with dragon runic metal. Big Brother Lin. Ji Zishi came to her senses and raised her head to look at Lin Yun, with her eyes becoming wet, looking pitiful. This was because she was only 18, and she fell for Bai Ye's words and wanted to vent her emotions. Seeing this, Bai Yi arrogantly sneered, "Good. You two can come at me together. A mere heavenly phoenix maiden isn't enough for my warm-up. Big Brother Lin, I lost." Ji Zishi's eyes were watery with reluctance. "It's fine, go back." Lin Yun smiled. He caressed Ji Zishi's head to comfort her, and this intimate action drew everyone's attention. This scene naturally made Bai Yi frown, while the heavenly Qilin Divine Son's face became ugly. Didn't he already have a heavenly fragrance divine maiden? Why was he so close to the heavenly phoenix maiden then? Lin Yun smiled and comforted Ji Zishi, asking her to leave. When Ji Zishi left, Lin Yun's smile disappeared, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent when he looked at Bai Yi. "You think that you're a hero? Look at how old you are and you're bullying a little girl. How did the heavenly saint courtyard teach garbage like you?" Lin Yun said. Bai Ye's face became ugly, and he coldly said, "Did I say anything incorrectly? You still have the face to refute?" Lin Yun sneered. "Why didn't you restrict your cultivation to when you were 18? You're close to 100 years old, and yet you have the cheek to say that it would be her victory if she managed to take 10 moves from you? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Garbage like you wants to become the ancestral deity's disciple? Are you joking with me?" Everyone was shocked because they didn't expect Lin Yun to say such words in the heavenly saint courtyard. Bai Ye's face changed, and he roared, "You're courting death!" Before anyone could respond, he flapped the wings behind him, unleashing a powerful air current that made the surrounding space distorted. At the same time, the massive sword behind him vibrated as a mighty sword intent swept out from him, tearing the sky apart with an enormous world reflected in the radiance. This was the heavenly saint courtyard's strongest martial technique, the primal heaven creation art. It was a comprehensive martial technique, and this sword art was just a part of it. When Bai Yi executed it, his sword intent came in contact with the border of bright sun sword intent. Exclamations resounded throughout the heavenly saint courtyard as everyone recognized the primal heaven creation art, which could significantly boost any martial intent it empowers. Bai Yi coldly said, "I don't have to use this martial technique to deal with you, but since you dare humiliate my heavenly saint courtyard, I'll teach you a lesson with the martial technique created by the ancestral deity. Didn't they say that you're a peerless sword prodigy? I'll let you know with this sword the true meaning of a swordsman." Bai Yi charged over with his sword aimed at Lin Yun's chest. When a sword ray flew out, the phenomena in the sky began to expand as though an actual world was being created. Before his sword even arrived, the entire heavenly Baron Divine stage began to tremble violently as the vibrating noise made everyone's ears hurt, with cracks appearing on the stage created by a mighty gale. Everyone was shocked by the power of the primal heaven creation art. Flower burial is finished. Bai Yi is truly enraged. Lin Yun deserves it. Did he really think that he's a hero? The fall of a legend. Exclamations resounded from the surroundings, with everyone shocked by this sword. But surprisingly, Lin Yun didn't dodge and faced this attack head-on using his fingers as a sword. When they clashed, they produced a loud explosion as a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix flew out from Lin Yun's body. With the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix coiling around him, he was accompanied by a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry as his sword aura began to rise, with the azure saint cloth fluttering in the wind. The sword aura he gave off was so powerful that Bai Yi took 3 steps back before he looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. The primal heaven creation art? Doesn't seem so impressive after all. Lin Yun smiled, looking at Bai Yi. So what if the ancestral deity created the primal heaven creation art? The Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon at the 11th stage wasn't weak either. Not to mention he still had the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron within his body. How is this possible? Bai Yi was shocked. He gritted his teeth. It looks like I have underestimated you. Lin Yun smiled. You're not going to tell me that you didn't even use half of your strength, right? Anyhow, I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. His words were directed back at what Bai Yi had said to Ji Zishi earlier, and Lin Yun wanted to slap his face. Bai Yi was enraged as he shone with a golden radiance, charging at Lin Yun. As the crack in the sky continued to expand, the true power of the primal heaven creation art was slowly being unleashed. But Lin Yun was calm as he swung his sword and retreated. No matter how powerful the primal heaven creation art was, Lin Yun could face it calmly, and he had no flaws, even if he didn't use his sword. The commotion created by the primal heaven creation art was powerful, but it couldn't do anything to Lin Yun. Lin Yun suddenly stomped his foot and arrived at the edge of the heavenly barren divine stage. A chance! Bai Ye's eyes lit up as he swung his sword, unleashing a dazzling radiance with primal chaos descending, sealing off the surrounding space. That was one of the 9 eternal Daos, the primal chaos Dao. Bai Yi didn't grasp it yet, but he could achieve a similar effect by relying on the primal heaven creation art. Under that power, Lin Yun's body slowed as though time had stopped around him, and this trump card used by Bai Yi was perfect. Suddenly, a sword vibration echoed from Lin Yun, and a sword ray pierced through the cracked sky, causing Bai Ye's aura to fall. With the restriction broken, time-space returned to normal, and Bai Ye's sword intent began to drop as well. It's my turn now? Lin Yun smiled as he charged forth, performing the sovereign dragon seal and slamming it against Bai Ye's chest. This sent Bai Yi flying away as he threw out blood. Is that the best you can do? I have yet to even warm up. Lin Yun laughed and began slapping Bai Ye's face, giving him 10-odd slaps before sending him flying. When Bai Yi landed on the ground, his head swelled with blood dripping from his lips. Luo Tianqi's face was ugly, along with the other direct disciples of the ancestral deity. Bai Yi was the chief disciple of the heavenly saint courtyard, and Lin Yun was a little too ruthless. Lin Yun, I'll kill you. Bai Yi became mad with his hair scattered about, pushing the primal heaven creation art to the limit and charging at Lin Yun. His falling sword intent rose again, along with the aura he gave off. When he ran onto the stage, the entire stage began to tremble under his footsteps. But Lin Yun's gaze was cold as he roared, "Sword!" The flower burial sword entered his hand, and his sword aura skyrocketed when he held onto it. The heavenly dragon and divine phoenix also let out a roar before they charged down. When the two swords clashed, Bai Ye's sword was knocked flying away. You can't even hold your sword well, and yet you want to teach me a lesson on behalf of the ancestral deity? Lin Yun said coldly, looking at Bai Yi. The surroundings fell silent as this was an outcome no one had expected. Bai Yi gave it his all, but he only received an even bigger humiliation instead. Get lost! Lin Yun waved his left hand and Bai Ye's clothes were torn apart when his palm landed on Bai Yi, sending the latter flying away and causing him to faint. Lin Yun's fighting spirit was high as he looked around. Flower burial? Do you dare to pick me? The heavenly Qilin divine sun couldn't hold himself back any longer, and rose to the sky, looking down at Lin Yun. Come, I'll grant you a defeat, Lin Yun said coldly. Lin Yun's calm voice shocked everyone. His arrogance took them aback because the heavenly Qilin divine sun was more famous than the chief disciple of the heavenly saint courtyard. Not only was heavenly Qilin divine sun the champion of the third testing ground, but he even had the Qilin Mountain's deity behind him, possessing an unimaginable status back on Qilin Mountain. Even within the 3,000 realms, there weren't many geniuses like him. Not to mention that he was a pinnacle Saint Lord who grasped one of the eternal Daos, Space Dao. On the other hand, Lin Yun was only an 8th stage Saint Lord, and no one felt he could fight the heavenly Qilin divine sun, even if he had defeated Bai Yi. In terms of talent and cultivation, there was a massive gap between them. When a breeze blew, the heavenly Qilin divine sun appeared on the heavenly barren divine stage, hovering in the air. He was handsome and wore an indifferent smile on his lips. He said, "You want to grant me a defeat? You're really arrogant, but it's time to resolve the grudge between us. I'll show everyone you're only worthy of becoming my servant. And the heavenly fragrance divine maiden chose the wrong person. The heavenly Qilin divine son's words caused an uproar. He didn't bother hiding his feelings for the heavenly fragrance divine maiden. Lin Yun smiled. It looks like you're pretty confident. You won't smile in a while. The heavenly Qilin divine son descended with a constellation opening up behind him. His constellation was an azure tree, and this was the constellation unique to Qilin Mountain. The tree looked realistic with life force flowing around it, and it could be comparable to a sovereign constellation if pushed to the limit. Lin Yun stood 100 meters away, and a Kuanping painting opened up behind him. When the Kuanping soared to the sky, Lin Yun's temperament changed as he gave off a powerful aura while wielding his flower burial sword. There was no comparison in the past, but many women noticed that even the heavenly Qilin divine son couldn't be compared to Lin Yun's appearance. Kuanping constellation? Interesting. The heavenly Qilin divine son's face became grave when he saw the Kuanping that flew out. He shook his right hand and slapped through the air. But this much isn't enough. This was a gentle move, but it gave off a powerful explosion as lightning enveloped the entire heavenly barren divine stage, charging at Lin Yun. Lin Yun wore a grave expression and shook his wrist, spinning the flower burial sword around. Lightning also exploded from him as they fought through the air. One waved the sword, relying on the azure dragon to control thunderstorms, while the other formed a seal and used the azure tree to summon thunderclouds. As lightning enveloped the heavenly barren divine stage, the lightning soon accumulated to a terrifying height, which was scary. No one could have imagined this was something created merely using Thunder Dao. They're really powerful. They're not famous for Thunder Dao, but they can control it freely. The heavenly Qilin divine son probably wanted to humiliate Lin Yun, but he didn't expect Lin Yun to also play along with him. If either of them lost in Thunder Dao, it would be embarrassing. Many people soon noticed what was going on and became excited. When the Qilin Mountains experts saw this scene, they confidently sneered. The heavenly Qilin divine son's attainment in Thunder Dao far exceeded everyone's imagination, and it wasn't an underestimation to call it a trump card. As the azure tree grew, crimson lightning formed into spears that descended from the sky. At the far end of the spears was a majestic figure, which looked like a deity tossing spears at Lin Yun. At the same time, lightning began to spread on the ground as they were given life for a short moment by the azure tree. Lin Yun had no change on his face and continued to swing his sword. As sword rays flew, the flower burial sword spiraled, leaving behind a sword vibration that sounded like zither music. He poured his sword intent into the azure dragon Dao, creating a terrifying phenomenon as an azure dragon flew out from his body. He controlled the azure dragon to manipulate thunderstorms, facing the deity in the sky as they clashed, leaving behind terrifying cracks in the sky. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the crimson spears were. It really seemed like the power of a deity. Have you forgotten that the heavenly Qilin divine son's father is a powerful deity? Everyone was shocked that Lin Yun actually managed to withstand the attacks from the heavenly Qilin divine son, who borrowed a deity's power. When a sword vibration echoed, moonlight shone on Lin Yun as he fearlessly faced the deity's aura. What a powerful sword vibration! Everyone was shocked by the resounding sword vibration with their hearts trembling. It was unbelievable that Lin Yun relied on his mortal body to fight a deity, which was how a true swordsman should be. Even if his bloodline couldn't be compared to the heavenly Qilin divine son, his heart for the sword was fearless. The heavenly Qilin divine son frowned because he was a quasi-saint sovereign, and he could suppress an 8th stage saint lord with a flick of his finger. He thought he could suppress Lin Yun quickly, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome and failed to suppress Lin Yun even after using his bloodline talent. The heavenly Qilin divine son began to form seals beneath the azure tree, and the tree trembled as it released more power. Lin Yun was calm as he recalled his talk with his master. His master didn't want to become an emperor so easily, but he wanted to become one comparable with the 9 emperors. This should be how the sword sex swordsman should be. As the flower burial sword began to vibrate, the vibration started to echo, stopping the crimson spears from descending. Lin Yun had many ways to deal with this situation, but he wanted to play along with the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, since the latter wanted to play. As an azure dragon's roar echoed, the crimson spears were pushed even higher. "How dare you!" The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was furious as his hands trembled. Lightning exploded in the surroundings as he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Lin Yun and merged with the deity figure, grabbing onto the crimson spear himself. This time, the aura he gave off was different, as the crimson spear left a hole in the azure dragon's head. The sword vibration was restricted before the azure dragon exploded. When everything settled down on the stage, a crimson spear appeared where Lin Yun previously stood, the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun hovering behind the spear with his clothes fluttering. He might look dashing, but his face was ugly. On the other hand, Lin Yun took 10 steps back with blood dripping from his lips and wore a bright smile even though the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun obtained the advantage in this exchange. But the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun had revealed his cultivation as a quasi-saint sovereign and even used his space Tao. This meant that the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun had lost in a competition between Thunder Dao. "You're impressive since you can force me to this step, but it is over now." The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun stood with one hand behind him and raised his right hand with a Dao flower appearing behind him. It was one of the 9 eternal Daos, Space Dao. Everyone knew that Space Dao was the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's trump card, and he hardly had an opponent upon using it because he could put a long distance between himself and his opponent in the next second. Even if his opponent had the same cultivation as him, his opponent could only be suppressed by Space Dao. Everyone found it a pity since Lin Yun had already brought his sword intent to the limit as an 8th stage Saint Lord, but it was futile before Space Dao. But that was how powerful an eternal Dao was. Right then, Lin Yun smiled, and he looked at the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun while raising his left hand. "An eternal Dao? What a coincidence, because I have also grasped one." A black and white Dao flower appeared behind Lin Yun. It was one of the 9 eternal Daos, Yinyang Dao. The entire heavenly saint courtyard was briefly shocked before a commotion broke out with disbelief on everyone's faces. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun grasped Space Dao, but Lin Yun grasped Yinyang Dao. This was an unprecedented scene, leaving everyone shocked. On the stage, an azure-clothed figure wore a confident smile. Lin Yun's words made everyone's faces freeze. When they fought with their Thunder Dao, Lin Yun forced the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun to reveal his cultivation as a quasi-saint sovereign and used his Space Dao. But no one expected Lin Yun to have grasped an eternal Dao as well. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's face sank. He never expected that someone that he hated also grasped an eternal Dao. Yu Weiwei's eyes shone brightly with a charming smile. Xiong Tianan was shocked, and he had to give it to Lin Yun, who knew how to show off. Luo Tianxi wore a smile from his throne. So what if Lin Yun was arrogant and slapped everyone's faces in the heavenly saint courtyard? They were nothing as long as he showed enough strength and potential. "Let me experience your Yinyang Dao, then." The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's face was dark as he waved his hand, and the azure tree began to grow with boundless life force surging forth. A deity tore apart the sky and wanted to recall the crimson spear. The crimson spear on the ground merely trembled before returning to its hand. "This move again?" Lin Yun sneered with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "So what if I'm using this again?" The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun raised his brow. "I'm a deity's son, so you're unhappy with me using a deity's aura? The deity's blood flows through my body, and you can only suck it up even if you're unhappy. I'll show you how I destroy it with a wave." Lin Yun sneered. Did the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun think that he was powerless against it? He didn't want to use other means, since they were competing in Thunder Dao earlier. He let go of the flower burial sword, which flew to the azure tree, and the deity in the sky let out a scream before it began to crumble. In just a short while, the so-called deity's aura and the deity's descendant became nothing, destroyed just by waving his hand. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's face changed, and he gritted his teeth because Lin Yun destroyed it by just waving his hand. When he looked at Lin Yun's smile, that face looked hideous and hateful to him. He shifted and appeared before Lin Yun, roaring, "I'll kill you!" This was genuine teleportation, and space-shattering resounded after the heavenly Qilin divine sun appeared. The Dao flower symbolizing space Dao began to revolve, causing the entire stage to tremble. The heavenly Qilin divine sun threw out a punch, causing the surrounding space to distort. Space distortion wasn't just meant to restrain the opponent. It could also tear someone into pieces. Lin Yun was fearless as he took a step forth with a yin-yang painting appearing before throwing his punch. His punch looked slow, so slow that everyone could see every single detail. But when he threw his punch, the surrounding area became slow. Yin-yang. Everyone was shocked since this was the first time they saw someone executing yin-yang Dao at the banquet. At this moment, everyone finally realized that they had underestimated flower burial. Lin Yun only became the champion of the 9th testing ground because he was sent to the 9th. The fight between Lin Yun and the heavenly Qilin divine sun was swift, making it hard for everyone to keep up. One was incredibly slow, slower than a falling leaf. But such a slow fist technique had perfectly exhibited the profundity of yin-yang Dao, with a yin-yang painting revolving whenever he threw his punch. As the yin-yang painting revolved, a terrifying power accumulated within Lin Yun. The dragon's blood within his body began to boil violently, with the azure dragon constellation faintly being visible beyond the sky. So, no matter how powerful the space distortion was, each clash was between two eternal Daos. This terrifying phenomenon shocked everyone as the Dao flowers representing yin-yang Dao and space Dao began to revolve. Phenomena also started to appear between heaven and earth, looking like multiple worlds were being born one after another. The heavenly Qilin divine sun was terrifyingly fast, but everyone could sense a powerful aura accumulating on Lin Yun. Not good. The heavenly Qilin divine sun will suffer. The faces of champions from the other testing grounds changed as Lin Yun waved his hand, and the flower burial sword flew out from the azure tree. Lin Yun no longer performed the fist technique and changed to swinging his sword instead. All the accumulated power was unleashed with his sword technique reaching a terrifying speed, which was a drastic difference to his fist technique. The entire world was covered with sword rays, and even space was at the mercy of the sword rays. This was terrifying as everyone took a breath with disbelief on their faces. When the heavenly Qilin divine sun appeared, it was Lin Yun's sword technique that everyone couldn't keep up with and could only see blurred figures in the air. The situation was turned around since Lin Yun was fast, and the heavenly Qilin divine sun was slow this time. But the heavenly Qilin divine sun was forced to become slow as the sword rays would need the surrounding space, making it impossible for him to teleport. Without the flower burial sword suppression, a deity's aura swept out from the heavenly Qilin divine sun once more. But it was useless as it was crushed under Lin Yun's sword. His sword was incredibly fast and powerful, with all the accumulated power vented. At this moment, the sword ray looked like it could slay a deity. What speed! Everyone was dumbfounded and could only see Lin Yun's sword Dao, exploding with the Dao flower shining brightly like a bright star. The heavenly Qilin divine sun retreated again, performing various secret techniques of Qilin Mountain. But his attempts were all futile because Lin Yun's sword rays were unrivaled, and his aura was still accumulating. The heavenly Qilin divine sun knew that the situation didn't look good for him, and he pushed his quasi-saint sovereign's cultivation to the limit. He relied on his advantage in cultivation, wanting to turn the situation around. He was calm and knew his advantage. But just when he wanted to unleash his cultivation, Lin Yun suddenly slowed down, and the surrounding space around heavenly Qilin divine sun also became slow. This immediately suppressed the quasi-saint sovereign's aura that the heavenly Qilin divine sun wanted to unleash. This made the heavenly Qilin divine sun want to throw out blood. The faces of everyone else from Qilin Mountain also became pale as Lin Yun had been waiting for this moment, and he was playing with the heavenly Qilin divine sun throughout the fight. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. Lin Yun roared as he thrust his sword, pouring the full power of the yin-yang sword in this attack. The distorted space on the stage broke up with this sword being unavoidable. All the radiance on the heavenly Qilin divine sun shattered as the Tao flower representing space Tao began to wither. Ultimately, the heavenly Qilin divine sun was sent flying away since he couldn't block this sword, and the azure tree was severed. When everything dissipated, Lin Yun was the only one left hovering in the air, and only Yin Dao was immortal. This gave everyone the misperception that Lin Yun would become immortal like Yin Dao, and this scene struck everyone with a huge blow. So what if the heavenly Qilin divine sun was the champion of the third testing ground? So what if he was a deity's descendant? So what if he grasped the space Tao? The heavenly Qilin divine sun wanted him to become his servant? They were all nothing but a joke. Shi Yuan could feel her heart beating wildly when she looked at Lin Yun. She still treated the heavenly Qilin divine sun as her dream lover a moment ago, but she felt Lin Yun was dashing. At this moment, she finally realized how wrong she was. Yu Weiwei wore a smile since she knew that Lin Yun wouldn't disappoint. Even if she had to pick 100 or 1,000 times, she would still pick Lin Yun. No one knew Lin Yun or the hard work he put in to come this far. Lin Yun smiled as he looked at heavenly Qilin divine sun, who was crawling back on his feet. He said, "I already said I will grant you a defeat." The heavenly Qilin divine sun's face was pale, and his body became stiff, unable to say a single word. He coldly looked at Lin Yun and said, "I have lost, but that's only temporarily. When I cultivate further under the Qilin sword immortal, I only need a year to crush you." Lin Yun began to laugh upon hearing that with his clothes fluttering. His laughter was so loud that it made everyone's blood boil. The heavenly Qilin divine sun gritted his teeth. "Flower burial? What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you. You can't be hard all over your body except for your mouth." Lin Yun smiled. Lin Yun's words left everyone briefly stunned before a burst of laughter broke out from the surroundings, as all the male cultivators exchanged a gaze and laughed. "Ha ha ha! This Lin Yun is really interesting." Yi Wuhan of Heaven's Gate also couldn't help laughing. He had an opinion about Lin Yun earlier, especially when Luo Tianqi said Lin Yun was a peerless prodigy swordsman. But after witnessing Lin Yun's strength, he had changed his mind about the latter. So, after hearing what Lin Yun said, he only felt that Lin Yun was an interesting person. "What does it mean?" Xia Qingyun asked since she couldn't get the joke. "It's nothing." Yi Wuhan quickly shut his mouth. "Petty," Xia Qingyun snorted. Others would give the heavenly Qilin divine sun some face, but Xiong Tiannan was hammering on the table. "Lin Yun is vicious, but I like it." Aoju also smiled upon seeing this. What Lin Yun said was lethal, and the heavenly Qilin divine sun's face became ugly after he came to his senses. He roared, "What did you say? How dare you humiliate me? Am I wrong? I'm an 8th stage Saint Lord, and you're a quasi-saint sovereign. So how can you still be so stubborn even after losing to me? So what if I'm humiliating you?" Lin Yun smiled. "Don't tell me you think you'll be invincible after going to the Qilin sword immortal, right? You have no idea how strong I am in the eternal Tao in comparison to you. How dare you? I'm a deity's descendant, and I'm the Qilin Mountains." The heavenly Qilin divine sun roared furiously. But before finishing, Lin Yun pushed his palm forth and sent him flying away before falling to his knees. "You're courting death. Get lost." Lin Yun no longer bothered with the heavenly Qilin divine sun and sent him flying away, kneeling. "That fellow is arrogant," Feng Bumao sighed. He was surprised that someone from the Kunlun realm would be so strong. After all, the heavenly Qilin divine sun was a popular candidate. But to be defeated in such a humiliating way, it would be hard for the ancestral deity to take him in as a disciple. "It's fine for youngsters to be arrogant," Luo Tianqi smiled, and his eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Lin Yun. On the stage, Lin Yun looked at Profound Sky Venerable and asked, "Can I carry on my challenge?" An uproar broke out from the surroundings. Lin Yun wants to challenge more after he just fought the heavenly Qilin divine sun? Isn't he too arrogant? Profound Sky Venerable was briefly stunned, before he said, "Sure, but are you sure about that? You can rest before challenging someone again. There's no need. I know many people doubt or dislike me, so I might as well pick on them one by one, Lin Yun said. He swept his gaze to a direction and asked, Ji Zhongkong, you dare to fight me? Ji Zhongkong was a good friend of the heavenly Qilin divine son, and he tried to embarrass Lin Yun at the gathering. Not to mention that he was a swordsman, the champion of the sixth testing ground. Everyone was shocked because Lin Yun had just defeated the heavenly Qilin divine son, and yet he wanted to challenge another champion? Wasn't he too arrogant? Not to mention that he only picked on the strong. Ji Zhongkong was surprised because he had witnessed Lin Yun's strength from the earlier fight. It was fortunate that the heavenly Qilin divine son had probed Lin Yun's strength for him. If he went up the stage knowing nothing, he might lose due to carelessness. But now, Ji Zhongkong smiled as he came onto the stage like a sword. When he landed, his body began to crystallize, and anyone could look through his skin and see his bones. His heart also looked like a burning cauldron, giving off a powerful sword aura. He said, I have devoured at least 10,000 saint swords, and there are many sovereign saint swords amongst them. I don't know if the heavenly Qilin divine son is hard, but I'm hard all over my body. Ji Zhongkong's body began to ignite like flames as he stepped into Lin Yun's flaming yin-yang painting. He wanted to end the battle quickly after witnessing Lin Yun's strength. He had to defeat Lin Yun within 10 moves, or he would lose based on Lin Yun's sword aura. Lin Yun had surpassed him in terms of sword mastery, and his talent was really envious. With a stomp of his foot, fine cracks appeared on the flaming yin-yang painting. He summoned a sword and swung it down. Your yin-yang Dao is lacking. In the path of his sword, space broke apart like ice using brute force. He knew he had no advantage in technique, so he could only use brute force in his attack. Lin Yun took a deep breath and faced Ji Zhongkong's attack head-on with two hands wielding the flower burial sword. When the two swords clashed, Lin Yun nearly lost his grip on the flower burial sword, but he was agile and relied on the technique of yin-yang Dao to turn around before thrusting at Ji Zhongkong's forehead. Ji Zhongkong didn't dodge, allowing the sword to land on his forehead, scaring all the spectators. But no blood splashed out, and a metallic clash resounded instead, with sparks flying out. I already said that I'm hard throughout my body. Ji Zhongkong sneered and swung his sword without any tricks. When a sword ray flew out, a powerful sword aura swept out with signs of cutting apart the flaming yin-yang painting. At such a close distance, they exchanged over 5 moves. Each move was heavy, as though they wanted to tear mountains apart. Those two are monsters. Ji Zhongkong is smart. He knew that he couldn't compete with Lin Yun in regards to sword mastery, so he could only rely on brute strength. It's not easy, but Ji Zhongkong really managed to do it, smashing the yin-yang painting apart. Everyone was shocked because Ji Zhongkong appeared to have an advantage in the fight. 9 moves later, the yin-yang painting broke apart, and the Dao flower representing yin-yang Dao became dim. Ji Zhongkong sneered, any more trump cards? He was confident that he only needed one sword to send Lin Yun flying away. But Lin Yun didn't say anything as he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon and Great Profound Sword Cannon. A boundless radiance shone out from his body as a Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron flew out from his violet palace and the 2 sword cannons combined. Lin Yun gave up on the yin-yang sword that he only comprehended for a week and used the divine firefly sword. The power of his sword continued to increase. This destructive aura from the cauldron even frightened him, and he decided not to use it if he had a choice. Seeing Lin Yun's sword aura rising with a river appearing, Ji Zhongkong's face changed as he felt bad about it. The great solar sacred flames exploded on him, and he wanted to get close to Lin Yun once more, not wanting to allow Lin Yun to continue making a move. But right then, he raised his head and saw Lin Yun's eyes becoming crimson. Lin Yun swung his sword as countless figures flew out from his body, each drawing a circle. As the circles began to overlap, his sword aura began to rise, and he only used a sword to sweep the great solar sacred flames that were on him with lotuses shattering on the stage. As afterimages overlapped, 10,000 flowers bloomed, and Ji Zhongkong felt an uncontrollable power descending that devoured Ji Zhongkong before sending him flying away. But that wasn't the end. When Ji Zhongkong flew out, A flower bloomed as 64 figures each swung a sword. Each sword was a flower, and each petal was a sword. A boundless sword intent crashed down on Ji Zhongkong, making him throw out a mouthful of blood when he landed on the ground and was covered in wounds, leaving everyone frightened. The wound on his hand was the most serious because Lin Yun's sword had stabbed through it before entering his chest, piercing his heart. The flames in his heart ignited, and Ji Zhongkong's face became pale. "You're hard throughout your body? Well, I did spend some time dealing with you." Lin Yun looked at Ji Zhongkong as the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron descended from the sky. Ji Zhongkong gritted his teeth because he could no longer fight if he lost, which meant he wouldn't even be able to enter the top 10. "I lost," Ji Zhongkong said and left without lingering for another moment. Everyone was dumbfounded because Ji Zhongkong was smart, and he wasn't careless either. He even shattered Lin Yun's yin-yang painting. But he was still defeated by Lin Yun, who appeared to have countless trump cards. Under the throne, the ancestral deity's disciples couldn't calm themselves down, since this meant that Lin Yun had defeated 2 champions and won by Yi. The strength Lin Yun displayed was more than enough for him to become the ancestral deity's disciple. Everyone couldn't help looking at Luo Tianxi, whose attention was on Lin Yun. The only question was if Lin Yun would carry on fighting and become the champion of the Heavenly Baron Banquet. The so-called champion was meant to defeat everyone and fight till no one dared to stand out. Lin Yun didn't let them down and turned to look at Dugu Ju, the champion of the first testing ground. Even after 3 battles, Lin Yun had no intention of stopping and picked Dugu Ju. But Lin Yun had no intention of fighting all 8 champions of the testing grounds since it was too troublesome. He picked Dugu Ju because this person was the strongest. If he defeated Dugu Ju in addition to those he defeated before, no one would compete with him for the champion position of the Heavenly Baron Banquet. Aside from that, he also wanted to clear out opponents for Lin Xianxia and Yu Weiwei so that what happened to Ji Zishi wouldn't happen again. Seeing Lin Yun looking at him, Dugu Ju's face became ugly since Lin Yun underestimated him. Lin Yun must have had massive exhaustion after 3 battles, so wasn't that the same as looking down on him to challenge him in this situation? "Dugu Ju, do you dare to fight me?" Dugu Ju appeared on the stage, calmly looking at Lin Yun because he knew that he was only on the same level as the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. Since Lin Yun could defeat Bai Yi, the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, and Ji Zhongkong, it was obvious that he was strong. When he landed on the ground, Dugu Ju waved his hand and unleashed his constellation. His constellation was also a tree that wasn't weaker than the azure tree. His constellation was a sovereign constellation, the Divine Phoenix Tree. The Divine Phoenix Tree soared to the sky with a powerful aura sweeping out. A phoenix cry echoed as a realistic phoenix appeared and landed on the Divine Phoenix Tree. At the same time, Dugu Ju released his Dao flower representing a greater Dao that merged with the Divine Phoenix Tree. Lin Yun had to admit that Dugu Ju was really low profile because he didn't say a word when he came on the stage. But he didn't hold back either because just the sovereign constellation alone was enough to make Lin Yun feel pressure. When the phoenix landed on the Divine Phoenix Tree, the aura reached a limit, with a blazing aura sweeping out with a terrifying amount of life force. "Begin," Profound Sky Venerable said. Dugu Ju stood inside the Divine Phoenix Tree as the branches reached out, lashing at Lin Yun. By forming a seal with his hands, countless tree branches swept over Lin Yun. Because of that phoenix, the branches were enveloped in terrifying flames and were troublesome to deal with. As Lin Yun retreated, another constellation appeared and a demonic phoenix flew out. The demonic phoenix and Kuanping were primordial ominous beasts, and they could resist the phoenix's aura as a divine beast together. Dual constellations? Lin Yun really has a lot of trump cards. 2 constellations, and they're weaker than a sovereign constellation if they're alone. Everyone was shocked that Lin Yun brought out another constellation. Then again, they didn't know that the demonic phoenix and Kuanping were only a tiny portion of the Heaven Burial constellation. The flaming yin-yang painting reappeared as Lin Yun used his sword to fend off the incoming branches. When the sword rays and tree branches collided, a metallic clash occurred and the flower burial sword failed to sever those tree branches. Lin Yun knew he couldn't rely on Sword Dao to defeat a quasi-saint sovereign expert. His sword Dao was powerful, but it was still lacking. If he didn't possess the divine dragon sovereign physique, he wouldn't be qualified to fight with these geniuses. Duguju began pouring more of his saint energy into his constellation, and the branches increased, slowly restricting the space that Lin Yun could move. But Lin Yun didn't care about that and swung his sword. His sword ray was like a silver waterfall that knocked the tree branches away before charging at Duguju. Duguju's face was indifferent as he reached out to block the attack. Light bloomed in his palm, and he stopped the incoming sword ray. Although he looked calm, he was shocked in his heart. What a powerful sword intent! As a quasi-saint sovereign and his sovereign constellation, his saint energy was practically endless. But taking Lin Yun's sword made him feel an impact. As time passed, the fight on the heavenly Baron Divine stage became boring because Duguju would hide within the Divine Phoenix tree, maintaining a distance from Lin Yun and only using the tree branches to attack. On the other hand, Lin Yun went on the defensive, avoiding the branches and flames. Occasionally, he would swing his sword as a form of attack. Duguju squinted with fury because he was shocked to discover that the sword intent was slowly becoming stronger and kept breaking through the limit. He finally realized Lin Yun was using his sovereign constellation to temper his sword intent, naturally making his face ugly. He was right, Lin Yun was using him to temper his sword intent, and he was only one step from grasping the bright sun sword intent. With such a good opportunity where he could use a sovereign constellation's pressure to temper his sword intent, this was the best opportunity for him. In reality, he didn't want to do this either, but Duguju kept avoiding a frontal confrontation with him. Duguju wasn't weak, but he was really cautious and brought out his trump card right from the start, merging himself with the Divine Phoenix tree. This way, not only would he have an endless flow of saint energy, but he also had a tortoise-like defense that was hard to break. Not only that, but Duguju wasn't willing to get close to him, relying on the Divine Phoenix tree. In a nutshell, Duguju wasn't hoping for a victory but a draw after seeing how the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was defeated. Lin Yun also didn't let it go his way and was using this opportunity to make a breakthrough in his sword intent and temper his sword technique. The Dao flower behind him became dim. He was doing this to increase the pressure. Duguju's face became dark. He might be overly cautious, but Lin Yun was too much to use him as a sparring partner. Following a phoenix's cry, Duguju soared to the sky and appeared before Lin Yun. When he landed on the ground, the surrounding spiritual energy became violent, with the Divine Phoenix tree shining brightly while he fused with the phoenix. When he pushed his palm forth, a phoenix appeared, and a massive pair of wings appeared on his back. Great! Lin Yun faced Duguju head-on with his eyes shining brightly. This made Duguju's face change, and he regretted his decision. But he didn't have a choice and could only unleash his martial techniques since he didn't want to be reduced to a sparring partner. His hands would turn into claws occasionally, and each attack would unleash terrifying flames that dyed half the sky red. Charging forth, he stomped on the ground and left behind several cracks. Lin Yun was calm as he performed the Divine Firefly Sword, releasing his sword intent. As he swung his sword, the sword aura accumulated on him would increase as if something wanted to break out from his sword sea. That was the complete bright sun sword intent. The sword intent was so terrifying that even he couldn't control it entirely, leaving him shocked. If he wasn't careful, he would burn himself to death. Fortunately, Duguju's attacks were ferocious enough to suppress his sword intent that was gushing out. His sword intent was like hot metal while Duguju was a hammer, tempering his sword intent. The phoenix flame also became comfortable as it was being devoured by the vortex in his sword sea. When Duguju came to his senses, the corner of his lips twitched. Damn you! He already realized his situation as Lin Yun continued to use him as a sparring partner. After he cursed, he turned around and wanted to leave. Haha! You're not allowed to leave! Lin Yun laughed. How could he allow Duguju to leave? Duguju was the perfect sparring partner with his sovereign constellation and phoenix sacred flame. If his sword intent couldn't make a breakthrough today, he wouldn't let Duguju go. After the yin-yang painting revolved beneath his feet, it stuck onto Duguju. This made Duguju furious, and he was forced to retaliate. There was nothing he could do since Lin Yun's sword aura was too powerful, and he would be heavily injured if he wasn't careful. But everyone else in the Heavenly Saint Courtyard was enjoying the fight since that was an eternal Tao and a sovereign constellation. Ultimately, it became a world where only Duguju felt bitter. The two exchanged 1,000 moves before Lin Yun's sword intent made a breakthrough, and he unleashed a torrential sword aura that even he entirely couldn't control. All of the tree branches were severed under Lin Yun's sword rays before landing on Duguju's chest, sending the phoenix flying out from his body. Duguju also threw out a mouthful of blood as he fell onto one knee, with his face becoming pale. Thanks for the fight, as expected of the first testing grounds champion. So let's consider this a draw between us, and I can't fight any longer. Lin Yun smiled, cupping his fists together. When he was done, he returned to his table with laughter before Duguju could reply. Lin Yun was excited as he closed his eyes. Everyone felt Lin Yun wanted to rest after a series of battles, but no one knew that he made a breakthrough in his sword intent. He was only adjusting himself to try and grasp it completely. On the stage, Duguju's face was ugly because it didn't look like a draw. He might not know Lin Yun's sword intent well, but his instincts told him it wasn't simple. Profound Sky Venerable was stunned upon hearing what Lin Yun said, and asked, "Duguju, are you willing to end this fight in a draw?" Duguju squeezed out a smile, trying to maintain his composure. "Sure, since Flower Burial has already given the word. Let's consider this a draw, then." He cupped his fists at the surroundings and left. As for those from the Heavenly Saint Courtyard, they had their own views of this outcome. It might seem like a draw, but it was Lin Yun who won. After all, he fought 3 battles before his fight with Duguju. That's right. Lin Yun held the advantage even when they ended the fight. Flower Burial is pretty good. At least he gave Duguju a face.